Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we have an exciting what-if story for you. If you enjoy these kinds of videos and want to see more, make sure to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications. What if Naruto was raised by the Akatsuki? Now, let's get started. Chapter 1. The Mission of Fate. Team 7 was walking along a road headed to a mountain where citizens of a nearby village were trapped in and needed assistance. This was considered a C-rank mission, and Team 7 was the lucky squadron that was chosen for this mission. The team was doing their usual thing. Sasuke was brooding, Sakura kept on cooing around him and acting all fangirlish, Kakashi was reading his perverted book, and Naruto was grinning like an idiot. But unlike the usual routine, Naruto and Sasuke were sneaking intense glares at each other. Ever since the fight on the roof, things between them haven't been the same, and that was starting to worry both Sakura and Kakashi. There it is, Kakashi pointed out as ahead they all saw a grand high mountain far ahead. "Alright, let's do this so we can get back home and get some celebratory ramen," exclaimed Naruto, sprinting towards the mountain, making the rest of the team have sweat drop expressions. Once getting to the mountain, they started climbing the mountain and entered a cave where they found some pieces of clothing. This must be where the missing villagers have to be, Kakashi deduced. Then let's go. Naruto ran deeper into the cave. "Hello. Villagers, where are you? Naruto, you baka, get back here," Sakura yelled at her idiot teammate. "Forget it, Sakura, he can't hear you," Sasuke told her. Kakashi sighed at Naruto's antics. "He's just like you, Obito." Deep in the cave, Naruto made it to a giant cavern with blue crystals everywhere that shined bright, lighting up the place. "Whoa. Naruto." Naruto turned around to see Sakura sprinted towards him with a pissed off expression that made him be scared shitless. "You baka." She punched him in the face, sending him down deeper into the cavern. Kakashi and Sasuke made it to see Naruto fall into the cavern and then having his head smashed onto the tip of a giant crystal and then fall to the ground with his body looking lifeless. Sakura screamed in fear in what she had done. "Congratulations, Sakura, you finally killed Naruto," said Sasuke emotionless. "I didn't mean to kill him." She then fell to her knees and prayed, "Oh Kami, please forgive me. I never wanted to kill Naruto, sure he's annoying, but I didn't want to kill him. Please forgive me." Down in the cavern, Naruto groggily got up and rubbed his head to ease the pain. As he tried to ease his pain, he kept hearing a familiar dark chuckle. "I said it before and I'll say it again, that little airhead is going to be the death of you," said the Kyuubi, chuckling darkly. "Shut up, you damn fox," Naruto said as he looked around to notice some blood on the crystal. "Is that mine?" he asked, checking his head for any gashes, wounds or signs of blood. "No, your head is too hard for something like those crystals to put a dent in it." Naruto ignored the Demon King's insult and started exploring around the cavern to notice there were traces of blood on the walls and crystals, and it led deeper into the cave. "Hey guys." Naruto yelled. "Guys." "Naruto?" Sakura called out. "Hey guys, there's blood everywhere down here," he told them while feeling the top of his head, "and I double-checked, it's not mine." The rest of Team 7 jumped down and saw Naruto looking around the place. "Naruto?" Sakura exclaimed with tears of joy running up to him. Naruto turned towards his team just in time to be glopped into a hug from Sakura. "Thank Kami you're still alive," she said with joy that she wasn't a murderer, but she then realized what she was doing. "You baka." She punched him upside the head. "Sakura, please refrain from punching Naruto anymore, we don't want him to lose any more brain cells," said Kakashi. "I'll try my best, Kakashi-sensei," she told her sensei with a peace sign and her tongue sticking out. As Naruto got up, he noticed something at the corner of his eyes and being curious he walked towards it and grabbed it from a crystal. "What do you have there?" Sasuke asked. "Check it out," Naruto showed him and Sakura what he had found. "It looks like," but before Sakura could finish her sentence, the three of them fell through a hole from the floor that just collapsed right under them. Kakashi hurriedly ran to the hole, but suddenly a giant rock fell from the ceiling, landed on top of the hole. "No way, that's a coincidence," Kakashi thought. "Show yourself," he ordered. And out of the shadows came a bunch of shinobi. "Sound nin." "Kakashi of the Sharingan," said one of the sound nin. "Killing you will make us legends," said another who had the itch to kill. Kakashi didn't respond to their words, instead he just sent killer intent their way, making them sweat a bit, and then he grabbed his headband and revealed his Sharingan. With Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto groaned as he got back up, but then he was hit upside the head again. "Baka. You shouldn't have picked up that stupid thing," Sakura berated Naruto. "Naruto, do you still have it?" asked Sasuke. "Yes sure, I got right," Naruto then noticed he didn't have what he found. "Oh damn it, I lost it." "Good going, Baka," Sakura mumbled. Sasuke didn't need to see the thing again anyway because he knew it was a sound nin headband. What the hell are they doing here? As Naruto was taking a lecture from Sakura, he then heard a noise coming deeper into the tunnel they were in. "Do you hear that?" Naruto asked. "Hear what?" asked Sasuke, not hearing anything except for Sakura's voice. "There it is again." Naruto, it's nothing but your stupid imagination, now stop acting like a baka. Sakura berated him, but she then went quiet when she saw Naruto get up with a serious look on his face. Naruto concentrated hard on the small noise, it was far off and very hard to hear, but Naruto managed to make it out. It was a cry for help. Somebody's down there. Naruto yelled and ran deeper into the tunnel, ignoring Sakura calling out his name. As he kept running, the cry for help was clearly heard now, and Naruto just kept sprinting down faster until he made it to another large cavern to find a young naked girl with long silky orange hair that had bangs that covered her forehead, probably a year older than Naruto, who was crying, had scratches all over her body, and was tied up with chains. "Please. Help me," she meekly whispered. Seeing this made Naruto's blood boil. What kind of sick bastard would do this? The anger he felt was giving fuel to the Kyuubi's chakra, pumping it through Naruto's body. Using the new strength he just acquired, he grabbed the chains that constricted the young helpless girl and ripped them off with little effort. The girl was in fear of what this newcomer might do to her, so she covered her breasts and crossed her legs. "No more torture. Please don't deflower me," she pleaded with fear and tears pouring down her eyes. Naruto had mixed emotions of sadness and pity for the young girl, and anger for the sick bastards who harmed this young girl, but being pissed would have to wait. Naruto unzipped his jacket, which made the girl flinched. No doubt she thought she was finally going to get raped, but instead she felt a jacket put around her, making her look up to see a blonde spiky-haired boy with 6 whisker marks, 3 on each cheek. But his eyes were the most amazing and captivating part of his features that she couldn't take her eyes off of. "Who are you?" she asked for the name of her hero. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm going to become the next Hokage," he answered her question with confidence. "Hokage? You're a leaf nin?" she asked him with hope. "Yeah, me and my team came to help save you and the rest of the villagers." "The rest?" The girl then started to cry again and just grabbed Naruto and dug her head. "There are no other villagers. I'm the only one left," she continued to cry into Naruto's chest, remembering all of her fellow villagers that have been killed by the monsters who captured them. Naruto just held the girl, feeling sad and angry that they hadn't made it in time to save the others. "I'm so scared," she cried into his chest. "I've never been this scared before in my life." Naruto couldn't stand seeing this girl cry. He then pulled her away and grabbed her chin so she could look straight into his alluring eyes. "Listen, miss. Akiko," she told Naruto her name. "Akiko, I promise that I will get you out of here and back home with your family, even if it means I have to sacrifice my life," Naruto promised her. "Really?" she asked with hope in her eyes. "Of course, I never go back on my word because that's my believe it," he told her with pure confidence. Akiko stared at Naruto with so much admiration that she started crying tears of joy and hugged him even tighter. "Arigato." Naruto smiled and let her cry on his chest and rubbing the back of her head, giving her comfort. It was a nice moment, but sadly it was ended when someone behind Naruto cleared their throat. Naruto looked behind himself to see Sakura glaring at him and Sasuke with an emotionless look. "Naruto, what exactly are you doing?" Sakura asked him with malice in her voice. Akiko looked behind Naruto to see a pink-haired girl in a red battle dress and what she made out as an emo with a hairstyle that looks like the ass of a duck. Who are they?" Akiko asked Naruto, scared of these two new arrivals. "Don't worry, they're my teammates, they're going to help me get you out of here, okay?" Akiko smiled at Naruto with trust in her eyes. "Sakura. Do you have an extra pair of shorts for Akiko?" "What makes you think I got an extra pair?" "Women are always prepared, or at least that's what Iro-Senin tells me." Akiko flinched a bit. "Don't worry Akiko, he's not here, and besides, he's not one of those sick bastards who would defile a woman. He's an honorable shinobi like me." That got Akiko to calm down and crack a smile. Naruto was then pushed to the side by Sakura so she'd be in front of Akiko. "The two of you go behind one of those rocks so I can help her, and if you two dare take a peek, I am going to slam your head straight into the ground, making you two look like a pair of ostriches," she threatened them. Not taking the chance, Naruto ran behind one of the huge rocks and just stood there, just staring straight ahead and not daring to look behind it. "That means you too, Sasuke-kun. Just because I really like you doesn't mean I won't use any force against you." She gave him a peace sign and stuck out her tongue. Sasuke just went in and walked to the giant rock. Elsewhere in the giant mountain, a small battalion of 50 sound bins were running down a tunnel. "Time to kill those brats," said one of the sound nin. "Calm down you moron, remember we're supposed to capture the Uchiha alive," another said to the bloodlust sound nin. Got it, but can we still rape Pinky and the chained up bitch?" "What do you think?" said the sound nin rhetorically. "Alright." As the battalion was close to reaching the cavern, they all stopped to notice someone was in their way. It was a man that stood tall and unmoving. He wore a long black cloak that reached to his ankles, which had red clouds on it. He had black spiky hair, and that was all you could see in his facial area because he wore an orange mask that was in the design of a swirl with a hole on the right side of it. "Hey asshole, get out of the way," demanded the bloodlust sound nin. "We're in the mood to kill and rape, and you're standing in the way, so beat it." The man just stood there staring at them, freaking them out a bit. "You pieces of trash love to murder and rape innocents. I shouldn't have expected anything less from the subordinates of Orochimaru. He really is an atrocious leader to his own village," the man stated. "What did you say about Orochimaru-sama?" yelled an enraged sound nin. "I said he is a pitiful excuse for a leader, only caring for himself and not teaching those the way of peace like a true leader. All he is good for is to let disgusting rats like you to run around this world considering it yours, thinking you can do anything you wish with no regrets or negative consequences. How disgraceful." He then started to leak out killer intent from his body, that the sound nin were falling to the ground or on their knees, having a hard time breathing. "You are worse than trash. Every single one of you, that includes Orochimaru, this world and its people would be better off without any of you, and I shall be the one to dispose of this litter." His eye then glowed red permanently. Back with Kakashi. After finishing off the group of 12 sounds, Kakashi placed his forehead protector back over his left eye. "That takes care of that, now to find those 3." Suddenly Kakashi felt an enormous amount of Kai straight down deeper into the cavern, that much killer intent. "I have to find them." Kakashi then dashed deeper into the cavern. Outside, far from the mountain. Far from the mountain stood 4 sound nin. 3 were in the standard clothing with their masks on, and 1 in bulky armor and a mask covering his face. One of the sound nins was meditating, concentrating on the shinobi in the mountain by sensing their chakra signatures, thanks to a paper seal on his back that helps him be connected to their chakra signatures. The sound nin then gasped as he sensed the battalion's chakra signatures start to deplete. "What's wrong, Takeru?" asked the sound nin with bulky armor. "It's the battalion general. Their chakra signatures are dropping." "I guess Haddock was too much for them," said another sound nin, putting in his 2 cents. "It's not Haddock, it's someone else. Someone stronger," Takeru told them, "and their chakra signature, it feels similar to the Uchiha." The other sound nin's eyes widened except for Dai, who just grunted in reply. "I had a feeling something like this would have happened." Dai then put up his index and middle fingers and yelled Kai. Suddenly a huge variation of explosions went off from inside the mountain. "What the hell?" screamed the 3 other sound nin. "I placed thousands of explosive tags inside, just in case something like this would happen," Dai told them. "You're going to cave them in?" one of the sound nin asked. "No Ishii, I'm doing much more than that." The 3 other sound nin raised their eyebrows in confusion. "You see that the stone structure isn't really a mountain. It's a volcano." With Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura and Akiko. Naruto and Sasuke were still waiting for Sakura to help clothe Akiko. "Sasuke," Naruto started, "why do you hate me?" Sasuke just remained silent. "I just don't understand. I don't hate you, so why do you still hate me? I thought we were past this." Sasuke just still remained silent. "If you're not going to talk, then at least listen to me." Sasuke just still remained quiet. "Sasuke, I know we fight all the time, but you mean a lot to me. You're my friend, in fact you're my best friend." Sasuke still remained quiet. "All my life I've been chasing after you, at first it was to pass you, but now. I just want to walk by you, and I know the same goes for Sakura." Naruto looked down to the ground. "Sasuke. I see you as a rival, as a comrade, as my best friend, but most of all. I see you as the brother I've always wanted." Sasuke stood silent for a moment before asking, "Why are you telling me this? I know this'll sound strange, but I don't think I'm going to come back from this mission." Sasuke's eyes widened at these words. "I don't know how, but I got this feeling in my gut that I won't be coming back alive." "Shut up," Sasuke said. He then turned to him. "Naruto. Okay, you guys can come back," yelled Sakura. Naruto then jogged back to them to see that Sakura gave Akiko her entire pair of extra clothing, from her sandals to her battle dress. She wore the exact same clothing as Sakura, except she still had Naruto's jacket on. "Hey, I see you're fully clothed, Akiko-chan." Akiko blushed at the added suffix to her name and nodded. "Thank you for giving me your jacket. You may have it back now if you wish," she said as she reluctantly started to take it off, but she felt Naruto grip the jacket and put it around her again. "You can keep it, I got more at home," he assured her. "Besides, I can tell you like it, so I don't mind one bit as long as you feel safe with it." Akiko blushed as she stared once again into his captivating eyes with affection and admiration. "Naruto. Kun." Sakura felt the heat rise in her cheeks as she glared at the two. Well, said inner Sakura. "Look who's jealous. Me? Jealous of Naruto and this girl? Yeah, right. Go ahead and act that way, but I'm your inner, I know what you really feel," said inner Sakura, sounding all smug. "Shut up." Sakura cut off her connection with her inner. "Anyway, we should really get going, guys." "You're right, Sakura-chan," Naruto agreed with his crush. The 4 then started to head out until they felt the earth shake. "What the hell is going on?" exclaimed Sakura. Then suddenly a plume of lava shot out from the ground behind them. "Lava!" yelled both Naruto and Sakura. "Come on, we have to get out of here," Sasuke ordered as the four young teen ran for the tunnel, but they were suddenly blocked off as more plumes of lava erupted blocking the tunnel. The cavern was then being filled with lava. As Team 7 and Akiko backed away, they noticed they were surrounded by molten magma. "What do we do now?" Sakura cried, "Hold me, Sasuke-kun." Sakura jumped to Sasuke with her arms opened wide but was met with the ground as Sasuke moved out of her way. "No way am I going to die with her constricting me." "Naruto-kun, I'm scared." Akiko cried, grabbing his arm and squeezing the life out of it. Naruto looked around to find a way out, and on the upper right, he found another entrance of a tunnel. Releasing Akiko from his arm he ran to his right and created a cage bushing that locked its fingers together and gave the original Naruto a boost, and as he was in the air, he created another cage that grabbed his arm and threw him up even higher. As he was high enough, Naruto made his signature hand sign and yelled Taju Kage Bushin no Jutsu, then a whole bunch of Naruto clones appeared and grabbed each other's legs. As the bottom clone landed in the middle of the ground, he swung all the clones towards the tunnel entrance, letting the original Naruto grab the ledge. "Guys, climb on, Sasuke, help Akiko up here." Sasuke nodded and bent his back towards Akiko. "Hop on." Reluctant at first, Akiko climbed onto Sasuke's back. "Now hold on, Sasuke," then jumped on the Naruto clones' backs and started running up them with Sakura behind them. Once they finally got up, Naruto dispelled all the clones and tried to climb up, but the ledge he was holding onto then broke, but fortunately for him, Sasuke grabbed his hand and pulled him up. "Thanks, Sasuke." "Let's just hurry up," he said, and earned a nod from everyone before they ran into the tunnel. As they ran deeper into the tunnel, they stopped dead in their tracks when they found fresh corpses of Sound Nin in the tunnel. What happened here?" Sakura stuttered out of fear. "I don't know, but I think it's best we don't find out," said Sasuke, running deeper into the tunnel with Naruto and Sakura behind him and Akiko. As they all made it at the end of the tunnel, they made it to another cavern. "Alright, let's go," Naruto exclaimed, about to run, but a plume of lava came out of the ground. "Naruto, you got to be more careful," Sakura yelled. "Eyes." Team 7 and Akiko looked forward to see Kakashi on a ledge on the other side of the cavern. "Kakashi-sensei." "Eyes, the place is collapsing and erupting, you guys have to get to me." The three nodded as they started running, trying to get to the other side while dodging as many plumes of lava, fire and steam as they could. Everyone was following Sasuke since he had his Sharingan activated so he could lead them to safety without getting harmed by any of the plumes to the right, said Sasuke. "The what?" asked Naruto. Suddenly a plume of intense flames shot out from the ground and burnt the left side of Naruto's body. Naruto's screams echoed through the entire cavern that it made Team 7 and Akiko turn to him. "Naruto." They cried his name. Naruto tried to get up with all his willpower, and as he looked up he saw a gigantic boulder falling from the ceiling and it was about to crush Sasuke, Sakura and Akiko. "No." Sasuke, Sakura and Akiko looked up to see the boulder was about to crush them, but suddenly they were pushed away before the boulder landed hard on the ground. "No." Kakashi screamed. Sasuke, Sakura and Akiko looked up to see the boulder was on top of the left side of Naruto's body. "Hami no." "Naruto." Sakura screamed her teammate's name at the top of her lungs. Sasuke, Sakura and Akiko ran to Naruto's side. Sakura and Akiko went beside Naruto while Sasuke was trying to push the boulder off. "Damn it, why couldn't I have learned that damn Kage Bushin technique?" Kakashi ran beside Sasuke and tried to help him get the boulder off, but it didn't even budge an inch. "Damn it." Kakashi cursed, punching the boulder. "Gee guys," Naruto managed to choke out, sounding weak and tired. "Naruto." Sakura said his name with tears in her eyes. "Hang in there, dope, we're going to get you out of here," Sasuke told his friend, trying to not only convince Naruto but also himself. Kakashi then went through some hand signs and then suddenly his hand burst with lightning. "Get back." Kakashi then tried plunging his Chidori into the boulder, hoping to break it apart, but sadly, the Chidori only was indented into the boulder, it didn't destroy it. Kakashi was filled with so much anger and despair that he ripped his Chidori out of the boulder, then plunged it in again and again, repeating the process. "Sensei, PP please. Just stop. Don't waste your CH chakra on me," Naruto managed to choke out. Kakashi deactivated his Chidori, but he still kept punching the boulder. "Naruto. I am so sorry." Kakashi then started to cry. "I failed Obito, I failed your father. And now I failed you. Don't worry about it, why you were a good sensei, sure you didn't teach me much, but you didn't turn your back on me either. And that makes you a great sensei." In my book, Naruto's words made Kakashi cry even more than Akiko-chan. "I'm sorry, but I don't think I can keep my promise to you." Akiko cried and grabbed Naruto's hand. "It doesn't matter to Naruto-kun. You saved my life. And I could never thank you enough for that." She held his hand even tighter and letting her tears fall on the floor. Sasuke looked at Naruto. "Those things I said a while ago. It was all true. Even if we aren't related by blood, I will always consider you my brother, he finished with his trademark grin. Sasuke then started to cry. All he had been doing was treating Naruto like crap, and yet all this time Naruto considered Sasuke as if he was his own brother, someone who was very precious to him, and now Sasuke was going to lose the only person he could ever consider a friend. Come on. Don't be such a crybaby, Naruto said with a grin. Am it done, Sasuke choked out, wiping his tears with his arm warmer. And Sakura looked at Naruto with tears still pouring out of her eyes. I just wanted you to know that I really did mean a W when I said that I wanted to kiss your forehead. Sakura's eyes widened with shock as she learned the truth. She then started to cry uncontrollably, and then she buried her head into Naruto's chest. Naruto, please don't die, she cried in his chest. You can't die, you baka. The place then started to fall apart with rocks and stalactites, and plumes of fire, lava and steam was erupting and pooling everywhere. We have to go, said Kakashi. No. Sakura yelled, we have to save Naruto. Sakura, there's nothing we can do, Sasuke told her. Shut your fucking mouth. She yelled at him, making him go wide-eyed. I'm not leaving without him. Sakura, if you stay here then you'll die too. Then let me die. Everyone's eyes widened except for Naruto's at what she screamed. I'm not going to leave his side anymore. Not again. Sakura looked at Naruto. I love you, her eyes widened, that's why I don't want you to stay here with me. I want you to live your life, please. Just go. Sakura's eyes were crying uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Naruto. But I can't live my life. Not without you. I understand. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi nodded and grabbed Sakura and lifted her up and started taking her away. No, stop, let me go, he needs me, stop stop. Naruto. Sasuke bent down, letting Akiko climb on his back, and was about to leave when he heard Naruto's voice again. Sasuke. Protect Sakura-chan. Sasuke turned back and nodded to his best friend one last time before running out of the cavern. Naruto just laid there, remembering he had to do one last thing before he entered his eternal slumber. Kyuubi. So you decided to waste your last moments talking to me, I'm honored, the Biju King said sarcastically. Listen. I don't have that much time, so please let me speak. Not seeing the harm in letting his host say a few words, he agreed to it. I'm sorry. Kyuubi raised one of its eyebrows in confusion. All my life I had always been treated horribly. I've been ignored, insulted and was targeted as the reason for everyone's loss and misery, and it took me this long to realize that I've been doing the same thing to you. Kyuubi was listening to his vessel's word, hearing what he was going for. When we first met, I treated you as the villagers treated me, and I remembered there was something familiar about your eyes. And now I realize that you had the same eyes that I had whenever a villager talked to me like that, filled with anger and sadness, but hiding it behind a mask, so in a way we're the same, sort of. Sorry to rush things, but get to the point, the lava's coming to burn your skin off. What I'm trying to say is that if I had one regret, it's that I didn't give you what I've always wanted in my entire life. A chance. Kyuubi's eyes widened. A chance. Was that what he really wanted? Since we have a little time left, I want to do this right, so please listen. The Kyuubi listened carefully. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and it was nice to meet you. Kyuubi shut his eyes and said, Kurama. What? Naruto asked. My real name is Kurama. I guess someone deserved to know my real name before I kicked the bucket, and it was nice to have known you, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto smiled, shed a tear and said, thank you, Kurama. Do you think that if we did this earlier, we would have gone down a different path? Yes, kid, I do, Kurama answered. I bet there would have been so much more ramen down it. Kurama chuckled at Naruto's words. It was nice knowing you, Kurama. Thank you, Naruto. Then closed his eyes, waiting for a no doubt painful death, but then he noticed that there was a shadow looming over him. As he opened his eyes, he saw a man with spiky hair like his own, except it was black, wearing a black cloak that had red clouds on it, and he also wore an orange spiral mask on his face. Don't be afraid, young one, I am here to save you, the masked man told Naruto. Are you my guardian angel? Naruto asked weakly. Yes. I am your guardian angel, he told him. Naruto then chuckled weakly. Kurama. Look, we're saved. Kurama opened his eyes and looked through his container's eyes, only to widen to see who had come to save them. No. Not you. Kurama panicked. Naruto, no, don't trust him, he's not a guardian angel, that's Madara Uchiha, he's the one who made me attack your village. Sadly, Naruto could barely respond as the darkness started to take over Naruto. With Team 7. The team had completed their mission by bringing the last survivor back to her village. It turns out Akiko was the daughter of the village chief, who was so happy he rewarded Team 7 handsomely with cash for saving his daughter, but when he heard that the credit went to Naruto and what had happened, he felt so saddened by it, and to honor the young hero, the village had built a statue of him, thanks to a photo of Team 7, showing his face thanks to Kakashi, in honor of his valiant sacrifice. Now Naruto had 2 monuments in his honor from 2 separate villages. Team 7 was now in the village in front of the Hokage Tower. You two go home, I guarantee that what's going to happen up there when I break the bad news to Lady Hokage isn't going to be pleasant. Sasuke with hollow eyes and Sakura with tearful ones just nodded and watched as their sensei walked into the tower. Sasuke turned to Sakura and Sakura listened. Naruto made me promise to protect you from now on, I think you deserve to know. Sakura just nodded in response. Sasuke just looked at her with sad eyes, Naruto's death had hit her the hardest out of the team, his last words had completely changed her, but for better or for worse was the question, thinking she needed comfort he moved to hug her, but Sakura just pushed him away. Sasuke doesn't. I know it was just for comfort, but I don't feel that way about you anymore, she told him. Are we at least still friends? Sasuke asked, a little worried that she didn't see them as friends anymore. She turned to him with tears still in her eyes and a sad smile, of course we are, Sasuke. Sasuke smiled in relief that she still considered him her friend and that she stopped using the kun suffix in his name. What? Yelled the voice of the Hokage Tsunade, then suddenly a desk was thrown right through the wall and was falling down straight towards Sasuke and Sakura. By instinct Sasuke pushed Sakura and himself out of the way before it slammed down into the ground, breaking apart. Sasuke, get off, Sakura pushed him off. I'm a kunoichi, remember I could have dodged that on my own. I know that, Sakura, but I promised Naruto that I would protect you and I intend to keep the promise I made to my brother, Sasuke said with seriousness in his voice. Sakura just smiled that Sasuke was determined to honor Naruto's last request, but that doesn't mean she's going to keep being useless. Then I'll live my life as he asked as well. I'm going to live like a true kunoichi. She then thrust her fist and shouted, believe it. Sasuke smiled at his friend, happy she's going to honor his brother's last wish for her. Thank you, Sakura. Inside the Hokage tower. Tsunade was a mess, she on her knees as she just kept on crying, it's all my fault, she said, I should have never given your team that mission. Lady Hokage, no one is to blame, Kakashi said, trying to comfort her with his words, but then Tsunade slammed him into the wall, gripping his collar. Shut up, it is my fault, I did this. Enough. Kakashi raised his voice, surprising her. Lady Tsunade, I apologize for raising my voice, but Naruto died saving his comrades like a true shinobi, and he wouldn't want you to feel self-hatred for yourself just because of a decision he chose to do that anyone else would have done, including you. Tsunade just released Kakashi and fell to her knees again. You're right, she sobbed. You're absolutely right, Kakashi. It's just. Tsunade just continued to cry, mourning for her favorite knucklehead. Kakashi turned to see Shizune on the office couch crying in her hands uncontrollably. He walked over to the couch, sat beside her and put his arm around her shoulder, comforting her. I miss him so much, she cried out. We all do, Kakashi told her. Shizune then hugged Kakashi and cried into his chest, which he allowed. Hey, what's going on? Kakashi looked at the hole in the office to find Jiraiya there. Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya saw Tsunade on the floor crying, so he went to her and put his hand on her shoulder. Tsunade, what's wrong? Tsunade looked at her friend and former teammate with tearful eyes and told him what had happened. What? Naruto's funeral. Everyone from Jounin, Chunin, Anbu, Genin and those who knew Naruto were at his funeral in respects, except for the villagers and clan members. They were there because they were forced to. We have come here to mourn the loss of a valiant shinobi who gave his life for his comrades and his village, Naruto Uzumaki. He had played an important part in all our lives as a friend, shinobi and hero. He, although some may disagree, livened up the village with his happy attitude and pranks. A few of the shinobi and villagers chuckled at this. Annoying as he was, Naruto somehow made life fun for everyone in the village. Given the circumstances, I believe it is best to explain something to all of you. 13 years ago on the night of October 10th, the Kyuubi had attacked our village. It had been said that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sacrificed his life to kill it, but what you of the younger generation have been taught by your parents and instructors at the academy, this is not the truth. You cannot kill a Biju, so the fourth had to seal the Kyuubi in an infant child, his own son. The Hokage said, making the older generation go wide-eyed. Naruto Uzumaki, or as he was born Naruto Namikaze, was the container of the Kyuubi. He was a sacrifice to keep the Kyuubi from destroying everything we hold dear. I ask you to remember this as we grieve Naruto's passing. Everyone was stunned. The Genin and Naruto's friends were stunned by what a terrible burden Naruto had to deal with his entire life, and most of them just helped add on more pain for him to endure, but everyone was shocked most of all about the fact that Naruto was the son of the village's hero, the fourth Hokage. Sakura had cried more because she was one of the ones who had given Naruto such a hard time, and all he ever did was love her and treat her like a princess. And there is something else I feel I have to tell. Tsunade started again, gaining everyone's attention. For those who are older or the same age as myself, I bet you all know that back during the time of the Second Great Shinobi War, that thanks to my old friend Jiraiya, I was pregnant with a child. Those who didn't know this were shocked. And as you all know, someone had put an assassination attempt on my child. That person who had assigned it was my former teammate turned missing Nin Orochimaru. The shinobi and elder civilian's blood began to boil from hearing the traitor's name and what he had done. All of you had believed that my child was killed, but recently I had learned in the files of my old sensei 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi that my child had somehow survived and was found by a woman who worked in an old orphanage. Everyone was surprised that the Senju heir had survived. He grew up to be a great man, shinobi and hero. My son was originally named Nawaki Senju in honor of my younger brother, but you all knew him as 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. Everyone was once again utterly shocked. Their hero, the 4th Hokage, was the son of 2 of the 3 legendary Sannin and the heir to the Senju clan, which meant Naruto was a Senju as well, making him royalty and the next in line to the throne if he was still alive. Now that that's out of the way, would anyone like to say a few words? I would say Sasuke shocked everyone. A few coos of Sasuke-kun came from some of the boisterous girls, but were quickly silenced by glares from Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke made his way past the crowd onto the balcony, wiping away the few tears that were shed from his eyes, and faced the crowd. Naruto Uzumaki was my rival, my best friend, and even though the same blood did not course through our veins, I considered him my brother. Throughout the academy you all knew him as the dead last. He earned the title shinobi through hard work and determination. He knew exactly what it meant to be a shinobi. During our mission, myself along with Sakura, Naruto and a captured girl we had found were dashing through a cavern that was caving in and erupting with lava and flames. The left side of Naruto's body was severely burned by an erupting plume of fire, and yet with what little strength he had pushed the rest of us out of the way from being crushed by a boulder, saving us in the process, but sealing his own fate as well. I ask that we all remember Naruto for who he was. A great shinobi and a better friend. Sasuke had then stepped down and went to join Sakura within the crowd. Naruto's final moments had shocked and inspired his friends, colleagues and the entire village. They all bowed their heads in respect for the fallen hero, doing exactly what the Uchiha asked them to do. They no longer saw him as an annoying, no-talent prankster or the demon child. He lived and died as a true shinobi of the leaf. After the moment of silence, a small group of musicians began to play melancholic music as Naruto's coffin was lowered into the earth. His friends, sensei, senpais, grandparents, and even some of the Anbu who watched him as a child tossed white incarnation flowers into his grave in respect. A few moments later the casket was completely covered in earth. All the villagers and shinobi then began walking back home with tears running down many of their faces. All who were left were Naruto's friends, and then one by one they left, leaving only Sasuke, Sakura, Hinata and Naruto's grandparents. Hinata was crying so much with the regret of never telling him how she felt. I guess he was really important to you. Hinata looked to her left to see Sasuke looking at her. Why yes, she answered him. He always I inspired me to believe in him myself, but and now that he's gone. Hinata looked at Sasuke. If you truly do care for Naruto, then honor him by believing in yourself. But I don't know how. She then felt Sasuke put his hand on her shoulder. Then I'll help you, along with the rest of the rookie genin, you have my word, he told her with a smile no less. Hinata looked at Sasuke in a whole new light. Thank you Sasuke-kun. I'll walk you home, he offered her, which she took, and the two left together to the Hyuga compound, leaving Sakura, Tsunade and Jiraiya left. Sakura looked down at Naruto's grave. I'm so sorry, she whispered. I have a feeling you already forgave me, but I still wanted to tell you. I never knew what you saw in me, but to tell the truth, when Sasuke told me that you saved me from Gaara, I saw you in a whole new light. You were still a baka, but you were the most courageous and sweetest baka I've ever known, and I actually looked up to you, even though I clearly didn't show it. I don't think this'll make any kind of difference now, but I just wanted to tell you. I love you. I love you and I always will. I just wish I could have told you it while you were still alive. That's my biggest regret and I'll have to live with it my entire life. Thank you for loving me Naruto-kun, she finished with fresh tears leaving her face. She then turned to Tsunade and bowed her head. I'm sorry about all of this Tsunade-sama, I just wish I was stronger so that maybe. She felt Tsunade put her hand on her shoulder, making her look up to see Tsunade have an understanding motherly smile. Sakura, don't blame yourself, Naruto gave his life for you. I wish he was here as well, and I miss him so much, but I am proud of what he did, and I'll always be glad that I got to meet him before it happened. Sakura nodded her head understandingly, and if you want to really become stronger, then meet me tomorrow in my office. Sakura's eyes widened. Why you mean? She got a nod from the Hokage in response. Thank you Lady Hokage. I promise I won't let you or Naruto down. I know you won't Sakura, you're a good girl and you're just like her. Boo. Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto's mother, I know that just like her you'll become an amazing kunoichi. Sakura smiled and bowed her head again before saying her goodbyes to both and trekked back home, leaving Tsunade and Jiraiya. I shouldn't have given them that damn mission, Tsunade said with sorrow. Stop beating yourself up, Naruto and Minato wouldn't have wanted you to be this way, Jiraiya told her. I know, but I just can't help myself, covered her mouth, then cried fresh tears. I just miss them both so much. Jiraiya put his arm around Tsunade. I promise I'll always be by your side, no matter what. Tsunade hugged Jiraiya, who hugged her back and cried into his chest. Thank you, Jiraiya. Anytime, Haim, he said, holding her with love and affection. At Sakura's home. Sakura walked into her home and took her sandals off. Sakura heard her mother Mibuyuki call her name. I'm making your favorite tonight. Thanks, Mom. But I'm just really tired. I just want to go to bed, she told her mother. Are you sure? Her mother asked. Yes, ma'am. Alright, my little blossom. Mibuyuki hugged her only daughter. Your father and I will always be here for you. I know. I love you, Mom, Sakura said, hugging her mother back. I love you too, Sakura. Sakura then separated from her mother and headed straight to her room. I hope she'll be alright, said Sakura's father Kizashi, walking next to his wife, placing his arm around her. I hope so, Kizashi, I really do. Sakura got undressed and sat on her bed. As she looked to her nightstand, she saw her picture of Team 7. Grabbing the picture, she opened the cabinet of her nightstand, taking out a red marker. She uncapped it and made a heart around her and Naruto, and then held the picture. I love you, Naruto, she said one last time before she lied down and cried herself to sleep. The next morning at training ground 7. Sasuke waited for his sensei and teammate to show up while he looked into the water traveling underneath the bridge he stood on, remembering the good old days when Naruto was still around. It just won't be the same without you, brother. Glad to see you're still here. Sasuke looked to his right to see his sensei Kakashi-sensei. I'm surprised you got here before Sakura. Right, about that, you see, Lady Hokage had informed me that she'll be training Sakura from now on, which means from here on out we'll be training one-on-one, Kakashi explained to his student. So Team 7 is over? Sasuke asked. Team 7 is temporarily disbanded for now, but we will get back together someday, but until then I'll be teaching you along with a colleague of mine. Who? Anko Mitarashi, the only other person in the village who has the curse mark and utilized it, but for today I will be teaching you. Then can I make a suggestion? Kakashi nodded in response. Sasuke went to end of the bridge grabbing a sheathed katana. I wish to learn Kenjutsu. Alright then, Kakashi nodded. Just you watch, Naruto, I'm going to become stronger to protect Sakura and honor your memory. At the Hokage Tower. Sakura was in front of the office doors and then knocked on them. Come in, ordered Tsunade. Sakura entered the room and bowed in respect. Good to see you, Sakura. Tsunade stood up from her seat. I hope you're prepared, because for the next 3 years I'm going to give you the most intense training you'll ever experience. Hi, Lady Hokage, Sakura said with much determination, making Tsunade smile. Just watch me, Naruto, I'm going to get stronger and live up to your memory, believe it. At an unknown location. Lying on a bed was Naruto with the left side of his body bandaged, still breathing and very well alive. The man with the orange spiral mask stood with his arms crossed in the room, not taking his eye of the boy. How is he doing? The masked man looked to his right to see a woman with long brunette hair wearing the same cloak as him and wore with a white mask that had 2 purple rectangle marks, one on each cheek area of the mask, and the eye holes were in the shape of sideways triangles. Well, he still hasn't woken up yet, but he's still breathing. No doubt the Kyuubi is helping in his recovery, the orange masked man said. The poor child, the masked woman said with so much concern. This feels weird, the masked man said, making the woman tilt her head in confusion. I was in the same position like him years ago. The only difference is I'm not going to turn him into what he made me into. The woman then hugged him, which he gladly returned. Come on, let's let him rest. The masked man nodded in response before following her into the next room. Naruto lay there on the bed breathing calmly, and then suddenly he slowly cracked his eyes open and said, where am I? Chapter 2. The Akatsuki wave and the unexpected meeting. Naruto was wide awake and saw that he was in what looked like a bedroom. He looked down at his body to see the left half of his body was covered in bandages. What the hell? I see you're awake. Kurama. Naruto whispered. Naruto, listened to me carefully. Before you fell unconscious, Madara Uchiha had appeared in the cavern. Madara Uchiha? I think I heard that name somewhere before. He's the man who used me as a tool to help him fight the first Hokage. How did he do that? But that damn Sharingan of his, Kurama answered. The Sharingan has the ability to take control of one's mind, but an advanced one used by a powerful member of the Uchiha clan can take over the mind of a Biju, including me. In fact, he's the one that made me attack your village. Naruto's eyes widened. That son of a bitch, said with anger. Suddenly Naruto heard what sounded like a record player being scratched, and then a cheerful male voice. Where are we anyway? I don't know, but I think it's best we don't stay any longer to find out. Naruto then tried to get up, but the bandages were becoming a bit of a nuisance, so using his teeth and a little of Kurama's chakra that he allowed Naruto to use, he ripped off the bandages to reveal the left side of his body. Naruto's eyes widened at the sight. His left side had burned scars on it, and it looked crushed. My body. I'm sorry kid, I tried the best I could, but your body was too damaged leaving still looking crushed and of course the burn scars. At least you tried. Thank you Kurama. A nine-tailed Biju King grunted in response. Naruto slowly got out of bed still feeling pain in his left side, he then started walking and made it to the room where the music was coming from to see something he thought was unusual. He saw a man and a woman dancing to the music, which was apparently a love song, in the middle of the room with looks of happiness evident on their faces. The man had short, spiky black hair, but the most noticeable thing about him was that his right side looked crushed just like Naruto's left side, except his side was more severe on the face area, while only Naruto's forehead, chin and the bottom of his lip was crushed, and the man doesn't have any burn scars like Naruto does. The woman who was giggling had peaceful brown eyes, two purple rectangular tattoos on her cheeks, one on each side, and long brunette hair that had a style that resembled what Sakura's hair used to look like before the second stage of the Chunin exams. Sakura. Naruto just realized that he had to get back to Konoha. Naruto saw what looked like the front door and ran to it getting the attention of the couple. Wait. The man cried. Naruto just ignored him, but he also failed to notice the sandals on the floor that he tripped on making him fall, and as he landed hard on the floor, Naruto cried out in pain as he felt excruciating pain from his scared left side. The man stopped the record as the two ran over to him, helping him up. They took him back to the room and set him back down on the bed. Who are you guys? Naruto asked. We're Shinigami, the man joked, but Naruto didn't take it as one. Naruto screamed in terror and started crying and I'm tears. Please don't get out my soul and cut it to ribods, please forgive me. The woman then glared at the man and smacked him in the back of the head, see what you did, you've completely frightened the boy. I didn't know he was going to take me seriously, the man defended himself. The woman then placed a warm comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder, getting his attention. Naruto, it's alright, we're not Shinigami, and we're not going to hurt you, you have my word, she told him, giving him a motherly smile. Naruto may not know this woman, but her words made him feel safe, something he never even felt in his own village. Naruto nodded his head in response to Miss, do you think I could go home now? That's the thing kid, the man started, we can't let you go home. At least not yet anyway. You'll understand soon enough. I have some people I'd like you to meet and a chance I'd like to give you, but for now you have to rest, you're not at full strength yet. But I have to. The woman then pushed Naruto back into bed. Rest now Naruto-kun. Seriously, how are you going to become Hokage if you don't get your strength back? Naruto's eyes widened, how do they know about my dream? Who the hell are these people? Seeing his expression, the man chuckled. We've been watching you for quite some time now and as creepy as that be, we had a good reason. As soon as you're fully healthy again, we'll explain everything. Sleep. Naruto then slowly closed his eyes letting the darkness take over and soon enough he was asleep. Later. Naruto opened his eyes, as he rose from the bed he heard some noise in the other room. After rubbing his eyes from the tiredness, Naruto decided to walk into the next room but realized he was in his underwear. He then realized that there was a cloak on his bed that had red clouds on it, he grabbed it, slipped it on, and noticed that it was a perfect fit and that it was insanely warm and comfortable. Oh yeah, now this is what all clothing should feel like. Huh, I think I've seen this before somewhere. Tobeo. Naruto then made his way to the other room to see the man and the woman with a red-haired man with purple rippled pattern eyes and two faces that he never thought he would see here, Itachi and Fish Face. What the hell are they doing here? Naruto was about to go back into the other room when the floorboard creaked underneath his foot, making the others look in his direction, making him gulp, I am so dead. Ah, Naruto-kun, you're up. Here the brunette woman brought him some ramen, which he was hesitant to take. Now go on, it won't bite. Seeing that the woman wasn't going to do anything to him, he quickly grabbed a bowl of ramen and inhaled it in just 2 seconds. Damn, the kid's got an appetite, Kisum thought as he saw the kid down that mean quicker than whale shark sucking up krill. After finishing the bowl, Naruto sighed in ecstasy. Oh. My. Kami. That was better than Ichiraku's ramen. Is she the goddess of ramen? I knew she had to be real. You realize how retarded you sound, Kurama said with a sweat drop expression. Alright Naruto, I'm betting you want an explanation for everything. The black-haired man said, getting a nod from Naruto. Well, first off, our names. My name is Obito Uchiha. This is my lovely girlfriend and soon-to-be wife, Rin. He introduced himself and the brunette woman. Rin smiled at Naruto that made him feel warm and safe. You said your name was Uchiha. But I thought he massacred all of you, Naruto said, pointing at Itachi, and speaking of him, why is he here along with a fish face? Obito chuckled at hearing Kisum being called fish face, which just pissed of the shark man even more. I'm guessing you're on thin ice with them because of that time back at the hotel. You knew about that? Naruto exclaimed. They were sent there to test your skills, but of course in order to do that they had to be a bit intimidating, I hope you understand. I guess, Naruto said, still on guard just in case. And finally this man here with the red hair and creepy eyes is Nagato. He is a part of the Uzumaki clan like you. He's your distant cousin. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked at the man with shock. Nagato had a slight smile as he walked towards Naruto and extended his hand. Naruto's hand was trembling as he took it and shook Nagato's hand. "It's nice to finally meet you," Nagato said with a small smile. Naruto bowed a little, smiling happily before wiping a tear from his eye. "He's my cousin. I don't believe it, I actually have a living relative." "Now I bet you're wondering what you're doing here," said Obito. "Yeah, actually I am. I mean, I was being crushed by a rock and then suddenly out of nowhere my guardian angel came and saved me." That's so cute. He thinks of you as his own guardian angel," Obito Rin said, making the scared Uchiha blushed. "You saved me? But why?" Naruto asked, staring at the man who saved him. "Well, you see, Naruto, we all had our eyes on you for some time now and we were impressed by your abilities and actions that we wish for you to join our organization," Obito explained, making Naruto raise his eyebrow. "Organization?" "Yes. It's called the Akatsuki. We would greatly benefit from your skills and your roommate," Obito said, pointing to Naruto's stomach. "Hide me, asshole." Kurama yelled in Naruto's head. "So they know about you. And they don't care. If I was in that room right now I'd make them care." Noticing his behavior, Rin places a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Naruto-kun, no, we do care that the Kyuubi is within you, but not for the reasons you may think. We hold no grudge against you. The reason Kyuubi is in you is partly our fault. But we see it as a gift. Think about it. How powerful would you be if you harnessed its power?" "That does sound good by your perspective, but I don't want to see Kurama as nothing but just a mere soulless tool. I already made peace with him and I only want to use his power when I rightfully deserve his trust in using it." Everyone, including Kurama, had their eyes widened at what Naruto said. He made peace with the Kyuubi. And he knows its name. Nagato thought, then a small smile formed on his face. He has to be the one. "Wait a minute, Naruto just realized what to mean it's partly your fault." Obito had a frown on his face. "Naruto. I'm the reason Kyuubi is within you. I set it loose in the village. During that time, I was being controlled and manipulated by an evil man. How would you feel if you lost the one you love right in front of your eyes?" Naruto was about ready to beat the crap out of Obito, but the last part he said made him pause. "How would I feel if Sakura-chan died?" Naruto looked down at the floor with hollow dark eyes. "I wouldn't know what to do with myself. I would probably just go insane," Naruto said darkly. Obito nodded and Rin walked up to him and gave him a hug. "That happened to me and the man took advantage of my emotional status at the time. I truly am sorry for causing you this pain, Naruto. I hope you can forgive me someday," Obito said sadly. Naruto frowned, but he nodded. Obito smiled a little before giving Nagato a glance. "Thank you, Nagato. Without you bringing Rin back to me, Kami only knows where I would be right now." "I can understand where you're coming from. The truth is I don't hate the fact that Kurama is within me, in fact I'm actually happy because we're friends now. The only downside about being his was that the villagers treated me like a disease and a monster, but that was all their doing, not yours. What I'm trying to say is, I forgive you," Naruto said, surprising everyone with his genuine response. "So, what is Akatsuki anyway?" Naruto asked very skeptically, changing the subject. Obito sighed and looked straight at Naruto. "Despite what you may think, this world and the shinobi system that governs it is insanely corrupted. Wars fought for no viable reason and the nations have never known peace. The cause of this corruption is a multitude of things. Greedy politicians looking to increase their finances, evil manipulators working from the dark to influence events, insane leaders that come into power. Like some whack job killing his own brother just to gain his high position," Naruto said, remembering the events of the Land of Snow. "Exactly. I don't know how we aren't in a constant state of total war," Obito said sadly. Naruto grimaced. He knew things were bad in some places, but not around the world. He never really paid attention in class, so world events were fairly unknown to him, but he highly doubted that the academy would teach stuff like that. The students probably would have dropped out in a heartbeat if they knew what they'd have to deal with crap like that. Itachi then spoke. "Naruto-kun, you're extremely lucky. In Konoha there is an elder named Danzo. Have you heard of him?" he asked. Naruto shook his head. "Danzo is the leader of a faction of Anbu known as Root. He is one of the most corrupted and evil individuals I have ever known. We did some research. And he intended to put you into the Root program to use you and Kyuubi as a weapon of war," Itachi said grimly. Naruto paled and winced a little at the terminology. "We've also learned that he had assisted Orochimaru into the village during the Chunin exams and with the invasion in hopes of ending the Third's life, so he may take the mantle as Hokage." Naruto's eyes widened at the news. "He's the reason why Orochi team gave Sasuke the curse mark and why Old Man Third died." Naruto clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. When I get my hands on him, I'll turn him into Kurama's new chew toy. Kurama chuckled at the chew toy part. He also manipulated me into massacring my clan, which is an event I'm sure you are aware of. I had a choice between my clan and my village. I will explain in detail to you later, said Itachi. Naruto was always a judge of good character just by looking into their eyes. Now that he had a chance to get a good look at Itachi's, he could see in his eyes there lay great sadness, guilt and a hint of anger. He knew he wasn't lying. He's actually a good guy, I can tell. I guess all Uchihas aren't so bad, said Kurama. This is why we can't allow you to return to the village. At least not yet. If you were to return, without an official status of being alive and a genin, Danzo would surely swoop in at first chance to bring you into his ranks. You would lose your freedom. And would be locked up like an animal until he wanted to use you. Obito stated. So this old fart had this planned for me since I was a kid. Danzo, you just made my list. The Akatsuki is a group of A to S rank missing nin dedicated to peace. We are working from the shadows, eliminating the corruption from this world one man at a time. We also offer our services as mercenaries from time to time. Though we only send our lower ranked members on those missions. Said Obito. Naruto felt inspired by that gold piece. That's what Iro Sennin said he wished for this world. Bringing peace is what a Hokage does, right? To bring peace to the village and the world. Naruto, my understanding is that you wish to become Hokage. Nagato said, as if he read the blonde's mind. Naruto nodded. That's a very admirable goal. And we will help you attain it in the future. If one of our members gains a position such as that, our influence will expand significantly. Naruto was at a loss for words for a moment before he grinned widely. No one had offered to help him become Hokage. He liked these guys and knew that they weren't trying to manipulate him like that guy Danzo would. So will you join us? Obito asked. Hell yeah. Naruto exclaimed with a huge grin plastered on his face, making everyone, including Itachi, smile. Nagato smirked at his young cousin Jiraiya-sensei. I believe Naruto is the child of prophecy. He will bring peace to the shinobi world. There's no doubt in my mind. So what now? Naruto asked, getting excited to start becoming a member. Well, first you tell us what are your skills, Obito said. Oh, well, I have a lot of chakra. And I'm pretty good with the Kage Bushin. My other talents are subpar, though I do pride myself in being good at stealth and evasion. Whenever I would pull pranks in the village, it would take a whole squad of Chunin or a couple Anbu members to get me, but it took them a while. He said, wearing a smug grin. Did Bakakashi teach you any of those skills? Obito asked. Naruto burst out laughing. Bakakashi, good one. Obito smiled, already liking this kid, and no he didn't, all he taught me was how to climb a tree and something that had to do with a leaf. I know I said he was a good teacher the last time I saw him, but he wasn't really that good at teaching. There's a surprise, Obito thought sarcastically. So you didn't even have proper training and you're that skillful. Impressive. I knew that the academy instructors were rather biased against Naruto. The fact that you could evade Anbu members proves that you do have strong talents in stealth. I think I know what to do with you. Obito said, smirking. Naruto looked at him with anticipation. How would you feel about being an assassin? It fits your style perfectly, plus with your enormous chakra reserves, you can easily switch to straight combat if need be. Naruto froze. An assassin? I've never thought about being one. But could I take a life? That's what shinobi are made to do. Kill. Look on the bright side, kid. You'd be making the world a better place, taking out all the trash in this world. Kurama tried calming Naruto's nerves. Yeah, I would. Thanks, Kurama. Naruto thanked his friend. No problem, Kurama smirked. Alright. I'll give it a shot, Naruto said, smiling a bit. Obito grinned and ruffled his hair. Then let's get to work, but first I want you to meet the rest of the group. The six walked out of the house, into the woods. Naruto actually felt a calm peace wash over him in the secluded hideout. He felt as if nothing could harm him here. They soon made it to the side of a mountain that had giant metal doors. Please tell me there's no lava behind that door, said Naruto. Trust me, Naruto, you're safe here, said Nagato as he opened the doors. The four walked in and were greeted with a large underground outpost. It was stocked with weapons, supplies and scrolls of everything you could imagine. They walked down a hallway and entered a large cavern where the rest of the members were. Looks like the kid's still breathing. A man with long, slicked-back silver hair exclaimed. He had his cloak zipped down a bit, revealing his bare chest and a strange pendant around his neck. Everyone. Meet Naruto Uzumaki, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Obito introduced the young blonde. Naruto gave a small wave and stepped forward. The man suddenly appeared in front of Naruto, freaking him out a bit, then grabbed his hand and started shaking it up, named Haiden. It's good to see you're still part of the living. For now. He said, freaking Naruto out. That's enough, Haiden, we're trying to show him we mean no harm, remember? Said a masked man with green eyes with a hoarse voice. Yeah, I remember, just trying to have a little fun is all Hayden said, letting go of Naruto's hand. The masked man went up to him and bowed a bit. My name is Kakuzu, and I am the treasurer of the Akatsuki. It is nice to meet you. I look forward to working with you. Kakuzu said. Naruto smiled and nodded at him. The young red-haired boy walked up to Naruto with a smile and offered his hand towards Naruto. My name's Sasori. I too look forward to working with you. Your growth will be interesting to watch. He said in a voice that didn't match his age. Naruto shook his hand, noting that it felt almost like plastic or ceramic. An attractive blue-haired woman smiled gently at him. She had a piercing in her bottom lip. She affectionately kissed his forehead, causing him to blush. My name is Conan, Naruto-kun. I hope we can be the best of friends, she said sweetly. Naruto grinned and scratched the back of his head. The man with blonde hair, not unlike his own, that was in a style similar to Ino's, stepped forward outstretching his hand. Naruto gripped his hand, but yelped and drew it back when he felt something slick graze his palm. Everyone laughed, and the blonde was chuckling. Naruto gagged when he saw that his hand had a mouth on it and it was grinning at him. At them every time. My name's Deidara. I'm glad you're on our side, Naruto. He said. Naruto nodded. I like that guy. He's a bit of a prankster. Another blonde baka prankster. The world is doomed, Kurama said. That stand-up comedy routine of yours is really paying off. I can tell from the awe of silence from your audience. Up yours. And finally, our leader, Yahiko. Obito gestured to an orange, spiky-haired man who looked similar to Naruto. Naruto bowed in respect before grinning. I'm glad you're alive, Naruto-san. It'll be nice having you here. In my opinion, it's getting a bit dull. He said jokingly, earning an elbow to the side by Conan and an annoyed sigh from Nagato, but all Yahiko did was grin like a goof. Naruto smiled at seeing the exchange, it reminded him so much of Team 7. It's, nice to meet you all. Naruto said awkwardly. He was distraught. Never in his has he met so many people who not only were kind to him, but looked genuinely happy to see him. Just know, Naruto, that you have a home here. We are all unique in our own ways. It isn't something we haven't encountered before, either. Yahiko said, making Naruto genuinely smile. Thanks. You have no idea what that means to me. He said seriously, but I don't know how much help I can be. Because of this, Naruto pulled down his left sleeve to show the rest of his crushed side and the burned scars, making Yahiko's eyes widen a bit. Deidara and Conan flinch and Hayden grin wickedly. Damn, the kid looks worse than Obito, Deidara whispered, getting a glare from Obito who heard and a punch from Conan now. Even with Kurama's help, my left side is still useless for fighting, Naruto said with a sad look on his face, feeling that his stay was over as it had just begun. Let me see that, Obito said, grabbing Naruto's arm and examining it. Who's Kurama? Is it Yahiko? Asked Nagato. Yes. Apparently in his final moments, Naruto made peace with the Kyuubi, earning its trust and learning its true name. Nagato told his best friend. Do you think that he's the one Jiraiya-sensei was speaking of? Yahiko asked with a smirk on his face. Nagato nodded in response without a doubt. Yep. That arm's definitely banged up like mine used to be, Obito said, making Naruto frown deeper. But luckily I have just the thing that'll make that thing brand new. Sort of. Naruto looked up at Obito with his head tilted to the side in confusion. Excellent, Naruto. Again. Obito yelled, smiling. Naruto then rushed at him again. Naruto sent quick strikes at Obito. He delivered chops, punches, and kicks. Obito just kept smiling as he dodged Naruto's attacks. He was proud that in just a month, Naruto had progressed so much, his taijutsu was impressive, he had better control over his chakra, he was astounding with his new arsenal of, and the kid really knew how to use a knife. He was steadily improving every day. Though Obito held back from using his space-time ninjutsu to avoid hits, Naruto felt pride in his progress. He was, without a doubt, way stronger than he used to be. Naruto rushed at Obito and threw a punch. The Uchiha dodged, ducking under the blonde and swept his leg out. Naruto hopped up and chopped with his free hand at Obito's neck. The Uchiha blocked the attack with his elbow, nice move, but Obito then swiftly palmed Naruto in the face, making him poof away, revealing him to be a Kage Bushin. And turned and grabbed the real Naruto's wrist, saving him from getting paralyzed. You're going to have to do better than that. Naruto grinned as a pair of hands grabbed Obito's feet as a bunch of Narutos jumped into the air with Rasengans in their hands. I win, Obito. Not yet. Obito lifted Naruto up and threw him straight at the Rasengan-ready clones. Oh crap, Naruto crossed his fingers together and screamed Kai. Making the clones dispel, but it was far from over as Obito appeared right in front of Naruto with his fist cocked back. Naruto crossed his arms into an X block, as I like to call it, and felt the force of Obito's punch that sent him crashing down into the ground. Groaning, Naruto got back up in time to block a chop from Obito, then jumped back getting some distance from the Uchiha. Not bad, Naruto. I see that your left arm is doing well. Obito said with a smirk. Yeah, it sure is. And it's going to be the arm that's going to land its fist right on your face. Naruto said with a grin. Maybe. When you're 50. Obito said laughing, making Naruto glare at his mentor. Alright you two, that's enough, the two heard Rin call out. Aw man, I wanted to keep on going, Naruto said with a pout. Well, we all don't have the stamina you possess, kid. Now come on. Obito said as he and Naruto walked back to Rin, who smiled at them. Oh Rin, thank goodness you called for us. Naruto landed a hit right at the crick of my neck. Said Obito, rubbing his neck. No, I didn't. Naruto said before Obito palmed the top of his head, making it sore. It's excruciating. I think I really need some healing. Obito said, blushing, ignoring the glare Naruto gave him. Rin just shook her head at Obito's little lie. Sit down, she ordered with a sweet smile on her face. Obito sat on the ground and sighed in ecstasy. Ah, Rin, your healing touch is so good. Naruto made a vomiting noise at hearing this. You may be disgusted now, but when you meet a beautiful woman like Rin with a healing touch, you'll think otherwise, Obito said, but I'm proud of you today, Naruto. You're really shaping up to be a great shinobi. Naruto blushed with embarrassment and rubbed the back of his head. Ah, it was nothing, just learning from the best. I am the best. Obito laughed. You two have such big heads. Rin giggled. Anyway, Naruto, I think it's time I tell you who your parents are. Obito said with a serious look. Am my parents? Obito nodded and sighed. Naruto. You are the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki. He stated. Naruto felt the air leave his lungs. The revelation that his idol, the one that he aspired to be, was his father shook him down to his core. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he refused to shed tears. For some reason, it didn't quickly shock him as he thought it would. I always had this feeling that we were connected, you know. I mean, we look almost identical. Naruto said, frowning. Rin moved from Obito and gave Naruto a small hug. Naruto smiled. Rin was like the mother he never had, and Obito taught him everything he should know, as a father would. But there's more, Obito said, getting Naruto's attention. Apparently, thanks to an old friend of mine doing some research, he learned that apparently Minato-sensei was the long-lost heir to the Senju heir. Wait. You mean? Naruto, you are also the grandson of Tsunade Senju and her lover Jiraiya. Obito told the young blonde. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Bachan. Really is my Bachan. And Hiro-senin is my Jiji. Didn't see that coming, Kurama said, surprised a bit at the news. I know this is a lot to take in, and I bet this makes you desire to go back to Konoha even more. It does. But my place is here with you guys. Naruto said to make Obito and Rin smile, since I'm a Senju. Does that mean that you'll be able to use wood style? Yes it does, especially with the cells I injected into your body. Obito said. Naruto looked at his left arm. The cells of the first, I mean, great-great-grandpa Hashi. Naruto said. He kept staring at his arm. Yes. With the cells of your ancestor in your body, it will no doubt react with your blood and awaken your Genkai. With the proper training, you'll be able to become as skilled as the first. Probably even better. Obito said with a smile. But who's going to teach me to use wood? Naruto asked. I'm afraid you're on your own for that. The only other wood style user is in Konoha. Obito told the Senju child. Is there another Senju? Naruto asked with surprise. Not exactly. I'll explain later. Obito said. Naruto felt like meeting this other wood user. Maybe when he finally returns to Konoha he might be able to meet this person and probably train with him or her. Naruto, we think it's time for you to learn about Minato-sensei's mother, Rin said. Naruto raised his eyebrow. His other. Obito chuckled a bit. Man, you really didn't pay attention in class, did you? He said, clearly amused. Naruto blushed out of embarrassment and shook his head. Well, you see, other than the Rasengan, Minato-sensei created an advanced version of the second Hokages called the Hiraishin. The name then clicked into his head. He has heard of it before. The Hiraishin was his father's utility. It allowed Minato to teleport instantly to wherever a seal for the technique was. Either via his famous pronged kunai or personally placed seal. While he was still alive, Minato-sensei somehow locked the Hiraishin into the Namikaze, or should I say Senju bloodline. So now, you're the only living person who can use it. Naruto grinned. You're in luck. I still happen to have one of his kunai lying around. I want you to copy the seal down over and over again until you can memorize it, and then I'll teach you how to place it using only your palm. Then, you'll learn how to awaken the within you. It's not something I can teach. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Suddenly Naruto's stomach then growled. Looks like all that training was hungry work, huh, Naruto-kun? Rin said, giggling, making Naruto blush. Come on, I'll make you some lunch. Naruto smiled, giving her a nod as he followed Rin and Obito back home. Sakura-chan. I wonder how she's doing. I hope she's at least happy. I don't think she is, Kurama said. Why's that? Naruto asked, confused as to why the fox disagrees. Remember what she said to you back at the volcano. She said that she couldn't live her life without you. Kurama reminded his host. Naruto had a frown on his face, but it was then replaced with a confident look. Sakura-chan is a strong kunoichi. She never listened to anyone when they said she was useless, which she isn't. She's alright, I just know it. I believe in her, believe it. Kurama smiled at his Jinchuriki's words. You really have too much faith in her. Kurama thought. I hope she's happy. Same with Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei. Don't worry guys. I'll be home soon. A year has passed since Naruto's death. He was now a deadly in Taijutsu. He had learned different styles of Taijutsu, one of his favorites was what he called his pressure point style, it emphasized hitting the opponent's pressure points and weak spots. In a sense, a more physical and wounding version of the Hyuga's Taijutsu. It specialized in feigning hits and using the windows of opportunity to get a good strike in to disable the enemy. It was completely his own and was augmented by his natural brutality and randomness to his attacks. Naruto was now able to use the Rasengan without the help of a clone, which helped in saving his chakra. He worked tirelessly on perfecting it and was now adding his own wind element to the he had, with some experimentation, learned that the Kage Bushin could be used to train in ninjutsu, jinjutsu and other skills. He was using a newfound training method to create a complete Rasengan. He also was adept in the Hiraishin no he was the second coming of the Yellow Flash. His father's true legacy. Naruto had unlocked them easily. He was almost as deadly as his father once was, though he did need to improve on the timing, and long-range teleportation drained him of chakra severely due to his poor chakra control. It was a useful tool, but Naruto didn't use it unless he absolutely had to. He needed to perfect it before it became practical. Naruto still longed for home, though the Akatsuki were now his family. They didn't scorn, yell or hit him. They truly cared about his well-being. He and Nagato were as close as brothers. Naruto learned all he could about the Uzumaki clan from Nagato, who he himself knew very little. Naruto learned that it was a clan from the Whirlpool country. They were gifted with high chakra reserves and elongated lifespans. He also learned that they were masters of Fuinjutsu, which would explain how his father and great-great-grandfather knew a thing or two about seals, because they were both married to Uzumaki women, which now that he thought about it, was a pretty big coincidence for two Senjas from the same family tree to get together with two Uzumaki beauties. Anyway, in the end the Uzumaki clan was killed off and their country was destroyed during a great war due to the strong prowess they possessed. And their strong ties to Konoha. As a sign of friendship and goodwill, their emblem was now a part of the Konoha shinobi uniforms. As a result of his bond with Nagato, he became good friends with Kona and Yahiko, who were in the past his teammates. He found Yahiko to be very good-natured and easy to get along with. Naruto was inspired by him. When he became Hokage, he would lead Konoha like Yahiko led the Akatsuki. Conan was like a big sister to him. They playfully taunted and hit each other, but they were close nonetheless. He also did have a bit of a thing for her. It's complicated. Naruto became even closer to Rin and Obito, who he had begun to see more and more like pseudo-parents. He was particularly fond of Obito. The two had chatted about their genin days and found they had a remarkable amount of traits in common, down to their unrequited love of their female teammates. The others he rarely saw, and when he did see them, it was for short amounts of time. The Akatsuki were busy in the year Naruto had been training. Kakuzu and Haiden had been working tirelessly to gain funds for the group and now they were well fed and had top-notch equipment. Madara and Sasori, who had a hate-love relationship, were recruiting members along with Itachi and Kisame. The inner circle of the group was now full, thanks to Naruto's inclusion, and now they were searching for more fighters, specifically Jinchuriki and Shinobi with bloodline limits. Naruto heard from Obito that they were negotiating with the Hachibi vessel, and the blonde was looking forward to meeting a fellow demon container. Naruto had significantly calmed down over the years, becoming more quiet and analytical. Though his brash and exuberant personality was still present, the blonde knew when to be serious. The 14-year-old was currently sitting outside, his back to a tree, his cloak splayed over him like a blanket. He wore a high-collar sleeveless black shirt that was zipped up a bit below his collarbone, black pants and boots. Think of Cloud's outfit from French Frank's Vie. Advent Children, but without the black cloth covering his left arm and leg. Getting comfy I see. Naruto looked up to see Obito standing in front of him. Oh, hey Obito. What's up? Naruto said looking at his mentor and surrogate father. Naruto, we have your first mission. Obito said. Naruto immediately sat up, put on his cloak and stood up with a determined look on his face. Come with me, I'll get you briefed and set up. Obito said. Obito led Naruto into the base and into the weapons and briefing room. Obito started rummaging through the weapon stock. It's your first assassination mission. I believe you are prepared. Word is. The daimyo of the Land of Waves are beginning to reinstate Gatyu's ideals into the country. Naruto clenched his fists tightly at the news. It's slowly becoming isolated. The bridge, which you were named after in honor of your efforts, is now in his control. The people are starving. There's another candidate for the position, but the present leader needs to be eliminated. Obito said. Naruto tensed. So, back to the Land of Waves, eh? I sort of missed that place. It was a nice country. I wonder how Tazuna and Inari are doing. When Naruto heard the name of the bridge from the Akatsuki, he blushed from the kind gesture from the people, and he felt pride. Naruto was prepared to complete this mission. Naruto no longer had a problem with taking a life. He had dispatched a few bandits when he was on a run in the forest. They had attacked a family who were traveling along the main road. His first kill was a kunai to the throat. He felt remorse for it, but it didn't overwhelm him. Naruto felt that as long as they weren't innocent and in his eyes deserved death, he would not feel regret for ending another man's life. Obito then pulled out 2 wrist straps. They had strange poles on them. He gave them to Naruto, who wrapped them around his wrists. What are these? Naruto asked, looking up at Obito. Your new weapons. Flick your wrists out. He said. Naruto did so, and for each strap, a long, razor-sharp blade extended out. Naruto noticed that the straps had a button that comfortably rested on his palms. He pressed them, and the blades retracted. Naruto grinned. Cool. He exclaimed, constantly extending and retracting the blade. He was fascinated by them. They were literally undetectable and were seemingly very sharp. Those are hidden blades. They are easily concealed and can pierce almost anything. Those will be your main weapons of disposal in assassination missions. They won't fare very well in straightforward combat, so if things get hairy, retract them and resort to your regular combat skills. Then could I also get a katana? Naruto asked with hope in his eyes. What's with you and blades lately? Obito asked, chuckling a bit. I don't know. I just got really into Kenjutsu. Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. Obito just chuckled at how interested Naruto became in Kenjutsu. Kids ask for candy, he asks for blades. Obito thought. Obito rummaged through the chest again and pulled out a trench knife. Here Obito tossed the knife to Naruto. Naruto caught it and grinned. Thanks Obito. Naruto thanked his mentor. So what sort of opposition am I going up against? Nothing major. The wave doesn't have any shinobi, as you know well. So probably a few thugs, maybe some samurai, and if you're unlucky enough, a merknin. Ichigo said. Well then, I hope that I'll be the unluckiest boy in the world. Naruto said with an antsy grin. Obito just shook his head but still kept on smiling. We already set it up. You're going in as a mercenary for hire. You will have some backup. We're sending in 2 members with you, they are very skilled in assassination and combat. Only the daimyo candidate knows what you're really doing there. He hired you after all. And I'm going to ask you this. During this mission, and all missions after it, conceal your identity. It's paramount that you being alive doesn't spread. When you return, I'm going to be teaching you an advanced transformation technique for long-term engagements. And also, the Hachibi vessel has agreed to join our ranks. He has full control over his tailed beast and has agreed to train you in that department. Understood? Yes, sir. Naruto said, playfully saluting. Obito grinned and ruffled his hair. Your partners will be waiting outside. They may be a pair of familiar faces. After equipping his hidden blades and stocking up on supplies and weaponry, Naruto was making his way outside when a thought came to his head. Hey Kurama. The 9-tailed Biju King opened his crimson red slit eyes. What is it? Well, I've been thinking. The whole world knows you as the Kyuubi, but I'm the only one, plus some members of the Akatsuki, who knows your real name. And? Well, if you have a real name, then what are the other real names? Naruto asked curiously. Kurama sighed. I'll tell you later. Why? Naruto asked, wanting to know Kurama's siblings' names. Because their names are pretty damn hard to remember, and unless you have a pen and some paper, I highly doubt that you'll be able to remember them in just one go. Kurama explained. Oh, okay. Could I at least hear what Hachibi's name is? Naruto asked, making the demon fox smile. Jayuki Kurama answered. Jayuki, huh? That's a nice name. Not as good as Kurama though. Naruto said. Damn straight Kurama said. Naruto and Kurama laughed. The two had become close over the years. Kurama actually enjoyed Naruto's company, even though he can still be a real annoying baka at times, and Naruto considered Kurama his friend. Probably his best friend. Naruto walked outside to be greeted with a tall shinobi and a very feminine-looking one, both wearing Akatsuki cloaks. The tall one had bandages over his face and a large sword on his back. The other looked like a very attractive young woman who was a few inches taller than Naruto. The person also had long black hair gathered in a white bun holder, with 2 locks of hair fallen loosely framing her face, and dark brown eyes. Haku. Z Zabuza. Naruto said. Well, look who it is, the pipsqueak Aki from Konoha, Zabuza said with a grin hidden behind his bandages. It's nice to see you again, Naruto-kun. Haku said with a smile. Naruto just stood there dumbstruck, standing before him were his first enemy shinobi, who gave him his resolve to protect those precious to him and died back in wave, but were now standing in front of him as alive as the sun shined brightly in the sky. Geez kid, what happened to you? Zabuza asked, noticing the scared left side of Naruto. What happened to me? What happened to you guys? I saw you two die back at wave, how are you here? Naruto said, majorly confused. One of the members of the organization brought us back to life. Zabuza answered nonchalantly. Who? Naruto asked. I believe it was the one with the exotic purple eyes. Haku said. Oh, you mean Nagato. Yeah, I remember now, Nagato has the ability to bring someone from the dead back to life. He used it to bring Rin back to life, but it really drains him. Naruto said calmly. Zabuza and Haku noticed how differently Naruto had reacted. They thought he would be yelling or doing something annoyingly loud or stupid, but this was far from what they expected. The brats are different. What did they do to him? Zabuza thought as he eyed the young blonde carefully. He seems more mature and focused. Is this really Naruto-kun? Haku thought, eyeing the boy with a bit of a blush. So, shall we get moving? Naruto said as he pulled a hood over his head. Zabuza and Haku nodded before they too pulled their hoods over their heads. The trio then leapt into the trees. So kid, what have they been teaching you? Zabuza asked. Well, I'm their assassin now. I specialize in stealth and infiltration. This is my first mission. Naruto said seriously. His eyes scanned the forest as they advanced to the land of waves. They were about a day's run from there. The Akatsuki headquarters was deep within the forests of the land of fire, well off the beaten path. Naruto realized that this would be the first public mission the group was doing. Others had been relatively low profile, just to make money for the group. Haiden and Kakuzu did some high-profile assassinations, but it was never anyone too important and they never left a trace. The Akatsuki were unknown to the shinobi world. An assassin? Haku asked, does that mean that you've already killed? Yeah. I did. But it was just a few bandits, and besides. They deserved it. Naruto said with malice. Naruto-kun. I really wished you wouldn't have to go down the path of death like Zabuza-sama, and Haku thought with a bit of sadness for the young blonde. 8 hours into the run, the trio made camp. They sat around a small fire that they made in a cave and used for cooking some fish they caught along the way, and Naruto pulled down his hood. Haku looked at Naruto and couldn't help but stare at the scarred side of his body. Getting a little curious, Zabuza went ahead and asked the question. So kid, how'd you get to look like a freak show? Zabuza-sama. Haku yelled his name. What? I'm just curious. I had a feeling you were gonna ask. Naruto sighed. About a year ago, my team and I were given a mission to find survivors of a village that were last seen in a mountain. There was only one. Her name was Akiko, and she seemed to have trusted me, considering I released her, saving her from the possibility of getting raped by her captors. Naruto noticed Haku flinched at hearing the rape part, something he didn't expect since he was an experienced shinobi. It just made Naruto curious. After Sakura clothed Akiko, since she was naked, the mountain started to erupt. Turns out it was a volcano. After some quick thinking, I managed to help get us out of there. Sasuke, Sakura, Akiko and I were running through a tunnel to meet up with Kakashi-sensei, since we got separated. We made it to a cavern that was erupting with plumes of lava and fire everywhere, plus the whole damn place was collapsing. We started sprinting to get to the other side where Kakashi-sensei was, but I got unlucky and got burned by a plume of fire. Naruto showed the burn scars on his scarred left arm. My vision was blurring, I could barely see anything or keep my mind conscious, but I managed to see a giant boulder falling down to the ground. It was about to crush Sasuke, Sakura and Akiko. With the little strength I had left, I pushed them out of the way. And that's how the left side of your body was crushed. Haku stated the obvious. Yeah. After saying my final words they managed to escape the volcano. Although some had to be forced out. Naruto said, thinking of Sakura. While I was waiting for my demise, I made peace with my inner demon, and then that's when Obito saved me and brought me into the Akatsuki. Naruto finished his story. Not a bad story kid, but what do you mean by inner demon? Zabuza asked. I'm Kyuubi, I suppose we're alike, huh Zabuza? Both of us are demons, and we both want to change our respective villages. Zabuza and Haku's eyes widened and they felt a newfound respect for the boy. Jinchurikis were notoriously treated badly. Their lives were a living hell. In fact, that's why I can't return to my village. You see, there's this man in the village. He's a sick, demented old fart. If I were to return, without my status as being alive and without being a shinobi of Konoha officially, then he would jump at the chance and force me into his ranks. He has a special Anbu division and I would be treated as a slave. A mere weapon and breeding factory. Naruto finished. Zabuza was gaping while Haku had his hand over his mouth. Holy shit. The boy's got it rough. How could he even smile? Zabuza though. Naruto-kun. What do you mean by breeding factory? Haku asked. Well, it turns out my dad, the fourth Hokage, was Bach and Tsunade's son, which means I'm the heir to the Senju clan. If that old bastard Danzo heard about it, he would get a bunch of women to rape me so that they can produce more Senju for his own little private army. Naruto explained. The woman going down on you doesn't sound bad. Zabuza said, earning a smack in the arm from Haku. I had a feeling you were a pervert, Zabuza. Naruto said dully. We're all perverts, kids, I'm just not afraid to show. Zabuza said nonchalantly. The fish are done. Haku said, still a bit irked at Zabuza. As they were having their meal, one of the spare fish they had was quietly being taken away, but Naruto noticed. Naruto turned around to see a small fox kit the size of Akamaru with a black stripe on its back was taking away the fish. Looks like we got a little thief. Naruto said, getting Haku and Zabuza's attention. The little fox kit stood in front of the fish and growled at Naruto. Naruto just couldn't help chuckling at the little fox kit's action, it was really cute. Naruto then noticed the fox kit's front right leg was wounded and bleeding. Oh man, poor little guy. Naruto said. Naruto brought his hand to the kit's wounded leg and gently grabbed it. The fox kit bit his hand, making it bleed a little, but Naruto ignored the pain. Don't worry, little guy, I'm going to help you. Naruto petted the fox kit's head. Kurama, do you think you can help me heal this little guy? For a young wounded kidling. Sure. Kurama said, pumping chakra into Naruto's hand that held the fox kit's wounded leg. Starting to heal it. The young fox kid started to feel a warm and nice sensation on his wounded leg as he also felt it heal. The kid looked at his leg to see red-orange chakra cover his leg and it was healing him. When the wound was all healed, the fox kid released Naruto's hand and started licking it, making the young giggle at the tickling sensation it gave. If you wanted some fish, you could have just asked. Naruto said with a smile. Would you like to join us? Naruto offered, I'm sure it would be way nicer eating by a fire than the cold. The young fox kid was still a bit cautious, but something told him that he could trust the strange blonde boy. The young kid took the fish into its mouth and made his way towards the fire. As the young kid was in front of the fire, he began to eat his fish. So, Naruto-kun. Who's your friend? Haku asked. He's just a hungry fox kid. I didn't get his name though. Naruto replied. Naruto turned to the little fox kid. What's your name anyway? Naruto asked for the kid. He didn't actually ask an animal its name, did he? Zabuza whispered to Haku. The fox kid started yipping something to Naruto. Oh. So you don't have a name. Naruto said, feeling bad about what he heard. Apparently the fox kid had just escaped some bandits. They attacked him, which explained the wound he had on his leg a little while ago. His parents dealt with him while he made a run to safety. His parents were no doubt dead by now. Then, how about I give you a name? Naruto asked. The fox shrugged its shoulders. Okay, let's see. I got it. Naruto said, snapping his fingers. I'll call you Mamoru. Naruto said. Protector. The kid's a runt, who would he protect? Zabuza said. The fox kid looked down with some shame. Haku slapped Zabuza on the arm for making the little fox sad. Trust me, it's the perfect name for him. Naruto said, I can see it in his eyes. He's a protector alright. The fox kid smiled as he jumped onto Naruto and started to lick his whisker-marked cheeks. Haha, cut it out, that tickles, Naruto said with a big smile on his face. Haku giggled a bit at the sight while Zabuza just rolled his eyes and went back to eating his fish. Inside Naruto's mind, Kurama saw the whole thing and smiled at the sight. Nice going, kid. Looks like you just made a new friend. Kurama was happy that Naruto was being kind to the young fox. In fact, the fox kid reminded Kurama a bit of Naruto when he was younger. Something told the Biju king that Naruto and Mamoru were meant to meet one another. So I guess you're stuck with him, huh, Naruto-kun? Haku said with a sweet smile. Mamoru started to yip something to Naruto. What? Haku's not my girlfriend. Naruto yelled with a blush on his face. Haku also blushed as well. Besides, Haku's a boy. Naruto said. Mamoru gave Naruto a "Are you serious?" look before he jumped off of the blonde and made his way to Haku. Mamoru jumped onto Haku and looked up at him. Mamoru then placed both his paws on Haku's chest. It was then that Naruto noticed two bumps. On Haku's chest. Naruto's jaw hit the floor. Haku's a girl. Naruto yelled as his voice echoed through the cave. The next morning, Naruto and Zabuza started packing everything up. Mamoru was just staying by Naruto's side. He was still a little uneasy being around Zabuza. "Hey Zabuza, where's Haku?" Naruto asked. "Haku went back to that lake so she could clean herself up," Zabuza said. "Oh okay," Naruto said. Suddenly Naruto felt killer intent being sent straight at him from Zabuza, scaring him a bit. "Don't even think about going over there to peek at her. Unless you want to become chopped beef," Zabuza said menacingly, with an equally menacing glare. I won't," Naruto quickly said, putting his hands up with fear. "You won't know what Naruto-kun is?" Haku asked as she made her way to them. I won't touch Zabuza's sword. Even though it looks really cool." Naruto lied. Mamoru just rolled his eyes at the scene. Haku just giggled at Naruto's little white lie. She heard the whole conversation anyway. "Well, we're all set," Zabuza said, pulling his hood over his head, along with Haku. Naruto looked down at Mamoru and realized that he most likely won't be able to keep up with them, so Naruto bent down to him. "Listen Mamoru, we're going to be traveling fast, so I think it would be best if you hopped onto my head," Naruto said. Mamoru yipped in agreement as he jumped onto Naruto's head. Naruto stood up and pulled his hood over his head, covering Mamoru and hiding both the fox kid and his face. "Let's move," Naruto said as the four, continued on their way to the land of waves. Soon enough, they arrived at the bridge, which was now guarded by samurai and was impossible to cross without permission. The way Naruto entered the land a year ago was blocked off permanently. The three made their way towards the gate. Thankfully, Naruto had hit his growth spurt thanks to his healthy diet and his training, so he was no longer a little shrimp. Saved him from being called small fry from Zabuza. The gruff-looking man approached them. "Stated your names and business here." Zabuza had sealed his sword away the night before to avoid suspicion, so they were forced to use an alias. "My name is Tetsuo, and my partners are Kaya Zabuza." Hashi Naruto answered for himself. Naruto knew that everyone would think that he came up with that name from the side of the bridge, since Hashi means bridge, but really the young assassin gave himself said name from the first half of his great-great-grandfather in memory of him. "Hashi, huh?" the gruff man said, "and how'd you get that name?" "I don't see how that's any of yours," Naruto said. "I'm just saying it sounds pretty ridiculous to name a child," after the gruff man immediately silenced when he felt a wave of killer intent from Hashi. "Are you insulting my family? Just for giving me the name Hashi?" Hashi said, sounding very menacing. He was really scaring the crap out of the gruff man. "And no, I wasn't, I was just doing my job, being security and all." "Why you understand, right?" The gruff man stuttered with fear. This guy was sweating, Hashi's Kai really made the man almost have a heart attack. Hashi just stood silent for a moment, freaking the gruff man even more, thinking that he was probably going to mutilate him. "Chen. I'm in a good mood today so I'll let it slide. But make any remark of my family or name again and slice your stomach open and gut you like a fish gasping for water and I'll make sure it will be slow. And excruciating." Hashi said as his eyes glowed red and then suddenly Mamoru showed his teeth and growled, making the gruff man jump and freak him out even. Mamoru's teeth and growl along with the red eyes from Hashi made the gruff man think that Hashi was a demon. A demon he shouldn't mess with. "Anyway, we're mercs for hire. Your daimyo should be expecting us," Tetsuo said. Please wait here for a moment," the gruff man said, gaining his composure again, but didn't look at Hashi at all. The gruff man went back to the gate and after a brief conversation with his colleague confirming their story, he gestured for them to come forward. The gate lifted and two were escorted to the daimyo's house, but Hashi decided to get one more scare out of the guy by quickly turning to him with a glare and a growl from Mamoru, effectively scaring the crap out of the guy. As Hashi followed the others, Kaya turned to him. "You can be very mean," Kaya said with a smirk. "Oh come on, you got to admit it was amusing seeing him squirm." Hashi chuckled with a grin, along with Mamoru. Naruto glanced around the town carefully. It was extremely different from the last time he was here. The buildings were reconstructed and more modernized, the people looked somewhat happier than they had been. Though Naruto attributed their lack of true peace to the corrupt leader they had to deal with. He still saw a large amount of people living on the streets and from the looks of the markets, the food was overpriced by a large amount. His thoughts once again went back to Tazuna and Inari. Are they okay? The last time, the old man had missing Nin after him. The same ones next to me. He must be a magnet for trouble if his attitude was anything to infer. A few minutes later, they arrived and saw a rather plump greedy-looking man awaiting them. He was flanked by two thugs. A mental check of the photo they were given confirms it. This was the daimyo. Look at him all plump and fat, no doubt from all of the food he kept for himself, letting the villagers starve. I can't wait to kill him, Naruto thought. Welcome. I'm glad the three of you are joining us. We've been having a real problem with the populace. Damn scum don't know what's good for them, the daimyo said. Naruto stealthily readied a pronged sealed kunai. A subtle nod from Zabuza gave him confirmation. "It's our pleasure," Zabuza said. Not waiting any longer, Naruto threw his pronged kunai at the samurai on the daimyo's left, embedding itself in his throat. In a golden flash, Naruto appeared in front of the frightened daimyo, his hidden blade unsheathed. With unseen speed, the blade impaled the bottom of the large man's jaw, piercing through the roof of his mouth and stabbed into his brain. The man twitched a few times before falling to the ground, dead. Suddenly a samurai charged at Naruto with his blade ready to cut him, but Mamoru jumped out of his hiding spot and bit the man's neck. As the samurai fell, he screamed in pain as Mamoru kept gnawing at his neck, making it bleed. Naruto just ripped out his pronged kunai from the deceased samurai and stabbed the living one with it in his brains, leaving him deceased along with the rest. Zabuza and Haku had effortlessly disposed of all the guards. "Nice work Mamoru, you really helped," Naruto said as he picked up the young fox kid and started petting him. "Told you he was a protector," Naruto said as he turned to Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza just grunted in response as Haku just giggled. The populace gathered around the two nin and within minutes erupted into cheers. It seemed as though they were waiting for something like this to happen and were overjoyed that it did. An old man with a young boy on his back approached them, both grinning widely. Naruto immediately recognized them. "Tazuna. Inari." Thank you," Tazuna exclaimed. "Yeah, thanks a bunch," Inari exclaimed as well. The three nodded. "I'm guessing you're the candidate?" Naruto asked. The old man nodded and Inari grinned. Naruto smiled on the inside but held a cold impassive look. "Take your position. And make sure this country knows peace, Tazuna-san. And if anyone asks how this came to be, only say that a new dawn is coming into the world," Naruto said before the four disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Tazuna smiled softly. "Thank you, Akatsuki." The land of waves was free once more. And by the same person. The four returned to the base. They opened the doors and cheers erupted from their comrades. Naruto pulled his hood off, grinning. Zabuza and Haku, too, were smiling. Obito laughed and smacked Naruto on the back. "I knew you could do it, kid," the Scardicha said, then noticed Mamoru, "And who's this little guy?" "Oh right, this Mamoru, I found him, or more like he found us, and he helped out in the mission. He pretty much saved my butt." Naruto introduced the young fox kid. "Well then, it's nice to meet you Mamoru. Thanks for saving this kid, he's lost without someone watching him," Obito said, getting a yip of agreement from the fox kid and an annoyed look from Naruto. "Oh don't look down on Naruto, I'm just kidding. Sort of. It's not that. At least not completely. It's just that. Since we were in the land of waves, I wanted to travel to the ruins of Uzushiogakure and find scrolls on ceiling and anything else on the Uzumaki clan and their work. But I had to follow through with the mission." Naruto said a little down. "You didn't tell him?" Yahiko asked Obito. "Tell me what?" Naruto asked with new curiosity. "I was going to tell him when he was older," Obito said, giving Yahiko an annoyed glare. "Tell me what sensei?" Naruto asked, starting to get impatient. Obito just sighed. "The truth is, we had some agents travel to the remains of Uzushiogakure to collect scrolls and other important artifacts. Since the Uzumaki clan was feared for their techniques and everyone wished to get their hands on it, we figured to collect them and keep them safe from criminals and corrupt warlords." "So they're here?" Naruto asked with much excitement. "Yes, but I want you to wait for a while before reading them," Obito told the young Uzumaki. "Whatever you say sensei. As long as I get to read and study them soon in my life, then I'm okay with it," Naruto said with a toothy grin. "Good boy," Obito said, ruffling up Naruto's head again. "Anyway Naruto, we'd like you to meet someone," Yahiko said as a dark-skinned man wearing a bandana and sunglasses appeared next to him. "This is Killer B, the Hachibi Jinchuriki," Yahiko said, gesturing to the man beside him. "Yo. It's good to meet you. I'm the one and only Killer B, a vessel of the mighty Hachibi," the man said. Naruto paled when he was wrapped. "This guy reminds me of super bushy brows guy sensei," Naruto thought. "It's nice to meet you, Octopops. I've heard a lot about you and Jaiuki," Naruto said with a smile. He had a blank look on his face. "Jaiuki? So that's Hachibi's name? He never told you?" Naruto said. "He probably never did so he wouldn't use his name in his stupid rhymes," Kurama said in Naruto's mind. "I guess that makes sense, but I would call them stupid," Naruto replied back to the nine-tailed beast through his mind. "Naruto, you're going to be leaving with B on a training trip. Since you are on okay terms with the Nine Tails, he's going to help you tap into your Bijuu's power," Obito said. Naruto nodded. "When?" "Now. Pack your stuff. It could take anywhere from a week to a year, so prepare for that. We'll see you when you get back. By then. Our plans should be ready to be put into action," Yahiko said, hinting at something huge for the Akatsuki. "Alright then. Can I bring Mamoru?" Naruto asked. The more the merrier. Yahiko said as he then handed Naruto a large scroll. That's the key to the seal on your stomach. I had Nagato make it. Good luck. Naruto placed Mamoru on his head and took the key and nodded before leaving to his quarters. After packing and saying his goodbyes, the two traveled to a harbor. There, they took a small boat to an island that was strangely also a turtle. Naruto had met Motoi, who was a man, according to Killer Bee, that could be trusted with even the most important secrets. This allowed Naruto to roam freely around the island and sightsee without his hood. Before he left, Obito had given him a lengthy scroll detailing the most complex transformation he had ever seen. Naruto had a few cage bushins to copy the scroll and work on the technique while he followed Bee to a waterfall. Alright kid. Sit there and focus on nothing but your environment. Clear your thoughts. It will be then that you confront your true self. Motoi said. Naruto did as he was told and sat in front of the waterfall, closing his eyes. Soon, he felt a strange fog appeared around the area and couldn't sense the presence of anyone nearby. He knew he was in his mind now. He opened his eyes to see a carbon copy of himself exit the waterfall, his eyes black and his eyes as red. His dark self laughed. Well, look who it is. Look at you. You're pathetic. Do you think they care about you in the Akatsuki, let alone Konoha? They're probably glad that we're dead. Geez, quit sounding all emo. Naruto said as he glared at his copy. The villagers were blinded by their hatred for Kurama. The old man didn't tell them what I really was. Fear spreads paranoia, which in turn spreads hate. Naruto spat. The darker version of himself just laughed. Oh please. They just hated us for being us. Sasuke team and Sakura-chan wanted nothing to do with you, Naruto. Speaking of which. I bet they're probably fucking now, wouldn't you Ajir? Shut up. Naruto yelled, preparing a Rasengan. His darker self grinned and did the same. Naruto charged and the two met, Rasengan versus Rasengan. They exploded on contact and the two Narutos jumped backwards. The dark Naruto started to chuckle darkly. Look at that, do you really think peace is obtainable? Bullshit. You're a fool for thinking otherwise. Everyone in this rotting world will always be filled with hate and rage that they will be blind to everything else. Look what I just did to you. Love breeds hate. Hate breeds conflict. An unending circle of life filled with everlasting darkness and damnation. One word about your precious Sakura-chan and you were set off. Dark Naruto explained. The real Naruto just sighed. I'm the true Naruto. Your inner feelings and thoughts. Who you really are. You're right. But how do you think I still like Sakura-chan? Naruto asked. His darker self froze. Because I know, deep down, she was kind, considerate and trustworthy. She only did those things because I was an idiot. Same with the villagers. I'm the vessel of the Kyuubi. Civilians wouldn't know the difference between the Bijuu and the Jinchuriki. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything. They scorned us. Sakura team ignored us for the Uchiha. You can't forgive them for that. The dark Naruto yelled, gesturing wildly with his hands. Naruto smiled as his darker self charged at him and he caught him in an embrace. But I already have forgiven them. And so have you. Naruto said. Remember what Sakura-chan said back when we were being crushed by that boulder. She said that she didn't want to leave our side again. That was enough to know she truly did care for us. His darker self's eyes widened and turned blue with tears in his eyes. I wonder though. Do we forgive them because of her? Dark Naruto whispered before he faded away. Naruto then snapped his eyes open, now out of his mind. He turned to Bee and Motoi, grinning. Their eyes widened. Did you already do it? Motoi asked. Naruto nodded. Nice kid, even Bee didn't get it on his first try. He said. The Hachibi vessel grinned, holding his fist out. Hit me up, boss. Bee said. Naruto smirked and bumped his fists with Bee. So what now Octopops? Naruto asked as he picked up Mamoru and put him on his head. Now, we go behind the waterfall. Bee said as he led the three through the waterfall into a massive cavern underneath the mountains. Mamoru growled when he was hit with the water making him all wet and Naruto's head all dry. Sorry Mamoru. Naruto said as he nervously chuckled and scratched the back of his head. As they walked on, they saw carvings of headless statues along the walkway, which led to a large wall with a huge number of designs on it. They walked up to a lion's head. Stick your head in there and pull the lever. If you truly get rid of all the hatred within you, then you will live. If not, you will end up like them. Motoi said, gesturing to the statues. Naruto gulped and nodded. After setting Mamoru down onto the ground, Naruto stuck his head into the mouth of the lion. The others waited for Naruto to pull the lever, but then they heard him scream. Motoi grabbed Naruto and pulled him out to see he was headless. The poor kid. How could this have happened? Motoi thought with a look stricken with horror. Just kidding. Naruto exclaimed as he pulled his shirt down revealing his head. Motoi just turned all white with a blank look on his face. It's a habit. I couldn't help myself. Naruto said. I did the same thing too. Out of habit. Those stone statues are just broken. It's just some wit. Be wrapped. I thought you kept telling me that this was a sacred place. Fools, you fools. Modoi yelled with a freaked out pissed look. The doorway then suddenly opened and the four walked into a strange room that was pure white. It seemed as though they were floating on nothing. Alright kid, sit down and close your eyes. You will appear in front of your Biju. There you will have to tame it. Modoi said, but then felt some killer intent from Naruto, who glared straight at Modoi. Don't you ever call Kurama an it or else I'll rip your tongue out of your mouth. Naruto said menacingly. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that Naruto and his Biju already made peace. B said, turning to a sweating Modoi. Is that so? My apologies. Modoi bowed apologetically to Naruto. Don't apologize to me, apologize to Kurama. Naruto said. Kurama? Modoi asked B. Kyuubi's real name. Turns out all the Biju have a name, check it out. B got into his rapping stance yo, me, the Rappin Killer B and the Hachibi Jaiuki, taking down fools, 1, 2, 3. Our power is all blazing out with a flare, fools, you fools beware. B finished getting looks from the others. That was cool. Naruto exclaimed with a grin getting an are you serious look from Modoi and Mamoru. I gotta come up with a rap for me and Kurama. Don't you even dare. The Biju King yelled inside Naruto's mind. Alright, fine, I won't, Naruto said out loud. I'm guessing Kyuubi doesn't agree. Modoi said. Isn't it obvious? Naruto said. So if you and the Kyuubi are already in sync, then why are you here? Modoi asked. I want to free Kurama from the seal that my 2chan placed on him. I want to be full-fledged partners. Naruto said with much determination. But what if he doesn't agree? Modoi asked. Then at least he'll be free. I don't like the fact that he's behind a cage, like a prisoner. Naruto said. Modoi, B and Mamoru smiled at this they're going to go far they thought. Alright, it's time to meet up with the Kyuubi, fools, you fools B said with a smirk. Naruto sat down, but before he closed his eyes, Mamoru jumped on top of his head. Naruto closed his eyes and entered his mindscape. Naruto opened his eyes and to see he was in his mindscape and that he was in front of Kurama's cage. Kurama opened his red, slitted eyes to see Naruto and someone else. I see you brought the little kidling as well, Naruto. Kurama said, grinning. Naruto raised his eyebrow and looked down to see Mamoru, who was gazing at the giant nine-tailed fox king with awe. Mamoru? How'd he get here? Naruto asked in confusion. It seems that your chakra became linked when he made contact with you, right before you entered your mindscape. Kurama said, but suddenly he felt something rubbing against his paw. He looked down to see it was Mamoru with. Kurama had his eyes widened and a blush on his face. Naruto burst out laughing at the sight. Oh man, hahaha, that's so cute, hahaha, he imprinted on you. Naruto said laughing out loud. Shut up. Kurama exclaimed, grabbing Mamoru and placing him back on Naruto's head. Naruto started getting the fox's attention before I opened the seal. I want you to know that one of my goals, besides attaining world peace and becoming Hokage, is getting rid of all that hatred inside of you. He said, surprising the Biju king. Why? Kurama asked curiously. Naruto just smiled because we're friends. And friends help each other in any way, no matter what the cost. I promise I'll get rid of all of it Kurama. And I never break, especially not to a friend. Because that's my ninja way. Naruto exclaimed, pounding his chest with a grin. Kurama was floored. He didn't expect his vessel to actually consider him a friend and was showing genuine concern for him. Friendship was completely foreign to him. Kurama sensed any negative emotions in the young blonde but froze when he sensed nothing. Where is all that hatred you had harbored over the years? All the hatred and distaste that was bred by those maggots in the village that scorned us, belittled us and hurt us. I am my true self Kurama. Remember when I said we were the same? This just proves that it's not too late for you. I believe in you Kurama. Naruto said with a smile and Mamoru yipped in agreement. Kurama was just speechless. No one had ever believed in him before, except for his creator. Now for your freedom. Naruto said before unzipping his cloak and high collar shirt. The seal appeared on his well-defined abs and the key appeared on his right arm. Naruto, you don't have to free me. Kurama said. You're right. I don't have to. Naruto placed hand on his stomach. Naruto then turned his hand. The seal on Kurama's cage had opened as the barred gates opened, freeing the mighty Biju. Kurama walked up to Naruto and Mamoru and smiled. Thank you, Naruto Kurama said. That's what friends are for. Naruto replied smiling. Kurama just smiled at Naruto, but then had a look of shock. You've got to be kidding me, Kurama said with the look of shock still evident on his face. What's wrong, Kurama? Naruto asked him. Kurama, huh? I had a feeling that giant furball had a name. A male voice said behind Naruto. Suddenly two hands grabbed both of Naruto's shoulders. "We'll take a hit from Kyuubi, Databane," a female voice had said. Suddenly, blinding light engulfed both Naruto and Mamoru. As the light faded, Naruto jumped away from the hands to notice he was in a white room, just like the room he entered after his little headless trick. "Naruto." Naruto heard his name from a pair of voices. Naruto slowly turned towards the source of voices. As he faced the source, he saw a tall man with cerulean eyes and blonde hair, just like his, except the man had long bangs draping the sides of his face, and beside the man was a beautiful woman with violet eyes and long beautiful red hair. Naruto was speechless, he knew who the man standing in front of him was. "Dad?" Naruto said, getting a smile from the man. "Mom?" he said, turning to the woman who was also smiling at him. Naruto's lips started to quiver and his eyes were all teary. "It's good to see you again," the woman started to speak but was interrupted when she and the man were tackled into a hug. "I've always wanted to meet you guys," Adebayo Naruto said with tears streaming down his eyes. "You really are my son," Kushina said with a smile, while Minato chuckled. Naruto pulled away from them and smiled. "I've got so many questions to ask you, but you're not staying for long, are you?" Naruto said with a frown on his face. "I'm afraid so," Minato said as he and Kushina also had frowns on their faces. "Then, I really want to know. How did you guys fall in love?" Naruto asked, making the two blush. It's a bit embarrassing," Kushina said, blushing from embarrassment. "Embarrassing? I thought it was really cute." Minato laughed. Kushina glared at her husband. "Ibaka!" she yelled, punching Minato in the head. Naruto's eyes widened, in an instant he saw an image of himself and Sakura. Naruto then smiled and started to cry. His parents looked at him with concern. "Then Naruto, are you okay?" Kushina said, worrying about her child. Suddenly Naruto started to laugh, making his parents confused. "What's so funny?" "Nothing, Mom, it's just. You remind me of Sakura-chan when you hit Dad like that," Naruto said, still chuckling a bit. "I mean, you're just as beautiful as her too," he said, making his mother blush. "Oh, well thank you," Kushina smiled. "So anyway," Naruto started. "Oh right, well you see, your father and I were both still little kids." Kushina started. "I had just moved from Yuzushiogakure and entered the academy as a new transfer student. At the time, I was placed in the same class as your father. She first thought that I was girly and undependable." Minato said your mother then blurted out that she wanted to be the first female Hokage. "Which isn't a good thing for someone to just say when they just transferred to a new village, it makes you seem snobby." Kushina lectured your father then stood and said that he wanted to become Hokage and be respected by everyone. "I wasn't trying to challenge your mother if that's what you're thinking right now," Minato quickly said. "It just sounded like a joke to me," Kushina said. "What? But Dad seems so powerful in what I read about him," Naruto said. "I know. But I was still young and didn't know anything back then, so I looked down on Minato," Kushina said, until a certain incident happened. "An incident?" Naruto asked. "I used to really hate my red hair. But after the incident, I started to like it," she said with a smile, rubbing some of her locks of hair. "What happened?" Naruto asked with curiosity and anticipation. "I have a slightly special chakra. And I was kidnapped by Kumagakure because of it," she said. "You were kidnapped?" "They suddenly captured me and took me away to Kumo and I wasn't able to put up much of a fight," Kushina said, "but I knew I had to do something. In order to leave a trail behind while I was being led away. I snipped off and dropped strands of my hair. Carefully, so the enemy wouldn't notice. Konoha immediately put together search parties, but they had a hard time finding me. We were almost to the border and I thought I was done for. But then." Kushina then felt Minato grab her hand with his own, intertwining their fingers together. She looked at her husband with a smile that he gladly returned. "Was that when?" Naruto said, getting excited. "Yep, your father was the one who rushed to my side and rescued me." Kushina smiled. "It wasn't difficult." Minato said, "After all, your mother's hair is so beautiful that I will never forget it," he said, staring lovingly at his wife. Kushina hugged Minato and rested her head on his shoulder. "Yeah, Mom's hair sure is pretty." Naruto smiled with a blush. "That day, I knew your father really would be a great shinobi. I realized that he could make all my dreams come true. And that he could change me. The red hair that I had always hated had brought me the man of my dreams. My hair became my red thread of destiny." Kushina smiled at the memory. "After that I grew to love my hair. And more importantly, I fell in love with Minato." Naruto smiled and then started to think Mom and Dad. "They remind me so much of me and Sakura-chan." Then. "Does that mean that we?" Naruto Kushina said her son's name got his attention. "There are certain words that I only bestow to those who compliment my hair. Will you accept them?" Naruto nodded in response to Naruto. "I love you." Naruto's eyes widened with shock. "Wow. I feel so calm. And happy. Naruto smiled before he tackled his parents into a hug with tears of joy in his eyes. I love you too, Ka-san, Two-chan. He spoke the words he always dreamed of saying. Both his parents smiled with joy, happy that their child loved them as well. As Naruto released his parents, he looked at them, mom and dad, about what happened on the day of Kurama's forced attack. We know. Minato got Naruto's attention and told Obito that we forgive him. I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that. Naruto said with a smile, and I'm guessing you also know about Tsunade-bachan and Iro-senin. Yeah. It was pretty surprising. Minato said. Shocking is more like it. Your father froze when he heard Obito tell you. Kushina said. Are you alright, Dad? Naruto asked his father. Yeah. Like you, Naruto, I've always wanted to meet my own parents. Who would have thought they have been by my side this whole time? Minato said with a lone tear going down his eye. At least you got the chance to meet them and get to know them. Naruto said. Something I wished for you, Naruto. Minato said a bit saddened. What are you talking about? I finally got to meet you guys, and I know enough about the two of you. Naruto said you two are strong and awesome shinobi, you put others before yourselves, you never let anything demean your will, you truly do love each other with all your hearts. And you love me. With all our hearts. They both said in unison. I just wish your sister was here. Kushina said with sadness. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. I have a sister? Naruto asked with shock. Kushina and Minato nodded. It turns out, I was pregnant with twins. You and your sister, Akane. Kushina said. What happened to her? Naruto was anxious to find the only other family he had left in this world, besides his grandparents. When I used the Shiki Fujin, I split the Kyuubi's chakra. His name's Kurama, Dad. Naruto interrupted. Naruto, don't interrupt people. Kushina lectured her son. Sorry, Mom. Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. It's alright, Naruto, you were just looking out for a friend. Minato said, still in disbelief that Naruto actually became friends with the Biju King anyway. I split Kurama's chakra in half. You were given his Yang chakra, while Akane had his Yin. But what happened to her? Naruto asked. I'm afraid we don't know. Minato said. He turned to see Kushina in tears, so he hugged her. So? Does that mean? She's. Naruto said with sadness in his voice. No. The three turned to see Kurama. Kurama? How did you get here? Naruto asked. Does it really matter? I guess not. Naruto said. Kyuubi? What are you talking about? Kushina asked with renewed hope inside her. Even though my chakra was separated, I am still connected to it and I still sense my chakra. It is mixed with another. The chakra of an Uzumaki. A female. And her chakra is just like yours, Kushina. Kurama said. So? She's alive. She's alive. Naruto started jumping for joy. He then turned to his parents. Mom, Dad, I promise I'll find Akane. That's my promise of a lifetime, believe it. Hushin started shedding tears. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I am so sorry that we couldn't be there for you. Don't blame yourselves. Kurama said, surprising the two older shinobi. You tried your best to stay alive, but still through the whole thing, you protected your children at the cost of your lives. That is a lot to the kids. Isn't that right, Naruto? Naruto nodded. Yeah. You guys died for me and Akane, you loved us so much. I'm happy that I'm your son, and wherever Akane is, I'm sure, no, I know that she's happy to be your daughter. Naruto said with his trademark foxy grin. Both his parents had tears of joy in their eyes. They then hugged him with so much love. Naruto. They both said. Thank you for making me a father. Minato said. And I am a mother. Kushina said. Thank you. The two said for being born to us. Please don't leave me. Naruto said with tears going down his face as he held his parents tightly. Kurama looked at the three with concern. Naruto was the only being besides the sage who created him that showed him true kindness and actually considered him a friend. He had an idea. I have an idea, the Fox King said. The three looked up to see Kurama put up his fist like B does. Put your fists onto mine. Minato and Kushina were a bit weary, but Naruto trusted his best friend with all his heart and did as he said, along with Mamoru. You too as well. Seeing no evil intentions behind it, Minato and Kushina placed their fists onto Kurama's. Suddenly the four then felt an incredible power course within them, suddenly the four were engulfed into golden flames. They looked at themselves to see that their bodies had changed into pure golden flames that felt so lively, so warm. It was incredible and beautiful. What happened? Naruto asked. All three. Kurama then heard a yip. Sorry, I mean all four of you now have my chakra within you. Minato, Kushina, your chakra now flows within me, which means that now, you can stay within Naruto, as long as he may live. Naruto, Minato and Kushina had tears of joy pouring out of their eyes as they gave each other a family hug. I'm so happy. Naruto cried. He then separated from his parents and ran to Kurama and hugged his paw. "Thank you, Kurama. This means so much to me." Naruto thanked his best friend with tears of joy pouring out of his eyes. "You're welcome, just stop hugging Kurama," but Naruto still hugged him. Minato, Kushina and Mamoru then joined him, thankful to the Biju King. Minato and Kushina for making them stay with their son from now on, and Mamoru for making Naruto so happy. "Okay, you could stop now." But they just continued on making Kurama sigh. Outside of Naruto's mindscape, B and Modoi were staring at Naruto. B had a smile on his face because thanks to Jaiuki's help, he could see what's going on in Naruto's mind because of the mental link he had with the fox inside. "What do you think is going on in there?" Modoi asked his best friend. "Something unbelievable," B said with a smile. Suddenly Naruto's eyes opened wide as he exclaimed "Yada," with a huge grin on his face. Modoi jumped a bit at the sudden outburst, while B still smiled astonished at what went down in Naruto's mind. "Looks like the kid really did change the Kyuubi. But to the lengths that he would actually do something like that is unbelievable," Jaiuki said to his vessel. "So does this mean that you and the Kurama are partners now?" Modoi asked. "Yeah, but he isn't going to give me full control yet. He wants to see how far I'll go in my goal for peace, but he is going to give me a bit of his chakra from time to time." The blonde answered. "Check this out." "Ready, Mamoru?" Naruto exclaimed, getting a yip in response. Naruto and Mamoru then called upon Kurama's chakra and both their bodies burst into pure golden flames. The two could sense B and Modoi's emotions and they felt stronger, faster and all around better. Kurama's voice echoed from within their minds. "Alright, you two, listen, be wary of this form. It casts a large chakra signature and it will only last about 10 minutes with the amount of chakra I'm supplying you, understand?" The two mentally nodded to Kurama. Suddenly, Mamoru started running around the room at an incredible speed. He looked like a living bolt of lightning. "What kind of powers do you have, Kurama?" Naruto thought. The beast chuckled from within his mind. "The one you can do in that mode is my most powerful. The tailed beast ball," Kurama said. "I like the sound of that," Naruto thought with excitement, making Kurama chuckle within Naruto's mind. "The created is much like your Rasengan, though you must balance the correct chakra ratio of 8:2, positive to negative." Naruto nodded to him. "Octo Pops, Kurama says I can create a tailed beast ball. Any advice before I go for it?" Naruto asked his senpai. The Hichibi vessel nodded. "Yo, to assist in making it, imagine the chakra forming arms. It helps in balancing the ratio." Naruto nodded and did so, and two large claws sprung from his back and hung in front of him. He grinned and began to form a Rasengan. Instead of swirling balls of chakra forming, however, purple, red, and blue spheres started to form together. "Hey. This is actually pretty easy," but suddenly the ball became so unstable that it exploded in Naruto's face. "Yo!" Naruto yelled as he flew back, landing with a grunt. "Naruto!" Minato and Kushina screamed their son's name in worry and concern. "I'm okay, don't worry, all I feel is an aftershock, nothing to worry about," Naruto said as he got up, with Mamoru appeared by his side. B's jaw was slacking and Modoi looked shocked. You actually formed it," Modoi exclaimed. B nodded in agreement enthusiastically. The kid was just full of surprises. Naruto jumped to his feet and for the next month he continued to practice the tailed beast ball and his techniques and also trained his teamwork with Mamoru with Kurama's chakra. The three stood at the docks outside of the island. Naruto shook Modoi's hand. "It was nice meeting and training with you, Modoi." Mamoru yipped in agreement. "Likewise, Naruto Uzumaki. I look forward to meeting you and Mamoru again. I bid you and the Akatsuki good luck on your mission for peace," Modoi said smiling. He then bumped fists with B before pulling him into a brotherly hug. "Be safe, B-san," he said. B nodded while grinning. Naruto had almost mastered the tailed beast ball. It was severely unstable, but Naruto could hold it for 15 seconds without it exploding. He also could control the power of the explosion. He and Mamoru had also made use of Kurama's chakra and made a few teamwork attacks that were pretty deadly. Thanks to Kurama's power flowing within Mamoru, the young fox kid was a super fox. The transformation that Obito had given him was completely understood and Naruto and Mamoru practiced with it. It completely changed the outward appearance of the user and could only be dispelled by a strong, direct hit to the chest. It also altered the user's chakra signature, which was good for the two. Their chakra reserves were getting enormously high. The two, donned in their cloaks, stepped onto the boat. Naruto placed Mamoru onto his head and pulled his hood over him and his head and they sailed off, back to the Land of Fire and the Akatsuki's base. They arrived a week later and walked into the compound. Yahiko and Obito were there to greet them, looking completely serious. "Well? How did it go?" Obito asked, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Naruto had eventually gotten over the melted part of his face. Don't get him wrong, he's not judging, after all the left his face was similar to his, but it was something to get used to. Obito had told him the whole story and it only increased the blonde's amount of respect for him, but it was incredibly unbelievable that they both earned their crushed scars from saving their teammates from getting crushed by a boulder. It was like Naruto was always chasing after Obito's shadow. I had freed Kurama from his prison. He has entrusted Mamoru and I with some of his chakra to see what we can do with it and what we use it for. I plan to get rid of his hatred completely. I want to work together with him. If I do well with his chakra, then he and I will finally be full-fledged partners. Naruto said proudly. The two leaders of Akatsuki stared at him, stunned, but then grinned. Obito ruffled his hair. Good work, Naruto. Obito said with a grin. Was there any doubt? Naruto asked rhetorically. Not from me, Naruto. Obito genuinely smiled at Naruto, who returned his own. Naruto was happy that he had his father within him now, but Obito would always have a place in his heart as a second father, and same with Rin as a second mother. Hiko then patted him on the shoulder, a rub on the head from Mamoru, who was still planted on his head, while B gave him the thumbs up and walked deeper into the base to talk to the other members. Naruto. Our plans are coming together. We, along with Nagato, are going to be training you to the bone and sending you on mildly high-ranked missions for 9 months. At the end of those 9 months, Akatsuki is going to go public. Yahiko said, with a proud smile. Naruto couldn't help but return it. Akatsuki was his true home. Naruto, Obito, and Rin were sitting at the dining room table, while Mamoru was on the floor chewing on a bone. Naruto had been living with them ever since he first joined Akatsuki. At first he didn't want to impose, but Obito and Rin insisted. And how could he ever say no to them, after all, they saved his life. Getting rid of all of Kurama's hatred isn't going to be easy for Naruto-kun. Rin said with a smile, happy that Naruto was finally home again. Neither is world peace, but we're going to get it, I just know it. Naruto said with a proud smile. The two smiled back at him, but then noticed him frowning. What's wrong with Naruto-kun? Rin asked. Well. I hope you don't get mad at me. But I left something out in the report. Naruto said a bit nervous. What exactly is it? Obito asked with a serious look. After I freed Kurama. I finally met them. My real mom and dad. Naruto told them. Obito and Rin's eyes widened. Well, don't leave us in suspense, what happened? Rin was anxious to hear what Naruto spoke to her old sensei and his wife about. Well, they told me how they fell in love. Oh, I bet it was romantic. Rin said with an excited grin. Yeah, it was. Naruto smiled. They also told me that I have a twin sister. That shocked Rin and Obito. It turns out that dad split Kurama's chakra and placed both halves inside of me and my sister, Akane. I think she was kidnapped after mom and dad had. You know. Kurama sensed the other half of his chakra somewhere out there in the world and it's mixed with a female Uzumaki that has chakra that's just like mom's, which means that she's still out there, alive. And I plan to find her, no matter what. That's my promise of a lifetime to my parents and I plan to keep it because that's my mind, believe it. Naruto exclaimed proudly. Obito and Rin smiled. And we'll help you find her. Obito said. It's the least I could do for sensei and Kushina-sama after what I had done. Obito frowned as Rin hugged him. But Obito. Mom and dad forgive you. They told me themselves. Naruto said. I'm sorry Naruto, but I just can't believe that. Not after what I've done. Obito said with much sadness in his voice. Naruto didn't want to see his surrogate father like this, he tried thinking of something. Hey kid, I have an idea to make the sulking Uchiha stop his bitching. Kurama said. Naruto listened attentively and started to smile. Naruto then made his signature hand sign. Page Bushin no Jutsu. Naruto called out his signature as two clones appeared. Rin and Obito were confused as to why Naruto did this. Naruto walked up to his clones and placed a hand on each of them. Suddenly golden flames engulfed the two. As the flames disappeared, there standing in front of them was Minato and Kushina. Rin and Obito were in shock. Long time no see you two. Minato said with a cheerful grin. You've both grown. Sensei? Is that really you? Rin exclaimed with tears of joy in her eyes. Yep. Minato said. Obito stood up from the table and walked towards his sensei and examined him. It really is you. Isn't it? Obito said in disbelief. Suddenly Obito was punched in the head by Kushina, surprising everyone. Mom? Would you do that? Naruto exclaimed in shock. That was for being a baka. Kushina said, rubbing her fist. I deserved that. Obito said with a down expression, but he suddenly felt a kiss on his cheek. He looked up to see it was Kushina who did it. And that was for saving my son and taking care of him. Kushina said with a smile on her face. Obito then felt a hand on his head. He turned to see it was his sensei. Thank you Obito. For watching Naruto. Minato said with an appreciative smile. How? How can you both forgive me after what I've done? Obito asked with so much disbelief that his sensei and Kushin could forgive him so easily. Obito. Minato said, taking his hand off of his old student's head, I've watched you grow up back when we were a part of Team 7, you're a good boy, or man now. I know that the only way you'd ever do something so horrible was if you were being controlled by someone else to do so. But I did it on my own free will. I took you away from Naruto and destroyed your family, making his life a misery. I'm. Are you sorry? Minato asked. What? Obito asked. Are you sorry? Minato repeated. Obito started to cry. So very, very sorry, sensei. Then I forgive you. Minato said with a smile. Same with me, Kushina said. Obito looked at them with shock. And besides. Minato ruffled Naruto's head. You saved our son and raised him to be a fine shinobi. Unlike Kakashi. Kushina added, wanting to beat the living crap out of the copy nin. And for that, I am grateful. Minato said. As I am, Kushina said. The two smiled at him. Now do you believe me? Naruto said with a grin. Naruto, Obito started. Naruto looked at him but was shocked when he then hugged him. Thank you. Obito said, starting to cry. Anytime, sensei. Naruto said, hugging him back. They separated as Rin started to get up and walk to her sensei, giving both him and Kushina a hug. I'm so happy to see you both again. She said with tears of joy. Same here. I'm so happy you're alive again, Rin. Minato said as he and Kushina hugged the brunette. I was just about to cook dinner, would you two like to join? Rin asked, hoping they'd say yes. Why not? Minato said with a smile. I'll help you cook. Kushina said. Oh no, Kushina-sama, you are my guest. Rin said. I insist on Rin-chan. Kushin said. Rin smiled as she and Kushina left for the kitchen. So you are now within Naruto? Obito asked as he and the two blondes sat down. Yep. And it was all thanks to Kyuubi no Kitsune, Kurama. Minato said with a happy smile. Sensei. I promise that I too will also look for a cane, you have my word. Obito said with much determination in his voice. I know, Obito. Minato said with a genuine smile. Naruto was happy. He made Obito happy and he was spending time with his family. It was nice, but it would have been better if his old team was with him. I wonder how they're doing. Naruto thought as he looked out the window. At training ground 7 in Konoha, Sasuke Uchiha was panting after the spare he had done with Kakashi. You're improving. Kakashi said. And I'm just going to get better. Sasuke said with a confident smirk. Kakashi just smirks as well underneath his mask. He has inherited Naruto's will. An undying determination and he carries the will of fire proudly. Are you watching Naruto? You're making him, and no doubt Sakura, stronger. It's all thanks to you that Sasuke is straying from his path of vengeance. Kakashi smiled. I think that's enough for today, Sasuke. You don't want your body to quit on you, right? Kakashi said. Sasuke sheathed his okatana before he bowed to his sensei and left the training grounds for home. He's actually showing respect. Jiraiya said, appearing next to Kakashi. It's all thanks to him. Kakashi said. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. As Sasuke walked towards his home, he looked towards the stars. I promise Naruto, I will beat my hatred, I will grow strong, and I will protect Sakura. Rest assured brother, I will not fail you. Sasuke thought with a smile and a lone tear going down his eye. At another training ground, Sakura was panting hard. Ever since she started training under Tsunade, she was given one hell of a training regime. Every day she felt as if she was on the brink of death, but she never gave up, Naruto wouldn't give up, and neither would she. Tsunade stared at her pupil with a proud smile. Tsunade had been pushing Sakura so hard that anyone else would just give, but she still fought on. Still not giving up? Tsunade asked. No. Never. Sakura exclaimed. Naruto-kun wouldn't and neither will, Shanaru. Believe it. Sakura yelled at her and Naruto's phrases with pride and thrust her fist. Tsunade had tears in her eyes. Just look at her, Naruto. You made her this way. We'd give anything to have you back, but I am so happy that she adopted your will. Hey, are you okay, Tsunade Shishu? Sakura asked with concern. Yes, of course. Tsunade said, wiping away her tears. That's enough for today, Sakura. Go home and rest, you deserved it. Thank you, Tsunade Shishu. Sakura bowed to her sensei before leaving for home. Tsunade then felt a pair of arms around her. She's also gotten stronger thanks to the kid. Jiraiya said, putting his chin on Tsunade's shoulder. Yeah. She sure has. Tsunade agreed, going deeper into the embrace. On her way home, Sakura looked up into the stars. Naruto-kun. I promise, I will get stronger and be worthy of your sacrifice. Just keep watching my Shugo no Tenshi. Sakura then blew a kiss to her guardian angel, wherever he may be. After helping Rin with the dishes, Naruto started to head to bed. His parents had already returned back to him after they had dinner. "Good night you guys," Naruto said before heading to bed. "Good night Naruto-kun, sweet dreams." Rin wished him good night with a warm smile. "Night kid." Obito said with a smile. As Naruto closed his door, Rin and Obito headed to bed themselves. "Obito." Rin said her boyfriend's name as she changed. Obito replied, sort of. "Remember what Naruto said earlier?" She asked him. "He says a lot of things." Obito said with a smirk. "He called Minato-sensei and Kushina-sama his real parents." She said sitting on her side of the bed. "Well, they are his real parents." Obito said sitting next to her on his side. "Yes, but does that mean that he thinks of us as?" Obito realized what she meant and smiled as he then held her. "I guess he does." He said with a genuine smile on his face. Rin smiled at him as well. They kissed goodnight, turned off the lights and went to bed. In Naruto's room, Mamoru lay sleeping on the blonde's bed as the young grabbed a sketch pad. He grew a hobby of sketching. It brought him peace and Rin loved all of his sketches, which always brought a smile to his face that his surrogate mother loved his creations. Naruto kept turning the pages until he found what he was looking for and smiled. Sakura walked into her bedroom and immediately undressed down to her underwear. She sat down on her bed and grabbed her picture of Team 7. Her eyes shimmered with sadness and joy as she stared at Naruto's face. He was making that annoyed look that was directed at Sasuke, but she thought it was cute and it always made her giggle. She kissed Naruto's picture and lay down on her bed holding the picture to her chest, as she did every night. "Good night, Naruto-kun," she said before falling asleep. Naruto stared at a sketch of Sakura he made from memory and it looked just like her. His eyes shimmered with sadness and joy as he stared at Sakura's perfect face. She looked beautiful as always, which always made him smile. He kissed the sketch of Sakura's forehead and lay down on his bed holding the sketchbook to his chest, as he does every night. "Good night, Sakura-chan," he said before falling asleep. Naruto woke up to see he was 8 again and he was laying on a dirt path. He then saw a shadow hovering over him. He turned around to see a pink-haired 8-year-old girl. "Sakura-chan." The young blonde said her name. Sakura smiled at him and offered him her hand. Naruto smiled and took her hand and was lifted up from the ground. The two just smiled at each other and started walking down the path together. Minato and Kushina watched on as Naruto and Sakura walked down the endless path together. And in the real world the two laid in their beds smiling happily at the beautiful dream they both were having. Chapter 3. The of Tokigakure and Redemption. In a secured area, there were guards everywhere. Their job, protect this man who helps fund a Togakure with supplies. In exchange, he gets money, land, and all the women he wants. Inside a hallway, two guards were conversing with each other. "So who are we supposed to protect this guy from?" One guard said. "You know, assassins, angry mobs, the usual." The other said. "I don't see why Orochimaru-sama doesn't kill this guy." "Probably because the old snake bastard's really desperate," said a voice. "What? What did you say?" One of the guards looked at the other but watched in horror as blood flowed down his mouth and nose and then slowly his head fell off from his neck. The guard was so scared that he wanted to scream, but he never got the chance as a hand burst through his chest, holding his heart before crushing it. After the hand was ripped out, the dead guard fell onto the floor in a pool of his and the other guard's blood. Standing over the bodies was a man wearing a black cloak with red clouds on it and hood over his head. He looked down at the corpses with red glowing eyes. "Pitiful scum," he said before he disappeared. "Alright everyone, look alive." An Odo Nin wearing bulky armor addressing 20 other Odo Nin. No doubt he was in command of them. "We are to protect this man with our very lives," but before he could finish, he was crushed by a hooded man landing on him and was stabbed through the head with a kunai. The man twisted and turned the kunai really into brains. The 20 Odo Nin looked in horror as their commander was killed effortlessly. The man slowly stood up revealing his red glowing eyes and what looked like horns coming out of his head. The Odo Nin were scared shitless as they all thought he was a demon. The man cracked his neck making them jump at the sounds of his bones crunching. The man stared at them without saying a word, frightening them. Then suddenly 2 trench knives came out of his sleeves and into his grip. The man just stared at them and said. "It's my lucky day," he said darkly with excitement as chakra manifested into the blades extending them into long swords made of chakra. The man then dashed at them and started massacring them. The frightened Odo Nin fell to the floor and scrambled to the wall as he saw his fellow shinobi get massacred. The hooded man hacked through them all, cutting their limbs off and decapitating them. He saw the man stab both of the eyes of an Odo Nin and left him screaming on the floor bleeding out. He saw him grab one of their heads and snap their neck effortlessly. He saw it cut one of the Odo Nin's arms off and grabbed it just to repeatedly beat another Odo Nin with it into a bloody pulp. He pierced his hand straight into an Odo Nin's back and ripped his spine out and then stabbed another Odo Nin through the head with the vertebrae. Never had he seen such horror, and he was there only stood one more Odonin besides him, who stood with a kunai in his hand, but he was trembling like a leaf. Just like him, this Odonin was frightened of the demon man. The hooded man just stood there like a statue, no. Like a hawk eyeing its prey, toying with it with fear. Just looking at him with those soulless eyes just made the Odonin feel like voiding his bowels before his death even came. As the Odonin stared into his eyes, he felt he was staring straight into depths of hell. Seeing the fires of destruction and torturous horror inside those eyes. Taunting him, haunting him with the horrible actions he had done over the years. It was too much for me. Too much. He couldn't take it anymore. The Odonin stabbed himself in the throat. He committed suicide out of fear that was only influenced by a single stare. Pathetic scum. Committing suicide from just a stare, how pitiful. But then again. You weren't the first. The hooded man said. The Odonin watched in horror as the hooded man approached him. In fear, the Odonin grabbed his legs and started to quiver in a fetal position. The hooded man stopped in front of the Odonin and crouched in front of him with his red glowing eyes staring at his own. Where is he? The hooded man demanded answers. He's just behind that door. The Odonin quickly answered with fear evident in his voice. The man thanked him before he stabbed him in the brain with a kunai. On the other side of the door, a man in a green business suit who had a bit of a girth and only had hair around the dome of his head, but not the top, was trying to rape a girl who kept kicking and crying. Suddenly the door was kicked open. What the hell? The green-suited man yelled. There entering the room was a hooded man whose only part of his face that was showing were his red soulless eyes and horns at the top of his head. The suited man was paralyzed with fear, thinking that this thing must be the Shinigami. The girl he was holding took the opportunity of getting out of his hold by kicking him in the groin. She then ran out of the room, running straight past the hooded man who just stood there staring at the suited scumbag, holding his crotch. Who the fuck are you? The suited man yelled. Suddenly he heard the girl who kicked him scream. He looked past the hooded man to see the bodies of the Odonin that were supposed to protect. He looked on in fear as he saw all the brutal ways they were killed. He then noticed the man walking towards him. Reacting in fear, the suited man grabbed a kunai. Stay away. I may not look at it, but I am pretty handy with a kunai. Do you know who I am? Izo Yurio, weapon supplier, loves to torture innocents in private and rape young girls and women, not caring for age. You are funding for protection. A very foolish decision. The hooded man said in a monotone voice. Izo was shaking like a leaf. This man, no, this thing, knew who he was and what he loves to do. He was scared shitless. The hooded man stopped right in front of him and stared at him with his soulless eyes. Now kid. The hooded man said. Suddenly a fox kit jumped out of the top of the man's hood and bit onto Kaizo's neck, sending him to the ground. The fox kit bit so deep into his neck that as it pulled away, he ripped a chunk of meat from Kaizo's neck. Izo screamed as he grabbed his wounded bleeding neck. He tried to grab the kunai that was on the floor, but the horned man slammed his foot on Kaizo's arm. Kaizo looked up at the man, only to be frozen in fear as he saw what he looked like without his hood. He saw what looked like a mask. It looked demonic. It had a pair of horns on the top of its head, a spike coming out of the chin, 2 pairs of fangs, 1 pair on his top teeth and another on the bottom, a pair of nostrils, but no nose, and finally, bandage wrappings over his eyes, but you could still see the red glow of his eyes. Kaizo was so terrified that he voided his bowels. The masked man firmly placed his foot on Kaizo's elbow and then grabbed his forearm. Kaizo knew what he was planning to do. No. No. No, 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 the masked man then pulled the forearm, ripping it out from its socket, making it bend the wrong way. Kaizo screamed at the top of his lungs that everyone in the area heard it. The demon man grabbed Kaizo and slammed his head onto the corner of a table, making it bleed, then slammed his face through the nearest window, cutting his entire face, making it bleed. Kaizo's bleeding was then turned toward the demon man, facing him. The last thing Kaizo ever saw was the demon's face and his soul-piercing eyes, before the demon man took his thumbs and stabbed them right through Kaizo's eyes, gouging them. Kaizo kept on screaming at the intense pain he was feeling, but he was silenced for good when the demon man twisted Kaizo's head, successfully snapping his neck. The demon man released Kaizo, letting him fall to the ground. The demon man stared at the corpse with his soulless glowing red eyes. The young fox kid walked by his side staring at the corpse as well. The demon man reached a finger into his earhole and said mission accomplished. Target. Kaizo Yurio has been eliminated. Roger that Hashi. Meet you back at base. Said a male voice on the other line he had. Hashi bent down and grabbed the fox kit and placed him on his head, then pulled the hood over him and his head. Hashi then turned to see the girl still there, frozen in fear at the sight of the bodies in front of her. He made his way to her and touched her shoulder, making her flinch. Let's get you out of here. Hashi said as he and the girl were engulfed in a yellow flash. Odo-nin ran all the way towards where they heard the scream to see the corpses of the Odo-nin that were assigned to protect Kaizo. The Odo-nin froze in horror and disgust at the sight, some even puked. Some of them got out of their horrified state. "Take the bodies," said an Odo-nin wearing bulky armor and a giant rope tied in a knot around his waist ordered. "Yes, General Dai." The ones who got out of their daze said. Dai looked at the bodies with a glare. Whoever did this was skilled and a master at killing. "General Dai. You better come and see this, sir," said one of the Odo-nins. Dai walked into the next room to see the bloody, man-handled corpse of Kaizo Yurio. "Looks like the work of an assassin, a rather sloppy one." Dai said, "Well boys, that only leaves one question." They all turned to him. "Who's going to be the lucky one to tell Orochimaru-sama about Kaizo's unfortunate happening?" Everyone froze. Shouldn't you be the one to do that, sir?" asked an Odo-nin. "I have other things that I must attend to. But you on the other hand seem to have some free time on your hands. You tell Orochimaru-sama." Dai said. "But sir," the Odo-nin was cut off by a stab to the throat. "Never talk back to your commanding officer," Dai said as he ripped his kunai out of the now dead Odo-nin's neck. He turned around and pointed at another Odo-nin. "You there. You tell Orochimaru-sama." The chosen Odo-nin gulped. "Why yes, General Dai." He answered in fear of getting stabbed to death as well. Far away from the area, a flash of gold appeared and as it vanished, in its place was Hashi and the girl. The girl moved away from Hashi and just stared at him. "You're free now. Go back to your village. A new dawn is entering the world." And with that, Hashi vanished in a flash of yellow light. The girl cried tears of joy and had a happy smile on her face. "Arigato," the young girl said, as she then made her way back to her home village nearby. Hashi and the fox kid made their way back to the base, where he met Yahiko and Obito. "It is done," Hashi said in monotone. "Good," Yahiko said. "And could you show a little emotion in your voice?" "Hashi is a soldier for peace who must never show emotion," Hashi said. "Oh, cut the crap, Naruto, and take that damn thing off," Obito said. Hashi sighed and unwrapped the ribbons that were tying his mask up and took his mask off to reveal a smiling, sun-kissed blonde-haired teen with whisker mark-like birthmarks, 3 on each cheek and the left side of his face crushed on his forehead, chin and the bottom of his lips. "Sorry, I just got real into my character." "Just ease up, okay?" Obito said. "This coming from a guy who acts like a complete child when he puts on his mask," Naruto said with a grin. "He's got you there," Tobi Yahiko said with a smirk. "That's Obito," Obito said. "Come on Naruto, better head home so Rin can clean the blood off of your cloak." Can you just clean it off with water?" Naruto asked. "Naruto, I'm a Kaiten user, I don't know a single water," Obito said. "You got to know some kind of water," Naruto said in a bit of desperation. Is there something wrong at home?" Yahiko asked. "Rin-chan has been a bit on edge lately, for some reason. And she doesn't really like it when Naruto gets his clothes all dirty," Obito said with a nervous smile. "Oh come on, it can't be that bad," Yahiko said. "How many times have I told you not to dirty your clothes?" Rin yelled, making Naruto flinch from fear. "It's going to take me all day to clean this blood off your cloak. This is all your fault, Obito." "My fault?" Obito exclaimed. "Yes, your fault for making him an assassin in the first place," Rin yelled at her fiancé. "But I..." "Silence." "Yes ma'am," Obito said and sat in silence, like an obedient dog. "Who put a bee in her underwear?" Naruto whispered to Obito. "What was that?" Rin yelled, making Naruto flinch. "Nothing ma'am," he quickly said, putting his hands up defensively. Obito and Mamoru snickered at the sight but stopped when Rin hit him in the head with a frying pan. "What are you laughing at?" "Ow. That hurt, damn it," Obito exclaimed, but he started to regret it when he saw Rin start to cry. Rin-chan, don't cry, please." But it was too late. I'm such a horrible girlfriend," Rin cried. "Smooth move, Casanova," Naruto said with a dull look. "No Rin-chan, you are a perfect girlfriend. And I am lucky to have you," Obito said, holding her in a hug. "Thank you, Obito-kun," Rin said, drying her tears. "I'm hungry now," she said, separating from him and heading into the kitchen, leaving the 2 spiky-haired boys and Fox Kid with confused looks. "What just happened?" Naruto asked. "Well. You see Naruto, when 2 people are in love, they usually..." Who am I kidding, I have no freaking idea," Obito said sitting down next to Naruto at the table. "First she's been puking constantly, then the mood swings. And now that." Obito pointed to Rin eating an onion covered in maple syrup. "I don't understand what's going on," he said, placing his elbow on the table and laying his chin on his hand. Naruto just looked at Obito with an "are you serious" look. "And he says I'm an idiot." As Rin made her way to them, Naruto just decided to take a shot in the dark. "Rin, are you pregnant?" he asked, making Rin pause with a surprised look. Obito's jaw dropped and Mamoru with his eyes widened. Oh. Well, now that you mention it, yes. I wanted it to be a surprise. Rin said with a smile and scratching the back of her head. Obito froze just staring at Rin. Obito-kun. Are you alright? Naruto looked on with a smirk. 3, 2, 1. Obito moved as fast as lightning as he pulled Rin into an embrace and spun her around with so much joy. We're going to be parents. Obito exclaimed with so much joy. Obito-kun, could you please put me down before I vomit again? Rin asked, feeling a bit dizzy. Oh, sorry. Obito apologized, putting his fiancée down. But I'm just so happy. This is what I've dreamed of since we were still a part of Team 7. Obito was then shut up by Rin locking her lips with his. As they separated, Rin looked at him with a genuine smile. You talk too much. She said, making Obito blush and smile in embarrassment while scratching the back of his head. Wow. I'm going to be a brother. Naruto whispered. What was that, Naruto-kun? Naruto looked up to see Rin and Obito smiling at him. Oh, it was nothing, Rin-chan. Naruto quickly said, putting his hands up in defense. Rin and Obito just chuckled with joy since they heard Naruto. And what he said made them happy. Suddenly a smoke cloud appeared in the middle of the room. As it faded away, it revealed Yahiko. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. He said. Yahiko? What are you doing here? Obito asked. I'm here for Naruto. I've got a new mission for him. Yahiko said. A mission? Already? Naruto said, a bit surprised. But he just got back. Rin said. I know, but he's the only one I can think of who can really help on this one. Yahiko said. Naruto got up from his seat and went to get his mask and cloak. You might want to wash the blood off from those things. Yahiko suggested. I know. Just because you are the boss of the Akatsuki doesn't mean you are the boss of my house. Rin yelled, grabbing the cloak and mask, walking away with them to clean them. Yahiko had a surprised look on his face. That sweet goody two-shoe Rin actually yelled at him like that. What's her problem? Yahiko asked. Long story. Obito said. She's pregnant. Naruto just said bluntly, shocking Yahiko. Oh. Well then, congratulations Obito. Yahiko said, shaking the Uchiha's hand. Once you get your cloak and mask back, meet me at the base. He said, shushing away in a puff of smoke. I heard a poof. Would it kill him to use a different shushin? Open a window for Kami's sake. Rin yelled from the other room. These are going to be a long 9 months, huh? Naruto said, getting a nod from Obito. Naruto and Mamoru, who was on his head, arrived at the base with his cloak on and his mask in his hand. He made his way in to meet Yahiko and Obito, who arrived by his space-time no doubt. So what's this mission? Naruto asked. You are being assigned a retrieval mission. Yahiko said with authority in his voice. The target? Naruto asked with a focused stare. The Nanbi Jinchuriki. The Nanbi, eh? Naruto said with raised eyebrows. Permission to ask a series of questions, sir. Permission granted. Yahiko agreed. Why am I being selected? Since you are the Kyuubi, you have a greater chance of convincing her to join us. Does she still reside in Takigakure? Yes. Is Kakuzu joining me to retrieve her? And if so, is Haiden joining as well? No. Kakuzu is an S-rank criminal in his village. If he is seen, it will cause a panic, most likely leading to frightening the Nanbi, which is of course, not something we wish for. Besides, Kakuzu despises his old village and holds a deep hatred for it. Then am I going in alone? No. We are also sending Itachi and Kisame as well, just in case. You said I had a greater advantage of convincing her, what about B? You are serious when you have to be and have controlled your loud and brash nature. Well, B is too eccentric that he might lose her interest in joining Akatsuki. What kind of opposition will I be facing? Nothing, unless you cause a stir in Taki, then you will have to deal with Chunin, Jounin and Anbu. Is that all? Yes, sir. Good. You leave in an hour. As Yahiko finished, Naruto grabbed Mamoru and put him in the little pouch inside his cloak and shushed away. That went a lot different than what I expected in my head. Obito said. Same here. Yahiko agreed. Naruto packed all the essentials in his sealing scrolls and went to the base's entrance to meet with Itachi and Kisame, with Mamoru inside his cloak. About time you showed up, Gaki. Kisame said with a toothy grin. Are you and the guppy brain all set? Naruto asked. Guppy brain? Kisame exclaimed with irritation. Yes. We are prepared for travel. Itachi said with an emotionless expression, but on the inside he was smiling at the insult he delivered to Kisame. Good. Naruto said. He then put on his mask and then suddenly the air around Kisame and Itachi became heavy and cold. Let us go. Hashi said emotionlessly before dashing into the trees. Itachi and Kisame followed closely, but they were shocked at the sudden change that had just happened. Naruto had done a 180 turn. He was no longer Naruto Uzumaki Senju, the golden hair kind boy with a huge happy grin and mischievous personality. Now he was Hashi no Shai, the being who has devoted his life to spilling the blood of countless lives, all in the name of peace. The four set up camp after a day of traveling. They sat around the fire and started eating the pork from the boar Kisame killed earlier. "So kid, been wondering, where'd you get the idea of that mask of yours?" Kisame asked Naruto. Naruto kept on chewing his pork before swallowing it and looking straight at Kisame. "I got the idea from a picture of the Jito Meizo statue that Nagato-1 summoned after he went a bit. You know." Naruto looked at his mask. "I figured that since I have to wear a mask, why not one that can strike fear into pathetic maggots that are lower than scum." "Nice." Kisame said grinning. "You are still thinking about your old village and your friends. It's pretty hard to forget when you have so many memories of them," Naruto said, touching his scarred left face. "Especially since I wake up to a piece of it I'll have forever." Mamoru went to his best friend's side and rubbed against him to try and give him comfort. "Ah, don't whine about a little injury Gaki," Kisame said. Itachi was a bit annoyed by it, since that injury is in no way small. "Actually, I don't hate it," Naruto said, surprising the three. "I consider it a blessing." "Are you serious?" Kisame was actually surprised. "Please, explain," Itachi said, surprising Kisame at the fact that silent emotionless Itachi, the same one he had been partners with for years, was actually interested in something that wasn't his business. "The reason I got these scars in the first place was because I saved my friends' lives at the risk of losing my own," Naruto said. "Every time I wake up in the morning, I think of all the lives I've taken over time. I don't regret it, but I always wonder. Is this really me? Is this what I am destined to be? A tool for murder? Have I really sold my soul for the one thing I never wanted to become? Am I still Naruto Uzumaki?" Naruto said, getting lost in thought. Itachi and Kisame pitied the kid. "But these scars help me. Whenever I look into my reflection and see these. They are a reminder of who I was, what I fought for, what I believed in, who I loved. It is then I realize that no matter how much blood I spill and what actions I take, I am still Naruto Uzumaki because I fight for, believe in, and love the same things and people. It is who I am. I also realize something that many in our respective villages never could see." The last line caught the other two's attention. "The profession I once followed is completely different from the one I now follow," Naruto said. Kisame had one of his eyebrows raised, while Itachi still had his face composed, but on the inside was curious as a child. "Shinobi are meant to endure. Assassins are meant to kill. There is no common ground." Kisame and Itachi were shocked at his words. A shinobi kills, but only for those he has sworn to protect, those he cares about, those he loves, those who he would never turn his back on. Assassins kill when they are told to, and only for that reason. We are not the same. And we never will be." Naruto finished. "So then, what does that make you?" Kisame asked. "Isn't it clear?" Naruto said. "I am Naruto Uzumaki. I fight for what I believe in. And I will die as so." Kisame and Itachi now have gained a new level of respect for the boy. Whether he was a shinobi or assassin, one thing was clear. He knew who he was. "Well, isn't that nice?" Naruto said, looking into the sky. Itachi and Kisame looked up into the sky to see a shooting star. "Making a wish?" Kisame asked. "I already made one," Naruto said. The team of four made it to Tokigakure. In order to gain access into the village, the four had to go through an underwater cave system below a large waterfall. Mamoru was lucky that he was inside Naruto's cloak, or he would have been hit by the waterfall, like last time. The place was built around a large tree, and it was very beautiful. "This place is beautiful," Naruto said. Instead of wearing his Hashi no Shai mask, Naruto wore a mask, like the one his old sensei Kakashi usually wears, and a hat like Itachi and Kisame's. He figured that his handmade mask wasn't really the best thing to wear to make a first impression. Especially when you have to convince someone whose life was very likely to be a living hell, just like his old one. "Why does Kakuzu even hate this place?" "It's because he was assigned to assassinate your ancestor Hashirama, but failed to do so," Itachi said. "And since he screwed up, they decided to punish him by sending him off to jail," Kisame said. "Really? Seems kind of harsh. I mean, if everyone was afraid of Madara, then what on Kami's earth made them think it was a good idea to kill my great-great-grandpops when he was stronger than Madara?" Naruto said, folding his arms with a dull look in his eyes. "Our kid. It makes people go nuts," Kisame said, getting a nod from Naruto in response. "We'll scout ahead, if we see Nanbi, we will inform you of her location," Itachi said, getting a nod from Naruto before he and Kisame vanished to a remote part of the village. Naruto stood there for a moment as Mamoru popped his head off the collar of the cloak. "Want to see how the ramen is here?" Naruto said to the fox kid, smiling, getting a nod from the smiling kitsune. "Later." The two had left the local ramen stand. "Man, that ramen was too watery," Naruto complained to his little partner. Momori yipped something to him. "Oh yeah, the Naruto fish cakes on the other hand were great. Best I've ever had. Naruto. Do you copy over?" Itachi's voice rang in his head thanks to him. "Yeah, I'm here. Did you find her?" Naruto replied. The young girl about 15 years old with matcha-colored skin ran out of a bar. She had short mint green that ended at her shoulders, it was spiky at the bottom of it and it had an orange clip in it. Her eyes were orange. She wore a short sleeveless white midriff shirt with fishnet armor underneath, long wide armlets, and fishnet shorts with a short white apron skirt over it. She also carried a cylindrical object in red wrapping on her back. She ran away with tears in her eyes, not daring to look back. "You never deserved to wear this in the first place, you little slut," yelled a random shinobi holding her aid in his hand. "Too bad she left. I wanted to beat on her more," another Taki shinobi said, and even though she's a demon, I wouldn't mind but the shinobi suddenly went mute when he felt a surge of killer intent behind him. The two shinobi turned around to see a masked man with a straw hat sitting on a lone chair in the middle of the room, with his fingers entwined and locked with one another. "Wouldn't mind what?" the masked man said creepily. His eyes were hidden from sight thanks to his straw hat. The two men just stayed silent, shaking like leaves. "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue?" the masked man said. "Oh, that's right. Nibi is in Kumo. You two, along with the rest of this place no doubt, just love to harm an innocent little insect that doesn't even bite back." What are you talking about? That thing isn't innocent." One of the men gained their voice back, only to lose it again when the masked man spiked up his killer intent even more. "All she does is try her best to be an excellent kunoichi, to protect her home and gain the respect from all you, but you all just harm her and spit on her compassion and loyalty. Scum. Worthless scum, the lot of you," the masked man said with malice in his voice and anger coursing through his veins. "Alright pal, that's enough of your crap," said a huge bulky shinobi, 3 times the masked man's height as he grabbed his shoulder. "Big mistake." The masked man grabbed the shinobi's hand and effortlessly twisted it so hard that it became loose from its sockets. As the shinobi screamed, the masked man, moving as quickly as the wind, stood up, grabbed his chair and slammed it upside the man's jaw. The masked man then punched the man in the gut, making him vomit blood before he was sent flying through the wall. Everyone was shocked as to how fast the mysterious man had taken down, not just a shinobi, but like it was nothing. All the shinobi in the bar surrounded him with their kunai ready, but they were all frightened of the man. The man turned back to the first 2 shinobi and pointed at the 8 in the first one's hand. "Give that to me," he said. What?" the shinobi said. "You have stolen it from her, now I am taking it back. Stripping a fellow shinobi of their own hit aid is disgraceful," the masked man said with a hidden glare. "Hey, hold up. How do you know she didn't steal it?" the man said, pointing at the 8. The masked man pushed his hat down, hiding his entire face. "She is a Jinchuriki fight their whole lives. They are bound to earn something after fighting for so long and they deserve it wholeheartedly. If you feel that they do not at all." The man then took off his hat, revealing a masked face that looked demonic, complete with fangs, horns, and having a bandage wrapped around his eyes, but behind it his eyes glowed red, scaring the crap out of everyone. "Then I'll have to teach you a lesson. One that you'll never forget." The girl from earlier sat against a wall holding her knees close to her with an emotionless expression on her face. She had her cylindrical object next to her. She had wiped away her tears as she remembered the bad things that had happened to her over her life. Her parents died from a fire from a group of hate-filled villagers, she became homeless, had food tossed at her in spite, attacked by her fellow villagers, and now she was stripped of her shinobi aid after rightfully deserving it by working hard to gain it. She hated her village and she wanted out. "I'm getting out of here. But how?" she thought. A shadow then appeared, looming over her. The girl looked up to see a man wearing a mask that covered the bottom half of his face and a straw hat on top of his head. He wore a black cloak that had red clouds designed on them. The man cheerfully tipped his hat to her. The young girl just stared at the man with her emotionless expression before looking back down to the ground. The man had a sad look in his eyes. He knew that look anywhere, after all, he once had it himself. "Not having a good day," the man said sitting down next to her. "Go away," she said looking the other way. "Yeah, life hasn't been that good to me either," the man said looking down to the ground, his hat hiding his eyes. "Pain, misery, anger. Story of my life." "What do you want?" the girl asked harshly. "I wanted to offer you something," the man said, turning his head to her. "What?" the girl asked, not really caring. "A chance," the man said. "A chance for you to be happy. A chance to reach your full potential. A chance to belong," he said with compassion in his eyes. He then stood up and offered her his hand. "Come with me, Fu, and I promise you'll be happy." Fu didn't buy what this guy was saying, he sounded suspicious. He probably was here to kill her. Waiting for her to let her guard and then wham. No more Fu. Fu started to think about what to do until she got it. The perfect idea to kill two birds with one stone. She smirked at her little plan. Okay, I'll go with you. Fu said standing up. If you help get my brother out of jail. Fu said, crossing her arms. Why is your brother in jail? The man asked. You know who I am, right? Fu asked, getting a nod from the man. Then you also know that people around here don't really like me and the reason why. The man nodded again, but this time had a glint of sadness in his eyes. Well, since people don't like me here, they don't like my brother either. When he tried to protect me, they beat him and arrested him. I haven't seen him since I was a little girl. If you save my brother, then I'll go with you. Deal? Deal. The man said with a nod. Where is the jail? It's at the northeast side of the village. I heard he's on the 50th floor. Fu told him. I promise Fu-chan, I will get your brother back. I will meet you back here later tonight. The man said as he jumped onto a building and started making his way towards the jail. Fu was still standing there with a blush on her face because of the suffix the mysterious man added to her name. Fu-chan. That's a first. A little away, the man landed on top of a building and looked around for anyone. When he saw the coast was clear, he went PSST and then suddenly a fox kid popped his head out of his cloak. Okay Mamoru, I need you to keep an eye on Fu-chan. If anything happens, contact me through your mind link, okay? Mamoru jumped out of the cloak and gave a mock salute to Naruto before running off to keep an eye on Nambi. Naruto stood up and started heading towards the village's jail. The guard was making his patrol as he suddenly felt a spark of chakra. The guard got his katana ready as he prepared for the worst. Suddenly his world went black. Naruto stood over the man with his hand in a chopping position. He then grabbed the man's unconscious body and put it inside a nearby barrel. He poked some holes at the top of the barrel before putting him in so that he could breathe. Naruto went into stealth mode as he then started making his way to the 50th floor. As he walked along some beams, he started to overhear what some of the guards were saying. Rika sure is being a pain in my ass lately. Said one guard rubbing the back of his neck. What's it about this time? One of the other guards asked. She's afraid of letting Rito go to the academy. The first guard told her. Your wife really needs to lighten up. Said a third guard. I know, Hey guys, did you hear? Said a new guard making his way to the other three. Hear what? One of the other guards asked. Well, some shinobi from a bar took away the Nanbi brats hit I-8, but then some guy came out of nowhere and beat them up, along with the rest of the shinobi that were in the bar. The guard told them. All by himself? Asked one of the other guards in astonishment. Yeah. It wasn't a pretty sight. They should have just killed the brat. Said a guard. Well, they were getting their butts kicked. No you baka, I'm talking about the Nanbi brat. Oh, yeah, I agree. Same here. Life would be better without her and the rest of her kind. That made Naruto pissed. On impulse, he jumped down to the floor and started beating the four guards up. They didn't stand a chance. Naruto landed on one of their heads, slamming it hard on the ground. He then chopped at the back of another's neck, knocking them out, and then finally he grabbed the last two's heads and slammed them together, effectively knocking the two out. Naruto stared at them with a glare filled with rage and disgust. Scum, a lot of them. Naruto said as he grabbed their bodies one by one and placed them in the shadows, where no one could see them. He didn't want to use his cage bushins, just in case there was someone who could sense the chakra he'd used just to create them. After taking care of the bodies, Naruto went back into the shadows and made his way deeper into the jail. Being in this village. The hatred towards Fu. It reminds me of Konoha. Naruto thought. If it wasn't for the friends that he made there, or his dream of becoming Hokage, Naruto probably would have never wanted to go back. Itachi and Kisame were making their way to the way they came in. They spotted Fu and saw that she was making a dash for the exit, which was where they came. As they were on her tail, a barrage of kunai was sent towards them. They were about to deflect them, but they noticed explosive tags on them. The two shushed away and managed to escape the explosion. That'll cause a problem. Itachi said. Fine by me, let them come. Kisame said, itching for a fight. We can't stay here. Taki shinobi shall arrive any minute and we cannot be spotted. We are here to get the Nanbi. If we fight any of the shinobi of Taki, we will deliver the wrong intentions for Akatsuki. Itachi told his sadistic partner. I hate it when you're right. Kisame said with a disappointed look. What about the? We shall find the Nanbi once we find a way out of the village. And I don't believe I have to say anything else about Naruto. Itachi said. Not overestimating him are you? Kisame said with a toothy grin. If you knew the things he had done before becoming a part of Akatsuki, then you'd understand that we don't have to worry about him now. Itachi said as he and Kisame vanished in a swirl of leaves. Fu was running through the underwater cave system. She didn't dare look back, but if she did, she would have noticed the fox kid running after her. I'm almost there. Fu thought. She had tears in her eyes. She was finally leaving the place that had never wanted anything to do with her, that hurt her, took away her parents, made her life a living hell. She was so close to freedom that she could taste it. As she was close to the exit, Fu sprinted all the way there until she finally made it out. I did it. But suddenly before she could even finish her thought, she was knocked out from a single punch to the face. Mamoru ran out of the underwater cave system in time to see Fu being taken away by a giant man wearing bulky armor that covered his entire body and 4 Odonin by his side. The armored man had a giant warhammer on his back, what looked like a traditional samurai helmet over his head and Fu's sling over his shoulder. Mamoru looked at them with one thought on his mind. This can't be good. The guard was whistling a tune as he swung his key around his finger. Would you stop whistling, goddammit? Another guard yelled at the whistling one, who just ignored him and kept on whistling. Honestly Daibo, I just wish you would. Suddenly the guard heard a wail and turned around to see Daibo was gone. Disappear. Before the guard could even take out his katana, he was attacked from behind and left unconscious. Naruto had the keys Daibo had in his hands as he looked down at the unconscious guard. Naruto walked down the hall to see all the criminals who were behind bars, but none of them had mint green hair, orange eyes, or matcha-colored skin. Well, look at you, good looking. Said a filthy convict with long greasy black hair holding the bars and having his face stick out. You got a firm and delicious body there. How about bringing it over? The criminal said, making kissy noises. You rapist? Naruto asked, but had a strong feeling he was correct. And murderer, why? That turn ya, but before he could even finish his sentence, Naruto stabbed him in both his eyes with his index and middle finger, piercing through them. The convict screamed at the pain and then screamed even louder as they were ripped out. Naruto had his hashi mask on, he put it on as quickly as lightning. He had the eyes of the convict in his hands. I wonder. Tell me if you can see this. Naruto said as he released the 2 eyeballs from his grip, letting them fall, then stomping on them. The man just kept on screaming as he held his empty eye sockets and lay on the floor, bleeding out. Is that a yes or a no? Hashi joked as he watched the criminal, who was in agony. Hashi turned around towards another criminal who was frightened out of his wits. Hashi appeared in front of his cell and grabbed the convict by the shirt and brought him to the bars so he could be face to mask with the criminal. Where is Nambi Jinchuriki's brother? What are you talking about? The Nambi brat doesn't have a brother. She's an only child. The convict said with fear in his voice. Not liking the brat comment, Hashi grabbed the convict's head and repeatedly slammed his head against the bars. As he released him, he walked back down the hall, leaving the convict on the floor with his head bleeding. Ugh. What the hell hit me? The guard from earlier said. The guard turned around to see a man with a hideous demonic face that had horns and a bandage wrapped around his eyes. Hashi grabbed the frightened man by the neck and slammed him into the wall. Where is Fu's brother? Hashi demanded answers. The Nambi, she doesn't have a brother. The guard told him. Hashi squeezed his neck even tighter as he brought him close to his face while his hidden eye glowed red through the bandages. Don't you dare lie to me. Hashi said menacingly. I'm not. The guard choked out. She doesn't even have a brother. I mean, maybe she was going to have one because her mother was pregnant when she died, but other than that, no others. Nambi is just an only child. Hashi released the guard, who took the advantage and ran away to sound the alarm. Hashi was gone now. Naruto had returned with his Kakashi and straw hat. Behind his mask, he had a smile as he realized what had just happened. And here I thought foxes were the only clever beings. Baka. Go find her. Kurama yelled out. Suddenly the alarm went off. Oh crap. Kurama and Naruto sighed simultaneously. Well, what now, Baka? We'll help. Kushina said within Naruto's mind. Naruto, summon us. We'll distract the guards while you go and find Fu. Minato said to his son inside of his mind. Listen to their kit. Kurama said. Mamoru just told me through the mind link that some Odonin and one huge son of a bitch got to her and are taking her away. Seeing there was no time to argue, Naruto made his trademark sealing sign and created 2 cage. He then placed his hand on the 2 clones and suddenly they were engulfed in golden flames. As the flames faded away, there stood Minato and Kushina who were in their Kyuubi mode state. Oh, take care of them, Sachi. Minato said as he and Kushina disappeared in golden flashes. You might want to hurry it. Kurama said. Naruto nodded as he sped down the hallway looking for a way out. Mamoru was quietly following the group of Odonin and the mysterious giant who was carrying Fu. Mamoru then felt Naruto making his way to them and decided to act now to help his best friend and partner. Mamoru ran behind a giant boulder and went Kyuubi mode to get their attention. In which the little fox kid succeeded to do so. The group of Odo and giants stopped, sensing the enormous amount of chakra. The armored giant had a steel-armored mask that had a skinny rectangular hole on it for him to see through. You couldn't see his eyes, but they were there, and they were narrowed. "Hold the girl," the giant armored man said as he tossed food to one of the Odo nin. The armored giant took out his giant warhammer and made his way to the boulder. He then left his giant hammer and slammed it onto the boulder, destroying it into rubble. As the dust from the attack cleared, all he saw was a little fox kid sitting there with its tail swaying side to side. "What the hell is this?" the armored man yelled. "Isn't it obvious?" a voice said behind the armored man. The armored man turned around to see a man wearing a black cloak with red clouds on, a bottom jaw covering mask, and a stray hat. "You've just been ambushed." "Ambushed? What the hell are you?" Suddenly the armored man was tackled by a ball of fire from behind, sending him to the ground. The armored man looked up to see the fox kid was made of golden flames now. "That explains it." The armored man stood up as if nothing had happened to him. "But you can't defeat me. I am Shiushi, Odo's iron beast. And I got my eyes on you now, Mujiwara," the man cried, pointing his war hammer at him. "Why do I feel like he's talking about someone else?" Naruto thought. Cough, Fluffy cough. Fu started to wake up. She blinked a few times and then noticed she was being carried bridal style. She looked up to see the man from earlier, who just looked down and smiled at her. "I see you're finally awake, Baguheim," the masked man said with eye smiles and what she could guess as a real smile underneath his mask. The new nickname he had given her made her blush. Suddenly the masked man and the fox kid jumped high in the air, dodging the dashing strike of Shiushi. As they landed, the masked man summoned a clone with a Rasengan in its hand and slammed it on the back of Shiushi, but as it came in contact with his armor, it dissipated. The clone looked at his hand that once held his father's signature before he was crushed by Shushi's warhammer. Naruto felt the headache from that attack his duplicate just perished from. "I see you are starstruck from my magnificent armor," Shushi said in his low and strong voice as he pointed his warhammer at the masked man. "Not really," Naruto thought with dull eyes. "This armor is a redesigned version of the one Dodo Kazuhana had created," Shiushi said with pride. "Aw crap, so just won't work on it," Naruto said, gritting his teeth. "Ah, so you are familiar with this masterpiece, created by the ingenious Dodo of Yukigakure," Shushi said, surprised he has knowledge of the armor he was wearing. "Familiar with it? Yes. Masterpiece. Yeah, for cowards. Genius. No way in hell," Naruto said. Shushi just grunted as a response. Naruto then summoned a Kage Bushin to appear next to him and gave him Fu. "Get Fu-chan away from here while I take this guy on. Mamoru, you go with him and protect Fu if anything comes after you, got it?" Naruto orders, getting a nod from the fox kid and clone before they start to leave the area. Now that that's taken care of. He tilted his hat to cover his face before he took it away from his face to reveal a demonic face, complete with horns and fangs. "Shall we begin?" An 8-year-old Fu was standing in the middle of a grassy plain, wearing a red sundress and green slippers. The sun was shining brightly down on her face and she had to put her hand over her eyes to see the area around her. As she searched around the place, she found two figures in the distance with their backs facing her. A man and a woman. The man had dark matcha skin, a fine build, and coal black hair. He wore a black shirt with a Tokigakure symbol on the back of it, a pair of burnt brown shorts that went a little past his knees, and black sandals. The woman had fair skin, a slender and slightly curvy body, and mint green hair that went down to her lower back. She wore a long red short-sleeved kimono, a pair of beige pants that stopped at her calves that could be seen as the kimono blew through the wind, exposing a bit of her legs, and black sandals. Fu's had tears of joy go down her eyes and a big grin crept onto her face as she knew who these two were. "Hey Ka-san. Tu-chan." Fu wiped away her tears before she started to run to them with a huge smile on her face. "Ka-san. Tu-chan." She cried out to her parents as she ran all the way to them, but as she was in closing distance, her parents suddenly burst into flames and then quickly turned into nothing but ashes. Fu had a look of shock upon her face before she looked to her clenched hand. Her hand was meant to hold the hand of what she believed was her mother, but as she unclenched her hand, all she saw were ashes on them. Fu started to have tears of sadness pouring down her eyes. She bit her bottom lip as she started to sob before collapsing to the ground on her knees, crying and wailing as the ashes of her parents flowed with the wind and danced around her. "Dasho Chikyu no, rising earth avalanche technique," Shushi screamed as he pumped chakra into his warhammer and smashed it into the ground. The earth in front of Shushi started to rise and break, making a giant wave of earth and rocks heading straight towards Hashi. Hashi collected chakra to his feet and immediately jumped high into the air. As he was airborne, Hashi created a Kage Bushin that grabbed his arm and swung him around and then threw him straight towards Shushi. "Fool. What does he think he will accomplish with a move like that?" Shushi thought. Naruto smirked behind his mask as his fist was cocked back. Just as he was close to Shushi, Hashi thrust his fist into Shushi's torso section, making the armored giant skid back. Shushi was shocked at what just happened. How? Shushi thought as he looked at his torso armor to see it was dented. Hami, that hurts. Hashi thought by unclenching his fist and shaking it out. Even though my attacks that are enhanced with wind chakra are powerful, it would just be a waste of time to just keep bashing at him blindly. I have to think smart. Hashi went into his thinking pose, grabbing his chin and tapping it with his index finger. Suddenly Shushi started to chuckle. I am impressed. It's not easy to dent my armor. Shushi said, but Hashi didn't give a response, he just stood there tapping his chin. After a moment, Shushi started to get pissed. Don't you dare ignore me. He yelled, charging at him and took a swing at him, but Hashi just hopped back, not losing his composure. Shushi was really getting pissed off now as Hashi just continued to tap his chin. I'm going to crush you. Shushi yelled as he repeatedly swung his warhammer at Hashi, but the demon mask shinobi just kept effortlessly dodging and ducking while still tapping his chin. You love that chin so much, don't ya? Then I'm gonna break it. Shushi yelled as he then swung his warhammer up with all his might, but Hashi flipped away from the attack. Shushi swung his warhammer too hard. It went over his head and behind his back, then was indented into the ground behind him. Shushi tried to pull it out, but all it was doing was giving him back pains. His armor may help him from getting hurt from, but it can be a real pain itself at times. Shushi released his grip on his warhammer and then turned around to grab it, but there on the tip of the handle of his weapon was Hashi crouching on it in front of Shushi's face. Hashi still had his finger tapping his chin. He raised his free hand and gathered some wind chakra to it and then he thrust his palm straight to Shushi's face, sending him flying back. Of course, the art of the silent fist. Hashi thought, smirking behind his mask. Flashback. Silent fist? Naruto asked his mentor. Obito nodded in response. What is it? The art of fighting, without even fighting. Obito said. Sounds like doing nothing. Naruto said with a dull look. Not if your opponent is doing all the fighting. Obito said with a smirk. Now Naruto, I want you to attack me. Obito ordered. Seriously? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. Obito nodded in confirmation. Naruto just smirked and got into his battle stance. Alright then Obito, I hope you're ready for an ass whooping. Naruto exclaimed with confidence as he charged at Obito. All Obito did was smirk as he swerved around Naruto's punch, but it was faint. Naruto jumped and tried to send a spin kick to Obito's head, but Obito ducked under it. Naruto then sent lightning-fast strikes, but Obito kept dodging every single one. Damn it. I knew Obito was fast, but I didn't think he'd be this good. Obito then swerved around one of the strikes and ended up behind Naruto. Then again, he was able to keep up with 2chan. Naruto thought as he turned to Obito, who was just smiling. You're going to have to do better than that, Naruto. Obito said, his smile not faltering in the slightest. Naruto then charged and sent a chop to Obito, who moved to the side. Naruto then sent an upward high kick to try and knock Obito's block off, but Obito just jumped back. Naruto smirked as he built up wind chakra to his feet. As he slammed his foot down, he launched himself towards Obito, but he put too much wind chakra that he rocketed towards Obito, who just moved to the side to dodge Naruto, and the young blonde hit the ground, then rebounded of the ground and repeatedly ricochet of the ground before hitting it one last time and then tumbling all the way to a complete stop. Naruto just looked up to the sky with dizzy eyes as his head hurt from the multiple impacts. Obito just shook his head before using his special Shushin to appear in front of Naruto's head. Obito bent down with a smile. Naruto just pointed his finger at Obito. You win this round. Naruto said, dropping his arm down. So what other fighting styles are there? Well, there's Aikido. Obito answered. Naruto got up. What's that? Naruto asked, holding his head, feeling dizzy. It's similar to judo, but it incorporates blows. Obito said. What? Naruto asked, confused. Strike me. Obito ordered. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders and sent a punch at Obito. Obito just moved to the side a bit and grabbed Naruto's wrist. He then twisted it so that Naruto was bending, then firmly placed Naruto's captive arm behind the young blonde's back and then pushed him down to the ground. Obito had Naruto pinned down, still holding his arm. Did I make it clear? Obito asked with a grin. Crystal. Naruto said, groaning. Flashback end. Aikido could also work as well, but I'll have to use chakra for it. That armor may absorb chakra, but it can still soften the impact of the attacks. Hashi said to himself. Shushi got up and started to stumble a bit because of his hefty armor, but he managed to keep his balance. Well, it's better than getting my ass kicked. Hashi hopped off the handle and grabbed the warhammer, then started to build up wind chakra into his hands, helping him lift the giant hammer high in the air. He then started to transfer the wind chakra into the warhammer. If Shushi wasn't pissed before, then he sure was now. The sight of the demon-masked runt holding his hammer drove him over the edge. Shushi charged at Naruto with his fist cocked back. Naruto just stood there holding the hammer high in the air as Shushi charged at him. As Shushi got close to him, Hashi slammed the hammer down on Shushi. As the hammer smashed Shushi down, a shockwave of wind followed after. Powerful winds blew everywhere, making the grass blow with the wind, flowers losing their petals, the leaves of trees rustling and flying away with the wind, and the bark of the trees received cuts from the strength of the winds. Shusuhi laid there, the back of his armor damaged with cracks and dents. I guess he was more of a rage-driven bloodlust fighter than a shinobi, Hashi thought as released the hammer. The 8-year-old Fu was crying as the plain that was once grassy and full of nature was now a plain of fire, ash and soot. The trees were burning, dead from the fire, and others were dead even though they weren't on fire. The earth was black and crumbling, looking like ash, and all life was completely devoid. It looked like the aftermath of a full-out battlefield. Fu had tears pouring down her eye and a little mucus going down her nose. She felt angry, saddened, and alone. "You're all alone," said a raspy metallic-like voice, "and you know whose fault it is. Those damn villagers. They made your life a living hell. That's why you ran away, because they are the real monsters." An orange light shone above Fu as the wind picked up. Fu looked up to see a giant rhinoceros beetle with 6 wings and a whip-like tail growing out of its abdomen. The giant insect had a helmet-like skull that covered its eyes, but had several slits over its eyes to provide vision. It also had spike protrusions on its shoulders and a row of slits on each shoulder and 6 legs, 3 on each side. "They have harmed you and your family for your entire life. They took your parents away from you, making you orphaned, leaving you to die in the streets. And that was just the beginning." The giant rhinoceros beetle spoke. "What do you want from me?" Fu asked as she looked down to the ground as she cried. "To take away the pain. The grueling pain that harms me as well. I wish to take it all away." The giant insect said. "Leave me alone," Fu yelled. The rhinoceros beetle just stayed silent. "It's all your fault." "The pain." The beetle spoke. "You're the reason why they all hate me," Fu yelled at the giant insect. "The stinging pain." The rhinoceros beetle said. "You're the reason why my life was a misery." "The horrifying pain." The insect said. "You're the reason why they're gone," Fu said, taking the ashes in her hands. "Why I can never see them again. My Kasan. My Two-chan. My family." Fu's eyes started to shed tears as she bit her bottom lip. Fu slammed her hands hard onto the ground. "You're the reason why that happened," Fu yelled at the rhinoceros beetle with tears pouring down her eyes like a waterfall. "I hate you." The giant beetle just flew in the sky looking down at the crying girl, not speaking another word as he felt the excruciating pain that he was now sharing with the girl. Hashi looked down at Shushi, who seemed defeated, but Hashi wanted to be safe than sorry, so he crouched down and was about to take Shushi's helmet off, but suddenly he felt Kurama try to contact him through his mind. What's wrong with Kurama? It's the girl. Her emotions are getting the better of her that she's leaking out Jime's malevolent chakra. The Biju King told his host. Uh-oh. Bet yours over to her right now. Or else, she'll become a beacon for unwanted company. Kurama demanded his host. Hashi then stood up and suddenly felt his cage dispel, giving him the location of Fu and Mamoru. Hashi then took off to find the female and Fox, so he could calm Fu down. Hashi had failed to notice Shushi's finger twitched. Hashi had finally made it in time to see Fu being surrounded by a cloak of orange chakra. "Kurama, are we able to enter Fu's mind?" Hashi asked the Fox King through his mind. Fu stayed in that same spot still crying her heart out. The giant rhinoceros beetle landed in front of her looking down at her as her emotions took over. He hated seeing her this way. In truth, Jime was the nicest of his family, but it still rubbed him the wrong way when some human acts like a total prick. "They are gone. I'll never see them again," Fu said, hugging her legs. "I'm all alone. I don't want to be alone." Why? Fu cried even more. "Can't anyone understand me?" Fu cried. "I can," a voice said behind her. Fu turned around to see a boy who looked about 7 years old with blonde spiky hair, cerulean eyes, and 6 whisker-like birthmarks on his cheeks, 3 on each cheek. He wore a short-sleeve white shirt with a red Land of Fire symbol on the front of it and the sleeves, dark navy blue pants, and blue shinobi sandals. "Yo." The boy simply said with a huge toothy grin and his hand up in greetings. Fu was a bit scared by the boy's presence, but when he said that he understood her, that made her give him all her attention. "You understand me?" Fu asked. "Sure, you're speaking Japanese, right?" the boy said as he then laughed. Fu just gave him an angry pout. "Shut up and go away," she yelled. "Calm down, I was just kidding, Fu-chan," the blonde said with a big smile. Fu looked at him with wide eyes. "How do you know my name?" Fu asked curiously. The boy just grinned at her. The boy then walked right up to the rhinoceros beetle and just looked at it. "Oh, company. I love company. What's your name, little guy?" The giant beetle asked with excitement when meeting a new person. This surprised Fu. All the giant insect ever talked about was pain and wanting to take it away from her so she could feel better. Maybe he really did mean it when he said he wanted to help her. "The name's Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm going to be the next Hokage," Naruto announced proudly, pounding his fist against his chest. "Well, it's nice to meet you. I'm Jimei," Naruto said, making the rhinoceros beetle pause. The beetle looked Naruto straight in the eyes. "You know who I am?" Jimei asked the little blonde boy. "Yep. You're the Nanbi no Kabutomushi. Usually calls himself Lucky 7 Jimei," Naruto said. Jimei was surprised that this newcomer knew exactly who he was. "Have you been stalking me?" Jimei said, a little weary of the blonde. "How can I do that when we've just met? Besides, the only way I could stalk you is if I stalked Fu. And I got the feeling she'd beat the crap out of me if she did," Naruto said, pointing his thumb at the mint green-haired girl. "Now why would she beat the crap out of you?" Jimei asked. "Well, look at her." Naruto turned to Fu. "In her eyes, you can tell she's fierce and independent, which is cool in my book. Especially considering how cute she is," Naruto said, but then realized he said that last part out loud and immediately covered his mouth on instinct with a blush evident on his face. Fu blushed as well as she looked down, but when Naruto turned back to Jimei, she looked back at him with a smile on her face, with the blush still there as well. "He thinks I'm cute," Fu thought as she pushed her down spiky hair behind her ear. Anyway, I knew all that stuff from him," Naruto said, pointing to something behind Fu. Fu looked behind herself to see a giant nine-tailed fox. She screamed in shock and fear with her face going all scared anime style, and then she ran behind Naruto, cowering behind him in fear of the fox. Naruto smiled because he thought that she looked cute when she was scared. "Kurama!" Jimei exclaimed the giant fox's name with so much joy and excitement. Jimei then flapped his wings and started zooming around his brother. "Kurama, I'm so happy to see you again. Are you happy to see me? How's it been? Have you seen any of the others? Is this boy your Jinchuriki?" "Huh. Huh. Huh." A very excited Jimei rapidly bombarded Kurama with so many questions. Naruto just smiled and chuckled a bit at the sight. "He's very cheerful, isn't he?" the young blonde thought. Fu just looked on in astonishment. "So this is my Bijuu? He's so cheerful." Fu thought, surprised that her Bijuu actually seemed nice. Kurama sighed at his brother's antics. "Hello Jimei, it's nice to see you," Kurama said, a little annoyed by his brother zooming around him. Fu looked at Naruto. "You were telling the truth," Fu said. Naruto turned to Fu with a confused expression. "You really do understand me, don't you?" Fu said. Naruto put his hands behind his head. "Yes and no. I do know the pain of having your village despise you for having it inside of you, seeing you more as the creature than the jailer, but I never knew how it was having your parents for years before they were taken away from you. My parents sacrificed themselves sealing Kurama inside me and saving my life," Naruto told Fu. "They sealed him inside you? Don't you hate them?" Fu asked. Naruto just shook his head. "Not at all," Naruto answered, making Fu raise an eyebrow. "At first I was very angry at my dad since he was the one to seal Kurama into me, but I soon understood why he had to do it. I mean myself along with my long-lost sister were the only ones to contain both halves of Kurama's chakra, but in truth, I'm actually happy to have Kurama within me," Naruto said with a small smile. Jimei stopped zipping around his brother and looked at the boy along with Fu. The mint green-haired girl and the giant rhinoceros beetle looked at Naruto with shocked looks on their faces. "Are you serious?" Fu asked, still in shock. Naruto nodded his head in response. "But why?" "Because I became friends with Kurama." Naruto said it was obvious. Fu and Jimei were both surprised by that. "Fu. You and I have had harsh lives, but so did the Bijuu. They've lived on this earth for like over 9,000 years feeling the same pain as we do. Us are the only ones who can truly understand them. The only downside is that the people of our village don't treat us as we want them to, but other than that, being is a good thing. It's a blessing in disguise," Naruto told Fu with a genuine smile on his face. Fu and Jimei looked at Naruto, shocked at what he said. Kurama on the other hand just smiled. "You really are something else," Kurama thought, his smile still on his face. "Fu." Naruto said the Nanbi Jinchuriki's name, getting her attention. "I know you still might feel indifferent to what I said, but I think you should give it a chance. I promise you that you won't regret it," Naruto said with a smile. Fu still looked indifferent, but then she saw that Jimei landed in front of her with a smile on his face. "I'm willing to give it a try," Jimei said with what Fu believed was a genuine smile. Scratch that, she knew that was a genuine smile. "Ladies first," Jimei insisted. Fu was a little surprised, but she got out of it. Oh, right. Fu then cleared her throat. My name is Fu. Fu introduced herself, bowing at her. It's very nice to meet you, Fu. I am Lucky 7 Chimay. Chimay introduced himself with a huge grin on his face. Cool, then I'll be lucky too. Fu said with a huge grin on her face as well. I hope we can become the best of friends. Fu said with a hopeful smile. I'd really like that, Fu-chan. Chimay said with a genuinely happy smile. Fu blushed at the suffix and returned the smile with one of her own. Okay, now that we're buddy and all, can we all get a dose of reality because that prick you were fighting is heading our way, kid. Kurama told his blonde friend. Damn it. Naruto cursed. He then held out his hand to Fu, getting a questioning look from her. Want to go back to the world together? Naruto said with a genuine smile. Fu smiled with a little tint of pink on her cheeks. Sure. Fu said, taking Naruto's hand. Then they were engulfed in bright white light. Fu started to flutter her eyes open. When she fully opened her eyes she saw an older version of the blonde boy, but he had less baby fat on his face, and the left side of his face was crushed, except for his cheek which had his whisker marks that were completely intact. Naruto. Fu said the blonde's name, getting a grin from the boy. Fu touched Naruto's scarred face with her hand. What happened to you? Fu asked, shocked at his outward appearance. It's a long story. Naruto said. Mamoru, who was keeping an eye out, yipped to his partner, warning him about someone coming. Naruto nodded and put on his demonic-looking mask. You might want to hang on. Hashi said. Fu nodded as she wrapped her arms around Hashi's neck. Suddenly Hashi and Mamoru jumped high in the air, avoiding a swing from the giant warhammer that Shushi sent at them, destroying the tree they were hiding behind in the process. Hashi and Mamoru landed far away from the armored giant facing him with a glare from the two. Next time, make sure I'm dead. Now hand over the Jinchuriki. Shushi yelled, aiming his warhammer at Hashi. Only when hell freezes over, and I highly doubt that day will ever come. Hashi said. Wrong answer. Shushi raised his warhammer up high in the air and added chakra into it. Jasho Chikunator no Jutsu. Shushi yelled as he slammed his hammer down. The earth in front of Shushi started to rise and break, making a giant wave of earth and rocks, heading straight towards Hashi and company. Hashi and Mamoru jumped into the air. He can dodge it, but the jagged and broken rocks will pierce their skin and break their bones when they land. Shushi said with a malicious grin behind his mask. As they started to descend, Hashi already had an idea. Mamoru, take my hand. Hashi told his partner. Mamoru nodded and the little fox kid extended his paw, letting Hashi grab it. Hashi then placed the fox kid onto Fu. No, hold on. Hashi then used his forearms to hold Fu so he could use his hands to make a cross seal. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Hashi exclaimed. A clone of Hashi then appeared far to the right of them. Hashi sent wind chakra to his arms and then threw Fu and Mamoru at the clone. Fu screamed as she held the fox kid tightly so he wouldn't fall. The clone successfully grabbed the teenage girl and fox kid. I'll kill you for this, Naruto. Fu yelled. Glad you're okay too, Fu. Clone Hashi said. The real Hashi had taken out one of his special pronged kunai with his father's Hiraishin seal on it. He added wind chakra to it and then threw it toward Shushi. The kunai zipped past Shushi, but not before cutting his helmet leaving a gash. Hashi then was engulfed in a yellow flash, which made Fu and Shushi's eyes widened. No way. The two thought in shock. Hashi then appeared behind Shushi. The masked shinobi sent wind chakra to his feet and sweep kicked Shusei's legs, sending him to the ground. Hash rolled out of the way of the falling giant and as Shushi landed, Hashi used the same foot he sweep kicked him with to send an axe kick at Shushi's helmet, making the giant scream in agony. Hashi then jumped back and got into a fighting stance. That fucking brat. Hashi exclaimed in his head. Luckily for him, the helmet absorbed some of the chakra that built up the power of the hit, but the heel of Hashi's foot crushed the right side of his helmet, crushing his eye, making it useless. Shushi rolled onto his front side and got up with the help of his hammer that he used like a staff to pick himself up. Blood leaked out the dented right side of his mask. I'll crush him. Shushi thought with much anger and fury. Hashi then gathered wind chakra into his hands, feeling that he'd probably need to use some aikido. Shushi glared at him behind his mask with his one good eye. He then made a series of hand signs with just one hand. Hashi was surprised to see someone else besides Haku to actually do such a thing. As Shushi finished his hand seals, he then stomped on the ground, making huge rocks rise out of the ground. Hashi's eyes widened as he saw the rocks Shushi summoned were floating around him. How the hell is he doing that? Hashi thought with awe. The Kyokushikai no Justu. Orbiting Earth technique, Shushi exclaimed. Shushi then grabbed the handle of his warhammer tightly with both his hands and swung it at the rock floating in front of him. Once the hammer hit the rock it was sent rocketing towards Hashi. Hashi managed to dodge it, but he then noticed another rocketing towards him. Shushi kept hitting rocks towards Hashi, who proceeded to dodge them. Shushi then raised his warhammer high in the air and yelled Josho Chikunator no Jutsu. And then slammed his hammer down, creating another one of his earth-based avalanche techniques. Hashi quickly grabbed his pronged kunai and then quickly jumped in the air, narrowly missing the Shushi, then went through a series of hand signs, and when finished, the armored giant yelled out Doten. Dasakiryu. Out of the ground came a dragon made of earth heading towards Hashi. Fu and Mamoru, along with the Hashi clone, were watching the battle, and as they saw the earth dragon heading towards Hashi, Fu immediately worried for the boy and was afraid that he was going to hit him. Naruto. Fu cried his real name as she saw he was about to hit him. Mamoru on the other hand was calm about it. He knew Naruto wouldn't be done like this. He had faith in his partner best friend. As the earth dragon closed in on Hashi, said masked shinobi quickly went through a series of hand signs. Gyuden. Renkyuden. Wind release. Drilling air bullet, Hashi exclaimed as he then inhaled a grand quantity of air and then blew it out, creating a harsh wind that not only sent a bullet of air in one direction, but also sent Hashi in the other direction, successfully helping him dodge the earth dragon that sped past him. Yeah. Go Naruto. Fu cheered for the masked blonde. Mamoru nodded at his best friend's quick thinking. The Hashi clone smiled beneath his mask, knowing his creator would outsmart his opponent. Damn bastard. Shushi thought as he saw Hashi land onto the top of a tree. He then saw Hashi was ready to throw his kunai once again. Oh no brat, you aren't going to get me this time. Hashi yelled in his thoughts, crossing his arms in an X block. Hashi just smirks behind his mask. He gathered wind chakra into his feet before throwing the kunai at Shushi. As the kunai flew straight at the armored giant, it impacted into his X block, making Shushi grin. As he put down his arms, Hashi appeared in front of him in a yellow flash. Hashi was off the ground, in the air, right in front of Shushi. Using his momentum, Hashi grabbed Shushi's hammer and then sent both his feet into Shushi's torso, delivering a double kick that sent Shushi flying backwards and hitting the ground. Hashi stood where he was with a warhammer in his hand. Shushi sat up and glared at the masked shinobi with his lone eye. Give that back. He ordered. Hashi just stood there for a moment, but then he surrounded himself in wind chakra, which isn't an easy feat for him. With the wind chakra surrounding him, Hashi then quickly spun around and then released the hammer, sending it far away from the battlefield. Hashi then faced Shushi. Do you want it? Hashi said to Shushi. He then pointed his thumb behind him. Go get it. Shushi gave a furious battle cry before he dashed towards Hashi and then sent a fist to him. Hashi quickly sent wind chakra to his hands and forearms. As the fist came closer to Hashi's face, the masked shinobi connected his forearm with Shushi's forearm and pushed it away to the side, making the armored giant miss. Shushi then tried to uppercut Hashi, but Hashi moved to the side avoiding the hit and used the advantage Shushi gave him and sent a wind-powered fist straight below Shushi's armpit and successfully sent him back, denting his armor and breaking one of his ribs in the process. After groaning and flinching from the pain, Shushi sent a kick to Hashi, but Hashi moved to the side and then grabbed Shushi's leg and with the help of his wind chakra, he tossed Shushi down to the ground. Hashi then jumped high in the air, gathering wind chakra into his feet and then summoned a cage to grab his arm and toss him straight down toward Shushi. As he rocketed to Shushi, he aimed both his legs to Shushi and then slammed both his legs onto Shushi's torso area. The force with the added wind chakra was so great that Shushi coughed up blood. Shushi laid there, blood leaking down his mask, seemingly defeated. Far at the side, Fu was cheering for Naruto, jumping in the air with joy. Hooray for Naruto. The strongest shinobi around. Woohoo. Fu cheered for the blonde with so much joy and respect. Mamoru smiled for his best friend's victory as the clone from earlier dispelled. Hashi was making his way towards them when suddenly Shushi quickly got up and dashed at Hashi. Hashi quickly turned to send wind chakra to his arm and quickly blocked the punch with his forearm, but since he didn't have enough time to send enough wind chakra, he felt a fraction of the pain the punch delivered. Which was so great that it cracked Hashi's bone. Hashi groaned in pain, but then noticed Shushi finishing up a hand sign. Oten. Dasakiryu. Shushi screamed. The earth beneath Hashi then shot at him, successfully hitting him. The intensity and strength of the sent Hashi flying into the air with him barely conscious. Shushi then jumped into the air appearing over Hashi. Suddenly his warhammer flew straight toward the two. Shushi grabbed his warhammer when it was in his reach and then sent chakra to it. Game over, brat. Shushi cried as he then slammed the hammer down onto Hashi, sending the masked shinobi hard onto the cold ground. Fu stared in shock at what just happened. As Shushi landed a ways from Hashi, he then started to make his way towards the unconscious kid, but suddenly he was hit with a fireball. Shushi was sent back a bit and then glared at who sent the fireball to meet an unexpected sight. The fox kit from earlier was standing in front of Shushi, only the young kiteling looked as if he was made of golden flames and also had a glare sent directly at him. What? Now a little bitty fox kit is going to stand in my way. Shushi then burst out laughing. Mamoru then jumped into the air and used his Kyuubi chakra to quickly roll in the air, becoming a living ball of fire, and then used the chakra to send him straight at Shushi. Shushi continued to laugh, but was then silenced when he felt the pain of getting hit with a powerful attack, sending him skidding back. Shushi looked at his torso armor to see it was cracked. The chakra Mamoru used was too intense for the armor to absorb that it actually caused damage to the armor. Shushi glared at the little gold-inflamed fox kit, who glared back at him. "You're going to regret that, you little fleabag," Shushi said menacingly. Shushi then roared and raised his warhammer high in the air before slamming it down toward the fox kit, but the kiteling had vanished in a yellow flash. Where the hell did that little rat go? Shushi thought. He then saw a golden tail sway over his head, meaning that the golden fox kit was on top of his head. Shushi then slammed his hammer over his head, which the kid easily avoided. Shushi then got a major headache and fell to the ground. Mamoru just stared at the armored giant with a sweat drop expression. "I don't believe how stupid this guy is," Mamoru thought. Shushi then started to rise from the ground. "Okay, now you are really starting to piss me off, you little runt," Shushi yelled as he sent his hammer down on the fox, only for the little kit to vanish in a golden flash again. Shushi looked around for the fox kit to see it behind him. "Hold still, you runt," Shushi yelled, slamming his hammer down again trying to hit the fox kit, only for the kit to avoid it again. As Fu looked on with fearful eyes, she started to talk to her. "Fu-chan, what are you doing?" Jimei said to him. Fu woke up from her frightened daze and started to listen to her. "Hurry up and save your friend while the kid has the metal moron distracted," Jimei told her. "But what can I do?" Fu asked her. "What are you talking about? You're a kunoichi, you know exactly what to do," Jimei said. Fu blushed at the fact that she actually believed in her. "Here, allow me to help," Jimei said. Suddenly Fu felt strange as something came out of her back and took form. She looked behind herself to see she grew a pair of insect wings. The wings then started to rapidly flap, separating Fu from the ground and into the air. Fu couldn't believe it. She's flying. She is freaking flying. Fu had a huge grin on her face. "Now let's go save your friend," Jimei exclaimed with much energy. "Yeah." Fu agreed as she quickly flew towards the masked blonde. She quickly got used to her wings. It felt natural to her. Fu then scooped up Hashi and flew away from the area. Mamoru saw Fu fly away with Hashi and smiled as he then followed them. "Hey, where are you going, coward?" Shushi yelled. He then noticed that Hashi was gone as well. "Oh, goddammit," Shushi cursed. Fu had landed a far distance from that metal maniac and now she was cradling Naruto in her arms. She took off his Hashi mask so that he could breathe better. She looked at him with eyes of hope for him to wake up in something else. Affection. Mamoru was keeping an eye out, but he was also looking at his best friend in Fu. It seems that whatever Naruto had done in Fu's mindscape, he had not only helped her with her and most possibly convinced her in joining Akatsuki, but also gained her trust, respect and affection, all together. Mamoru smiled at that. "You sure got away with people, Naruto," Mamoru thought. Mamoru then sensed Shusihi getting closer. Mamoru went up to Fu and yipped to her. "I can't understand you, but I got an idea of what you're saying." Fu looked at him with determination in her eyes. "I'm ready." Fu placed Naruto on her back. "First, let's put Naruto somewhere safer." Mamoru nodded in agreement. As Fu started walking away to put Naruto in a safe place, she looked at his face with sadness and affection. "Naruto. This might be it for me, but if it's to keep you safe, then I'll be okay with that." Fu thought as a lone tear escaped her eye. "Thank you for all you've done for me in just a short time. Thank you, Naruto-kun." Shushi was trekking all the way where he last sensed the fox kit's chakra signature. He may be powerful, but the unique chakra he used is easy to detect. Shushi was continuing forward when suddenly he was surrounded by a blinding bright substance that covered the entire area. Shuish looked at one of his shoulder guards to see some of the substance on it. He touched it and looked at it closely with his lone eye. "Powder," Shushi said. "Hiden. Rinpungakur no Jutsu, secret. Hiding in scale powder technique," Fu whispered her jutsu's name. Shushi started carefully walking around when suddenly he was hit across the helmet by what felt like the attack that he got hit earlier from. The fox kid. Shushi tried to sense for him, but he also sensed another chakra signature zooming around as well. It was throwing his senses off. Shushi kept getting hit around his armored body by the little fox kit that his armor. "Damn little rat," Shushi yelled. He then pumped chakra into his warhammer and raised it in the air. Dasho, but before he could continue he was tackled hard in his torso. The blow was so powerful that actually lost the grip on his hammer. He was sent skidding onto the ground, the armor on his torso cracked even more. Shushi then heard something rocket towards him. He looked straight up to see a silhouette coming down on him. Soko Panchi. Fu cried with her fist extended straight at Shushi. Her entire arm looked like it was made of steel. Oh shit. Shushi cursed, right before Fu's fist connected to his torso. The impact was so great that it actually broke through his armor. Shushi coughed up blood that stained the inside of his armor and leaked out of it. Fu then took out her first from the hole in his armor and then sent chakra to her other arm and started punching Shushi in the masked face. Shushi pointed his hand towards his warhammer. The giant hammer started to move, like it was connected to Shushi himself. Shushi waved his hand towards himself. Suddenly the warhammer flew straight towards him and smashed Fu in the back, sending her flying off him. Shushi grabbed his hammer as it did its job and used it to help him get back up to his feet. Not bad you little bitch. You're just lucky that I need you alive. Shushi said. Shushi then swung his hammer behind himself and successfully hit Mamoru, sending him into a tree. Hit-kun. Fu yelled her nickname for Mamoru since she didn't know his name yet as the little fox kid fell to the cold ground where he transformed back and was badly injured. Fu quickly made her way towards Mamoru, but Shushi appeared in front of her and swung his hammer at her, but Fu flipped over him and then kicked him in the back of the head. Fu ran to Mamoru, went to her knees in front of him, scooped him up and cradled him in her arms. Kid. I'm so sorry. Fu started to shed tears as she held the little injured fox kid. Oh don't worry about him. Shushi said, making his way to them, gripping his hammer tightly. After I crush him, I'll just take you away and then after we're done with you, you can make it up to him, in hell. Shushi stopped in front of them. Mamoru opened his eyes a bit and saw Shushi in front of them. The little fox kid got out of Fu's hold and fell to the ground and whined. Kit. Fu cried his name, seeing him in pain. Mamoru just tried to stand up and take a step towards Shushi, but he just fell back to the ground. Kit stop. Fu said tears were pouring out of her eyes, but the little fox kid still kept trying to get back up and fight. Please, Kit, just stop. Fu pleaded, but the fox kid refused to give up. Mamoru kept trying to get back up and fight, but he was too injured to continue. Shushi just chuckled at the sight. Not so tough now are you? Shushi said, looking down at the injured kitten. Mamoru made it to Shushi's armored foot and tried biting it, even though he knew it was futile, Mamoru refused to give up. Now isn't that cute? You sure are a fighter. Shushi said with a smug smirk. Shushi then pulled back his foot away from Mamoru and was about to kick him. No. Fu yelled. Fu quickly grabbed Mamoru and shielded him from the attack. Shushi kicks Fu straight back into the tree, leaving her badly injured as well. Mamoru tried to get out of her grip again so that he could try and protect her, but Fu just held him, not wanting to let him go. No kid. That's enough. Fu said. Mamoru whined with sorrow at the fact that he couldn't live up to his name. Don't cry kid. You tried your best and I am so thankful for you doing so. Fu said with tears of sadness and pride for the little brave fox kid. It's time for bed demon girl. Don't worry. You can visit him and your dear parents later. Shushi said as he then raised his warhammer high in the air. Fu closed her eyes tightly and held Mamoru close to her. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. Fu thought as the giant hammer came down on her. Minutes earlier. Naruto woke up to find he was in his mindscape. It changed over time. The ankle-high water had reduced drastically and only little puddles littered the place. There were also grass and flowers appearing around the place. Things have been going great ever since he became a part of Akatsuki. He was surrounded by people who actually did care for him, he became best friends with Kurama, he met a fellow, and now he had his parents within himself. Things were going pretty well for him and it affected his mind, starting to change from something dark into something he was sure was going to be beautiful. Glad to see you're not dead yet kid. Kurama said behind Naruto. Naruto turned around to see the giant fox king and his parents. Mom, Dad, you're alright. Naruto said getting up from the floor. Of course we are, we can't get killed, remember? Minato said. He and Kushina dispelled and went back to Naruto, but sadly they arrived to see their son get hit with a powerful earth. Naruto-kun, you've got to wake up and kick that armored lunkhead's ass, Dadabane. Kushina yelled with fire in her eyes. Minato just chuckled and sweated a bit at his wife's eccentric personality. He got me pretty bad. I'm going to need some help. Naruto said. Sorry Naruto, we used up our portion of Kurama's chakra to buy you some time. I'm afraid you're on your own now. Minato said sadly, really wanting to help his son in battle. Damn it. Naruto cursed. Language. Kushina scolded her son. Sorry mom. Naruto apologized looking at the ground, afraid of his mother's stern look. Wait, you cussed before Naruto did. Minato said. So? Kushina asked, sending her stern glare at her husband. So, since he's already an assassin and seen as an adult already, shouldn't he be free to do as he pleases? Minato said, but as he spoke those words, he was in real trouble. Kushina then grabbed Minato's shoulder and then crushed it, making him scream in agony. She then put Minato in a headlock with a scary-looking expression. Whose side are you on, Baka? Are you suggesting that our child should go and get a girl pregnant? Kushina yelled at her husband, obviously ticked. No, Kushina-chan. I'm suggesting that he is old enough to swear, honest. Minato cried as his wife was strangling the life out of him. Shut up, Minato Baka. Kushina yelled at her husband. Naruto felt like smiling at the sight because it reminded him of Sakura and him, but he had to focus. He had to wake up and save Fu and Mamoru from that armored wacko. Hit. Kurama is called Naruto. Naruto looked up to his friend. Jimei had contacted me through a mental link. Fu and Mamoru are fighting that metal-headed freak and it's not looking too good. What? Naruto yelled out. I got to save them. Naruto then looked up at the king. Kurama, I am asking, may I please use your power? Naruto asked. You already got it, kid. No need to ask permission. Kurama said with a smirk. Naruto nodded before he vanished and returned to the world. That's my Sachi. Kushina exclaimed proudly, still choking Minato in her headlock. Kurama just shook his head at the sight with an amused smile. As the hammer in Shushi's hands went straight down to crush Fu and Mamoru, who both prepared for the pain that awaited them. As the hammer smashed down, Shushi noticed the lack of metal meeting flesh and screams of pain. Shushi lifted his hammer to see there were no bodies. Shushi then realized a huge chakra signature coming from the top of a tree to his left. Shushi looked up to see a young teenage boy made of golden flame and black tattoo designs on his body and black patterns on the left side of his body that made it look like he was crushed before. Shushi could tell that that teen was the masked bastard he was fighting. Fu looked up at the golden flamed boy with much happiness and relief. Naruto-kun. Fu said the teenage boy's name with much joy in her voice. Glad to see you're still alright, Fu-chan. Naruto looked down at her with a smile on his face. As the golden boy looked at his fox partner, he saw the very bad condition Mamoru was in. Seeing his best friend like this made Naruto angry. I'm sorry, Naruto. I tried to help as much as I could, but I couldn't keep him from getting hurt. Fu said with fresh tears coming out of her eyes. Naruto continued to look at the injured fox kid. You should be very proud though. He was so brave, he risked his life for you and me, and he was still trying to fight, even though he knew he couldn't anymore. He's a true protector. Fu said, holding the little fox kid closer to her as she cried. I know. Naruto said. Fu looked up at the golden boy. After all, that's why I named him Mamoru. Naruto said with a genuine smile. Dasho Chikyunatter no Jutsu. Shushi yelled as he slammed his hammer down, creating his giant wave of crumbled and jagged rocks. As this ended, he saw that the three were gone, but felt the boy's chakra signature behind him. Shushi quickly turned around to see the golden boy carrying the Nambi and fox behind him. The boy walked to a tree and placed Fu down before he crouched down and placed a hand on Mamoru. Some of the golden flames that covered Naruto had gone inside Mamoru's body. Kurama's chakra will heal him. Just stay here while I take care of this guy. Naruto said. Fu nodded as she continued to cradle the little fox kid. Naruto then stood up and turned his back to her. Oh, and Fu. Fu looked up at the golden flamed boy. Naruto turned his head to Fu, giving her a genuine smile. I'm really proud of you and I'm happy that you and Jimei are friends. Naruto said. Fu blushed at his words and returned a smile to Naruto. The golden flamed boy turned to Shushi, who didn't seem frightened by Naruto's enhanced power. So what are you going to do now, UBR? But before he could finish his sentence, Shushi felt a tremendous force punch him in his exposed torso, sending him flying back. Naruto summoned chakra arms to grab Shushi and then started to repeatedly slam him down to the ground. The chakra was so intense and just kept coming that the armor was now proving useless. Naruto used one of his chakra hands to take away Shushi's warhammer and put it in his hands. Shushi hit the floor hard, his body actually in pain. Suddenly Naruto appeared above him and built up wind chakra into the giant hammer and then slammed it down on him. The attack was so intense that it had broken his torso armor even more. The power of the winds that were released on impact made him cough up even more blood. Damn, this hammer's heavy, but one more attack like that and it's over for this bastard. Naruto thought. He then used all his strength to lift the hammer high in the air, building wind chakra into it. Shushi saw that Naruto was going to use the same attack again, so he immediately lifted his hand up high. Suddenly the hammer escaped Naruto's grip and was floating in the air. Naruto was in shock and confusion at the sight. How the hell is he doing that? Naruto thought. Suddenly, Naruto was grabbed by the throat from Shushi. Shushi stood up and held Naruto high in the air. I bet you've been wondering how I am able to control my warhammer in such a way. Shushi said as his hammer came into his hand. You see, I forged a hammer myself and in the process, I added my blood into the mix. Shushi told Naruto. Why? Naruto asked, curious as to why he would do so. You see, chakra is a continuous flow. It flows in our bodies, especially in our blood. Did you know that we can control our blood even when it is spilled? Shushi lectured Naruto. Since my blood exists within my hammer, it is also a part of me. I can control it with my chakra to either retract or repel it, just like a magnet. Shushi explained to the golden boy. Naruto was actually impressed with what Shushi had done. It gave him some ideas. Now it's time for you to meet your maker. Shushi said. Shushi held his hammer high, ready to break Naruto's skull in. Naruto, cut his arm off. Kurama yelled within Naruto's mind. But his armor. Just do it. Kurama yelled. Naruto trusted the king with all his heart, so he quickly took out his trench knife. Naruto quickly pumped his wind chakra into the blade, creating a wind blade. He then quickly lifted his wind blade and swiftly sent it to Shushi's arms. Shushi's forearm, along with his hammer, had flown off to the side. Shushi screamed in agony as he felt the pain of losing half of his arm. Naruto then sent a double kick to Shushi's face, making the armored giant release him. Naruto jumped back with a grin on his face. I get it now. Naruto thought with a huge toothy grin. Shushi looked at his arm with shock. But my armor is supposed to. Then Shushi realized what the problem was. My armor. Shushi looked at his torso armor that had a huge gaping hole in it. He said if my torso armor was too damaged, then the chakra absorption won't work anymore. Shushi tried to go for his hammer, but Naruto quickly flashed it, grabbed it, and then sent an upswing to Shushi. The hit from the hammer sent Shushi's mask and helmet flying off his head, revealing a man that looked to be in his late 20s, who had shoulder-length brunette hair and cheekbones. As Shushi was dazed from the attack, Naruto started charging up a Rasengan. The Rasengan was 3 times bigger than a regular one. Take this. Naruto yelled as he charged at Shushi. Adama Rasengan. Naruto cried out his name. Naruto slammed the large spiraling sphere of chakra into Shushi's torso. Shushi was then sent flying by the power and magnitude of the crash that he crashed through numerous trees. As Shushi went through the final tree, he laid there, defeated. Naruto cancelled his Kyuubi mode and made his way to Fu and Mamoru. Naruto-kun, you did it. Fu exclaimed with joy. How's Mamoru? Naruto asked as he bent down in front of them. As if on cue, Mamoru started opening his eyes and looked up to see his best friend smiling at him. Hey there sleeping beauty. Had a nice nap. Naruto joked. Mamoru just looked down, not being able to look his friend in the eye. Seeing his friend wasn't happy, Naruto showed concern on his face. What's wrong? Naruto asked. Mamoru started yipping something. What do you mean you failed me? Naruto asked, confused. Mamoru yipped again. Mamoru. Naruto took the fox kit from Fu's hands and looked him in the eyes. You shouldn't feel that way about yourself. You saved my life, protected Fu, and still refused to give up when the odds were against you. I am sincerely proud of you and you have shown today that you deserve to be named Mamoru. Mamoru had grown a smile with happiness thanks to his best friend's words. Mamoru then yipped some more. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Naruto said. Naruto then hugged his best friend. I love you Mamoru. Naruto said. Mamoru started licking Naruto's face with much affection, making the blonde laugh a bit. Cut it out, ha ha, that tickles, ha ha ha. Naruto said while laughing at the fox's actions. Fu smiled at the sight, happy to see them both okay. Fu. Naruto said the mint green-haired girl's name, getting her attention. About the offer I gave you earlier, about joining the Akatsuki. Naruto said. Will you be there? Fu asked. Naruto nodded in response. Then I'll gladly join. Fu said. Naruto then had a huge grin on his face. Yada. Naruto cheered, thrusting his fist into the air. Naruto realized that he got overexcited again, so he calmed himself down and started to try acting cool. I mean, that's good. Naruto said with a tint of pink on his cheeks. Fu giggled and Mamoru smiled at Naruto's actions. He was one great guy. Naruto smiled at the two, but his eyes then widened as he sensed trouble. Naruto quickly gave Mamoru to Fu and took out his 2 trench knives and quickly turned around, crossing them together as they caught the handle of the warhammer that almost hit him. Fu and Mamoru saw with their eyes widened that Shushi was up again, with his hammer's blunt end inches from Naruto's face. Nice reflexes. Shushi commented. Naruto just stayed silent, glaring at Shushi. So this is what you look like without those masks of yours. Gotta say, can't blame you for hiding something so ugly. Shushi said with a grin. Naruto just pushed away Shushi's hammer and kicked him away with a wind-powered kick. Shushi stopped moving back and glared at Naruto. Before we finish this, tell me. How were you able to send powerful strikes my way when my armor was clearly impenetrable from regular attacks? Shushi asked. Well, I see no harm in telling you since you're about to die anyway. Naruto said. You see, my affinity is wind, and as I looked through the scrolls for wind I realized that wind could be used in countless ways. Make one faster, making their attacks deadly by adding wind to their hands and feet, giving them more force behind it, and they can chop through wood and body parts like butter, make someone jump high up to the atmosphere, the list goes on, but in order to make my attacks that strong in the first place, I had to train my body extensively in chakra control in order to use it in such ways, and truth be told, I'm actually pretty sloppy in using them as such. Naruto explained. Shushi and Fu's jaws gaped at his explanation. He's a genius. Fu thought of gaining more respect for Naruto. Shushi was shocked at how intelligent and powerful the boy was. He is a very worthy opponent. I'll admit kid, you're pretty strong. Shushi complimented. But I'm still standing. Shushi said, smirking. Not for long. A voice said. Suddenly, Shushi's legs were cut off in one quick swipe. Shushi fell to the ground but used his warhammer to hold himself up. When he looked up with his eyes widened at seeing two extremely dangerous characters. Where have you guys been? Naruto asked the new arrivals. One just gave him a toothy grin, while the other just had an emotionless impassive look. Fu looked at the two with her eyes widened with fear. No way. Fu thought with shock. Getting into trouble as usual. Itachi said keeping his composure. It's a habit. Naruto replied. And I see you disobey Obito's orders and stopped wearing your mask, TSK, TSK, TSK. Kisame said, still having his toothy grin. Oh, you mean this? Naruto said, holding up his demon mask with a smirk on his face. I just considered that you'd probably need it more than I do, fish face. Naruto taunted. Fu couldn't help but giggle at Naruto's words, while Mamoru snickered and Itachi had a faint smirk on his face, all the while Kisame had a pissed off look on his face. Shushi looked at Naruto with an incredulous look. He actually insulted the Kisame Hashigaki. Kid's got balls. Shushi thought. Itachi? Naruto said the Uchiha's name. Itachi nodded, knowing exactly what Naruto needed him to do. Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi said activating his powerful Dojutsu. Shushi stared into the eyes of the missing Konohinin. A few moments passed before Shushi released air that he didn't even know he was holding. Itachi closed his eyes before he opened them to reveal his normal Sharingan. Apparently Orochimaru is collecting Itachi informed the others. Kisame just stayed silent, along with Naruto. The latter narrowed his eyes. Orochimaru team after why? I thought his only goal was to obtain the Sharingan. Naruto thought. Fu's eyes had fear within them. The Hebe wished to obtain her, and the stories she heard about him scared her to high hell. Now that we have our intel. Naruto pumped chakra into one of his trench knives, making a wind sword. There's only one thing left to do. Naruto made his way towards Shushi. Before you die, I gotta say, you were one hell of an opponent. Naruto complimented with his demon mask covering his face. You too kid. You too. Shushi said, chuckling. And in one swift motion, Naruto cut Shushi's head off. His last sight was Hashi's red glowing eyes that pierced his soul. The headless body of the armor fighter had fallen down to the ground, blood leaking out of his headless corpse. Naruto had already taken off his mask and replaced it with his lower half mask and straw hat on top of his head. Naruto tipped his hat before he turned and walked towards Fu. Naruto crouched down in front of the mint green-haired girl, still tipping his hat, hiding his face from her. Do you need to get anything from the village? Naruto asked. Fu just shook her head in response. Naruto then lifted his hat to reveal his smiling unmasked face. Well then, it's time we get moving, yeah? Naruto said with a wide smile on his face. Fu just smiled back and nodded. Naruto with Mamoru in his cloak, Fu, Itachi and Kisame were jumping from tree to tree. Fu was excited about joining the Akatsuki, she had heard from Naruto that there were already two others in the organization. The Hachibi vessel and the Nibi vessel. As they were jumping from tree to tree, Naruto smelt something and stopped onto a branch. The others stopped and looked back at him. What's wrong with Naruto-kun? Fu asked. It couldn't be. Naruto said. Fu tilted her head in confusion as the two senior Akatsuki members just kept on looking at him. Naruto suddenly sped towards a different direction. Naruto. Fu called out the masked blonde's name. Fu followed after Naruto, with Kisame and Itachi behind her. Naruto had smelled something that had the scent of burning rock and he had a thought of what he hoped it was. As Naruto made it to a clearing, he saw rumbles there as well. He dashed all the way to the rumble to find a giant hole and in that hole was a meteorite. Naruto was speechless from seeing the sight but then a big huge grin appeared on his face. Naruto then started to shake with excitement building up until. Yada! Naruto screamed, jumping into the air with excitement bursting out of his soul. Fu and the other two Akatsuki members came just in time to find Naruto jumping with excitement. Mamoru, hearing his best friend's excitement, poked his head out to see a meteorite, which explained everything. Fu, Itachi and Kisame walked up beside Naruto to see the meteorite. You're excited over a rock. Boy, how pathetic. Kisame said. Naruto stopped jumping for joy and then turned to Kisame with his eyes narrowed. And you call yourself a swordsman? Naruto said. Itachi raised an eyebrow and Fu looked at Naruto with disbelief, while Kisame actually felt insulted by the comment and had a pissed off look on his face, although he was confused about where Naruto got that idea. Naruto slid down to the giant space rock and touched it with his gloved hand. Do you know what this is? Naruto said. It's a rock, kid. Kisame said, still not getting why he was so excited. Not just any rock. It's a meteorite. Naruto exclaimed with pride. Fu grew wings thanks to Chimei and flew down next to Naruto. What's so important about a meteorite, Naruto-kun? Fu asked. Ever since I had been training to become an assassin for the Akatsuki, I got into Kenjutsu and one thing I really wanted to do is make my very own sword. Naruto explained to his fellow students. I see. Meteorites have metal within them. Itachi said. Exactly. It's the perfect material to create my sword. Naruto said. Naruto took out a medium-sized scroll, placed it onto the ground and unsealed it. Once the scroll was unsealed, an even bigger scroll came out of it. On that you carry onto your back. Naruto then made his signature seal. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Naruto shouted his signature jutsu. Clones then appeared around the meteorite and together lifted it up. Naruto unraveled his scroll and rolled it under the meteorite. The clones then slowly placed it down, glad that they didn't have to hold the heavy rock anymore, and then the original Naruto sealed the meteorite into the scroll. Naruto released his and then rolled up the scroll and sealed it back into the smaller one it was originally contained in. Okay, now we can head back to HQ. Naruto said, pocketing the scroll. The three nodded as they all now headed back to the Akatsuki headquarters. Naruto and the others finally made it to the base to meet up with Obito, Yahiko, Konan, Killer Bee, who was wearing his Akatsuki cloak unzipped, and Yujito Nai, the Nibi. Yujito has long, straight blonde hair with top bandages and dark eyes. She wore the organization's cloak which was zipped down a bit to reveal her short-sleeved black and purple blouse that had designs of clouds on them. She also wore black pants that also had designs of clouds on them, purple fingerless gloves, and a chain of blue beads wound around her left hand. She also wears her Kumo forehead protector, sandal, kunai holster strapped around her right thigh, and bandages around her arms and legs, as well as a red belt around her waist. Hey, has anyone missed me? Naruto said with a big grin on his face. Not really. Konan said with a smirk. You cut me deep, Konan-chan. Naruto said, shaking his head and patting his heart but still retained a smirk on his face. Anyway, mission accomplished. Naruto gently grabbed Fu's hand and brought her to the others. Everyone, meet Fu, Chimei. Hi. Fu greeted sheepishly. Konan then walked up to Fu and hugged her. Glad to see there's another girl joining. Konan said as she then pulled away from the young girl. My name is Konan, I hope we can be the best of friends. Konan said, making Fu blush a bit. The others are Yahiko, he's the leader of the Akatsuki. Naruto introduced their organization's leader. Hi there. Yahiko said with a big grin. My mentor, Obito. Naruto introduced his sensei. Nice to meet you. Obito said, nodding his head. Fu leaned closer to Naruto. Is he your father? Fu asked. What? Is this because of the left side of my face? Naruto asked, raising his eyebrow. No, it's not that. Fu quickly said, waving her hands defensively. It's just you guys sort of look alike, plus you have admiration for him written all over your face. Naruto blushed at that, and the fact that Obito kept on smiling, most probably meaning that he heard them, wasn't really helping. Naruto started clearing his throat. Anyway, the other two are Killer Bee, the Hachibi Jaiuki's. Naruto gestured to the dark-skinned man. The girl, I see. It's nice to meet ya, the name's the rap-in Killer Bee, vessel of the only Jaiuki no Hachibi, yo. Bee rapped. Fu had a sweat drop expression. And the last one is Yujito Nai, a member who has recently joined the ranks and is Nibi Matatabi's. Naruto gestured to the blonde woman. It's nice to meet you, Fu-san. Yujito said with a small smile on her face. Fu smiled at meeting two others, besides Naruto. Fu's agreed to join our ranks. Naruto said. Excellent. Yujito, B, get Fu set up. Yahiko said. The two elders nodded at Yahiko before they took Fu with them to get her set up. At first Fu was hesitant to go with the two Kumo shinobi, but her worries were washed away when Naruto nodded to her in confirmation. As Naruto saw his fellow member leave, Naruto turned to the three Akatsuki members in front of him. We have a problem. Naruto said. Yahiko, Obito and Konan now had serious looks upon their faces. What is it? Yahiko asked. Naruto turned to Itachi and nodded to him. Apparently, Orochimaru is collecting them. Itachi informed the three elder Akatsuki members. Yuhiko, Obito and Conan's eyes widened before their expressions became serious again. This isn't good. Yuhiko said. I don't understand. I thought Orochimaru only wanted the Sharingan, why would he want the tailed beasts? Conan asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Whatever the reason, the next time I see him, I'm going to kill his ass. Naruto exclaimed, slamming his fist into his palm. Conan, you best go and inform Nagato of the news behind our old friend. Yuhiko said. Conan bowed to him before shushing away. Itachi, I'd like to hear more about this new info. Yuhiko said. Itachi nodded before he followed Yuhiko to somewhere else. Kisame had already left to go by train since he can't stay in one place for too long or else he would get jittery. Naruto was about to leave when he noticed Obito had a far-off look on his face. Hey, are you okay Obito? Naruto asked. Obito got out of his stupor before looking at Naruto. Huh? Oh yeah, I'm fine. Obito said, waving it off. Naruto knew his mentor was lying, but he didn't delve into it. If his sensei didn't want to share any info with him, he didn't have to, but if it's important he has to tell the truth sooner or later. Well, alright. Anyway, I'm going to go find Zabuza. Naruto said heading out. You want to visit Haku again don't you? Obito said, wiggling one of his eyebrows. Naruto blushed at the comment. No, actually, I wanted him to teach me. Naruto said. Teach you what? Obito asked. You want to know what? Zabuza asked. I want to make a sword, so I came to you so you could teach me how to. Naruto said. Why didn't you go to Kisame? Zabuza asked. 1. I don't think he makes a good teacher. 2. I don't know how to make a sword. And 3. Compared to him, you're actually sane. Naruto pointed out his reasons. Well, you got some good points there. Zabuza said. Zabuza started scratching his chin, thinking it over. Alright then, I'll help, but don't think this'll give you a free pass to try anything on Haku. Zabuza said menacingly. I'll admit it, Zabuza, I like Haku, but I'm here to make a sword and right now that's the only thing that matters. Naruto said getting serious about making a sword. Zabuza smirked underneath his bandages at the boy's excitement. Alright then, but before you make your sword, you should practice making a few so you could get the hang of it. Zabuza said. Naruto nodded understandingly. So how does it look? Naruto asked as he showed Zabuza a massive broadsword with a heavy double-edged blade, notched on both sides near the tip, a spiked pommel. The grip is plain, but the guard was skeletal and demonic, with a design of Naruto's demon mask on one side and a human skull, with what looked like bandages over its eyes on one side, leading to a ribcage from which the blade emerges, and a spiked crosstree that extended out of the skull. Pretty much like Dante's sword from the Devil May Cry series, except it's a little different. So this is what you want your sword to look like? Zabuza asked. Naruto nodded in response. Well, not a bad kid, but… Zabuza grabbed a sword from Naruto and slammed it onto a stone, making the thing vibrate. See that? It shouldn't vibrate like that and it didn't even leave that much of a scratch. Guess I got a lot to learn then, Naruto said a little down. True, but you got a potential kid. Zabuza said. Naruto smiled at Zabuza's comment. Now make another. Yes sir. Naruto exclaimed, giving Zabuza a mock salute. Zabuza smirked at the kid's enthusiasm. Who would have thought that the Gaki who had no skill back in Wave Country would actually have potential in swordsmanship? I'm actually glad we met, kid. Zabuza thought with a smile hidden behind his bandages. In Konoha, Sakura was walking down the street heading towards the Uchiha compound. She hadn't seen Sasuke in a while. So she decided to pay him a little visit and see if he wanted to spend time with her, but not as a date, only as friends. Ever since Naruto's death, Sakura's feelings for Sasuke had been fading and replaced with feelings for Naruto. Since that day, she looked back on days back when they were Team 7 and realized that Naruto had always been there for her more than Sasuke and it just made her feelings for the deceased blonde grow. No one will ever replace Naruto in her heart. Not now, not ever. As Sakura was walking down the path, she saw someone walking down it as well. The person had fair skin and short dark blue hair that was in a leveled home cut style just above her forehead, with chin-length strands framing her face. She wore a cream-colored hooded jacket with a fire symbol on the upper right and left sleeves and fur around the cuffs and hem, with navy blue pants and the standard shinobi sandals. Sakura knew exactly who that was, causing the Pincat to smile. Hey Hinata. Sakura called out the heiress's name. Hinata made her flinch and made an eerie noise. Hinata turned around to see Sakura jogging all the way up to her. Oh, hello Sakura-san, how are you today? Hinata stuttered. Sakura stopped in front of Hinata's bento box in her hands. I see you got a bento box. Sakura said with a devious look on her face. Is that for a certain Uchiha? Sakura asked teasingly. Hinata blushed at the question. It's just a way to show my thanks to him. Hinata said. Thanks? Thanks for what? Sakura asked. Sakura had seen Sasuke talk to her a few times when the rest of the Rookie 9 were hanging out, but she never saw them alone together. Well, you see, one day I was at the park crying, and Sasuke-kun found me and asked what was troubling me. Hinata said. Sakura was surprised. Normally Sasuke would walk away and ignore someone crying because he felt it was none of his concern, so this really surprised her. You see, my clan always saw me as a lost cause. They expected great things from me, but I just made them very disappointed, but none were more disappointed than my father. Sasuke-kun understood my pain and decided to help me in getting stronger. He didn't have to, but he chose to, and that's why I'm bringing him this, as a sign of my gratitude. Hinata said with a blush. Sakura was shocked at Sasuke's actions of assisting Hinata in her training. It was so out of character from the Sasuke that first joined Team 7, and that brought a smile to Sakura's face. You've really changed, haven't you, Sasuke? Sakura thought with a genuine smile upon her face. Well, I was on my way to see Sasuke, you want to go together? Sakura said. Hinata blushed before nodding her head. Sakura gave a big grin to Hinata before they walked to the Uchiha compound together. Sasuke was sitting in a lotus position in his mother's old garden. The garden had luscious flowers, bonsai here and there, a big sakura tree, and a little pond with koi fish swimming in it with a waterfall streaming down to it from a rock formation. Sasuke wore loose-fitting black robes that were tucked into black loose-fitting kimono pants, and he also wore a long-sleeved black haori. On Sasuke's lap was a katana that he held with both his hands. The katana has an ornate bronze guard that was oval-shaped. The handle seemed to be braided from white and black material. It had the relief of a dragon at the end point of the hilt. The scabbard was black, made of traditional lacquered wood, and featured several metallic ornaments on its far end. On the scabbard was the relief of a hawk. It also has a yellow, the cord used to tie the katana around the waist. Like Virgil's katana from Devil May Cry 3 and 4, but with a hawk design on the scabbard. Sasuke was meditating, deep in thought, when he suddenly felt a presence in the garden. An unfriendly one. Let us get things started, Tamashii. Sasuke said as he unsheathed the katana in his hand a bit. Suddenly 4 figures pounced on Sasuke. The lone Uchiha completely unsheathed his katana and blocked the kunai the 4 mysterious figures had in their hands, trying to use it to strike Sasuke from above. The lone Uchiha then pushed them away and sheathed back his katana. Haven't you ever learned to never disturb someone when they are deep in thought? Sasuke said as he looked at the 4 intruders. The 4 mysterious beings all looked identical. They wore black long-sleeved skin-tight shirts, black pants, black gloves, bandages around their ankles, black sandals, black masks that covered their entire heads, and red goggles over their eyes. What exactly are you doing in my home? Sasuke demanded answers. The 4 remained silent, not bothering to answer. I see. Sasuke just said as he unsheathed his katana a bit. Suddenly one of the mysterious intruders dashed toward Sasuke with a kunai in hand, ready to strike. In one swift fluid motion, Sasuke swung his katana up and then sheathed his katana back into his scabbard. You shouldn't have done that. Sasuke said. Then suddenly the attacker's hand was separated from its wrist. The other 3 jumped to the rooftops, leaving their teammate behind. As Sasuke saw them jump away, he noticed the one who attacked him started to melt until it was a pile of white goo. Sasuke narrowed his eyes on the pile. Now that was unexpected. Sasuke thought. The Uchiha then jumped up to the roof to meet one of the attackers. The attacker stuck his hand out and suddenly, spikes of wood came out of its hand. Sasuke's composure remained unfazed, but inside he was shocked. She unsheathed his katana and quickly cut every single wooden spike to pieces. The black shinobi then jumped into the air and extended his arms toward Sasuke, creating tentacles that resembled roots from them that went after the Uchiha, but Sasuke quickly went through a series of hand signs and yelled out Kaiten. Kakakyu no Jutsu. As he blew, a huge fireball was then sent hurtling straight towards the attacker, incinerating his root-like tentacles and engulfing the black-clad man. Sakura and Hinata were nearing the compound when they heard an explosion from within it, making the 2 stop in their tracks. What was that? Hinata asked. I don't know, but it might have been Sasuke, and he could be in trouble. Let's go, Hinata. Sakura exclaimed as she ran deeper into the compound. Hinata was right behind Sakura, still holding the bento in her hands. Suddenly 2 black-clad individuals jumped down in front of them, making them once again stop dead in their tracks. Who the hell are you 2? Sakura yelled. The 2 mysterious individuals just stood there silently, one of them tilting their head. Well, whoever you are, get out of my way. Sakura yelled as she walked forward, but one of the black-clad shinobi tried to strike her. Sakura saw the attack and jumped back, but the other extended his hand and shot spiked pieces of wood at her. Sakura noticed they were closing in on her, but Hinata jumped in front of Sakura and used her Juken style to bat away the wood. Sakura took the opportunity to jump over Hinata and send a punch down towards the two. The two jumped back a bit, but they both lost their footing as the impact of Sakura's punch created a shockwave and rocks coming out of the ground. Sakura took her chance by speeding at one of them and slamming her fist into one of their stomachs and used the momentum to slam him down hard onto the ground. As Sakura pulled her fist back, she noticed some white fluid on her hand and looked down at her defeat to see him melt into a pile of white goo. "You, gross," Sakura said, feeling disgusted. The other attacker dashed towards Sakura, his hand turned into a wooden spike and was ready to cut her up, but as he swung at her, his arm was pushed to the side as he then was slammed into the chest, sending him skidding back. "Don't you dare touch my friend," Hinata said. Sakura turned to see Hinata in her Juken stance, protecting her from the black-clad shinobi. "Hinata, you saved me. And you didn't stutter," Sakura exclaimed with joy and pride for her friend. Sakura walked up next to Hinata and got into her fighting stance. "Give it up, pal. It's 2 against 1. You can't win," Sakura exclaimed with much confidence. The mysterious black-clad stranger created another, made his other hand into a single wooden claw and then slammed both his claws into the ground. Sakura and Hinata were preparing for anything, but sadly, they didn't expect for the roots to shoot out of the ground and wrap themselves around the two. They tried to struggle out of it, but they felt their very chakra being sucked out of them, making them weak. "Damn it. These roots are sucking the chakra from right out of our bodies, I can't do shit and neither can Hinata," Sakura thought with anger as she felt her energy being absorbed by the roots. The black-clad man tilted his head to the side before he dashed at the two with his claws pulled back, ready to cut them up. Sakura closed her eyes, preparing for the painful death, but she felt nothing at all. "Sasuke-kun," Hinata said. Sakura opened her eyes to see Sasuke crouched down in front of the mysterious attacker with his katana out. As Sasuke stood up, sheathed his sword, and as it was completely inside the scabbard, the attacker and roots that held Sakura and Hinata in place were cut to pieces. As the black-clad enemy melted into white goo, Sasuke made his way to Hinata and extended his hand to her. Hinata blushed at the kind gesture as she took his hand and was then helped up by the raven-haired boy. Sakura expected Sasuke to help her up, but he didn't. "Are you going to get up? Or do you love the ground so much you wish to get intimate with it?" Sasuke said, his face showing no emotion. Sakura glared at Sasuke while Hinata blushed at the last part. "Geez, thanks for asking if I was fine, Sasuke, you're so sweet," Sakura said sarcastically as she picked herself up. Suddenly 2 Anbu appeared at the compound. One was a male who wore a Kumo bear mask, while the other was a female who wore a Nico cat mask. "Is everyone alright?" the Kumo Anbu asked. "Yeah, but we were attacked by some creeps all dressed in black," Sakura told Anbu. "We had heard from other shinobi that they spotted some questionable characters in black clothing. Do you know where they went?" the Nico masked Anbu asked. "Actually, they're right here," Sasuke said, pointing to the white goo on the floor. "When they are defeated, they melt into this strange goo-like substance," Sasuke informed them. "That's to get a sample for Hokage-sama," Nico said. Kumo took out a bag and collected some of the goo and placed it inside the bag. "If you see any more of these mysterious intruders running around the village, inform us," Nico said. Nico and Kumo then shushed away in a swirl of leaves, leaving the 3 genin alone together. "Well, today was pretty exciting, wasn't it?" Sakura said. Sasuke gave her his famous HN before he was about to head back to his home. "Hey, where are you going?" Sakura asked. "Home," Sasuke said as he continued to walk away. Sasuke-kun," Hinata said the lone Uchiha's name. Sasuke turned to her to see her offering a bento box. "It's to show my gratitude for helping with my training," Hinata said. Sasuke took the bento and looked inside. It was freshly cut tomatoes with shrimp fried rice on the side. It was his favorite meal that his mother used to make him. Sasuke smiled at the meal that Hinata gave him before he closed it. "Thank you, Hinata," Sasuke said with a smile still on his face. Hinata blushed at the thanks from Lone Uchiha. Sakura saw the bond between them grow and decided that she should help make that bond stronger. "Come on, Sasuke, let's get you dressed," Sakura said, pushing her teammate towards his home. "Excuse me?" Sasuke asked. "You are going to come spend time with me and Hinata. All that time in your house isn't good for you," Sakura said. "Sakura. It's either you get dressed and come with us willingly or else I'm going to force you," Sakura threatened. Sasuke just sighed as he started to make his way to his compound to get dressed so as to not deal with Sakura's brash actions. "And leave that sword of yours. My blade has a name. Tamashi. And he goes with me everywhere, no exceptions," Sasuke said as he continued walking. Sakura sighed in frustration at her teammate's stubbornness. "By the way, Hinata, thanks for saving me there," Sakura said. "Oh, IW was no problem, Sakura-san," Hinata stuttered. Did you really mean it? When you said we were friends? Sakura asked. Hinata blushed from embarrassment as she nodded. Suddenly Hinata was tackled into a hug from Sakura, making the Hyuga blush even redder. I'm so happy we're finally friends, Hinata. Sakura said. She then pulled back and gripped Hinata's hand. I promise Hinata, I'll always be watching your back and be by your side, I promise. Sakura said. Oh really? Hinata asked with shock. Of course, and I never go back on my word. Believe it. Sakura shouted. Hinata blushed as she saw an image of Naruto for a moment before her attention was brought back to Sakura, who was grinning at her. Hinata smiled as she nodded before the two hugged each other for a moment before separating. I'm back. Sasuke said. He was dressed in his usual clothes, which were his high-color blue shirt, white shorts, arm warmers and sandals. Sasuke still had Tamashii in his hand. Like he said, he takes it everywhere, no exceptions. In case you're wondering, Tamashii means soul. Great. Now let's head out. Shanaru. Sakura shouted out as she headed out of the compound with the two dark-haired heirs behind her. As she's very excited. Hinata said. Sadly, she's always this way. Sasuke said. Hinata just smiled as she followed her new friend to wherever the road takes them. Alright Gaki, I think you've done it. Zabuza said. Naruto presented Zabuza with his sword. Zabuza took the large blade from Naruto and sliced a rock in half. Impressive. Obito said as he walked into the room with Haku next to him. Yep, kid, I think you've finally done it. Zabuza said, giving the broadsword back to Naruto. Sweet. Now I can get started on the real sword. Naruto exclaimed with much excitement as he put the sword he held away. Huh? Said Zabuza and Obito. But Naruto-kun, I thought that this would be your sword. Haku said. Actually, I wanted to practice making it before I actually got started making it with the special kind of material I collected. Naruto said. The others wondered what the material was, while Mamoru was waiting to see their reactions to the special material. What kind of material? Zabuza asked. Naruto grinned at the three as he took out a small scroll. He then laid it on the floor and unsealed it, creating a cloud of smoke to reveal a bigger scroll. Naruto then unseals that scroll, making another cloud of smoke to reveal a meteorite. The giant space rock made the three other Akatsuki members' eyes widened as big as saucers, which was exactly what Mamoru was expecting. So Zabuza, do you think we can make a sword out of a meteorite? Naruto asked. Zabuza then placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Kid, we'll make a sword unlike any other. Zabuza said as he smiled underneath his bandages. Naruto started getting to work by adding coal to the furnace of the room, while Zabuza brought along the giant stone hammer tool. Naruto grabbed a stone stake that he firmly placed to stop the meteorite. Zabuza then started hammering the stake, breaking off pieces of the meteorite. Naruto then went to the mechanism that gave the fire more air to keep on heating and started using it to keep the fire alive, while Zabuza collected the pieces of the meteorite into a stone bucket. Zabuza then placed the bucket on a table and used the extending claw tool to grab the bucket and then put it into the fire, leaving it to melt. It had just become nighttime and Naruto was putting more coal into the fire to fuel it. Zabuza smiled at the kid's progress and was actually starting to really like the kid. In a way, he reminded him of himself. It had become morning and Naruto used the claw tool to grab the bucket that became lava and then dipped it into a sword-shaped hole. Naruto then took out a kunai and cut the palm of his hand and let his blood that he laced with his and Kurama's chakra into it. Kid, would you do that? Zabuza asked. Someone told me he did this to have full control over his weapon without the need to touch it. Naruto said. Zabuza was intrigued by this theory and wanted to see it in action once the sword was done. As it hardened from cooling down a bit, Naruto used metal gloves to grab the sword so he wouldn't get burned. He then placed it on an anvil and used a metal mallet hammer to shape the blade into what he wished. As he shaped it the way he wanted to, Naruto put the sword into water so it may cool down. After a long and grueling process, Naruto had made his dream sword. His massive broadsword with double-edged blade, and it was black in color except for the bandages over the eyes of the demon head and human skull's eyes. Not a bad blade, kid. Zabuza complimented. Now all you have to do is know how to use it. Zabuza said. Could you teach me how? Naruto asked. Sure. Zabuza said with a nod. But first you should name it. So what's it going to be? Zabuza said. Naruto examined his new sword and then smiled as he came up with the perfect name for it. Shoken, Naruto said as he looked at his handmade sword. Redemption. I like it. Zabuza said with a smirk behind his bandages. Naruto made swift slashes into the air with his new sword before he threw his sword into a rock, stabbing deep into it, and then with a movement of his hand and some chakra, the sword flew back to Naruto, slowing him to grab the handle before thrust it forward. But this blade, I shall bring peace and redeem the world. Naruto proclaimed with much confidence and conviction. At night, after Kenjutsu training with Zabuza, Naruto limped all the way back to bed after dinner. Zabuza had shown him no mercy as he expected from the swordsman, but damn was it intense. Naruto actually felt he was going to die. As Mamoru jumped onto the bed and curled up into a ball, Naruto placed his sword to the side and took out his sketchpad and started sketching it. After a while, Naruto had finished sketching the sword and the demon head and human skull design. Naruto put the sketchpad back in his drawer and then laid on top of his bed. The day was pretty good, right Mamoru? Naruto said. Mamoru. Naruto said his best friend's name to see the little fox kid was already sound asleep. Naruto just laughed a bit as he lay down on his bed. Good night Mamoru. Good night Kasan, 2-chan. Good night Naruto. Minato said within his son's mind. Good night Naruto-kun. Kushina wished her son good night. Good night Kurama. Naruto said. Good night Kit. Kurama said as he then went back to sleep. Naruto looked out to the stars through the window in front of him. Good night, Sakura-chan, Ba-chan, Irojiji, Sasuke team, and Kakashi-sensei. I hope you guys have sweet dreams. Naruto thought before he closed his eyes and entered the land of dreams. And that's it for episode 1. If you enjoyed the story and want episode 2, let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more what if stories. Thanks for watching and I'll see you in the next video.